Beyond Lies the Wub by Philip K. Dick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cat Attic. They had almost finished with the loading. Outside stood Theopotis, his arms folded, his face sunk in gloom. Captain Franco walked leisurely down the gangplank, grinning. "What's the matter?" he said. "You're getting paid for all this." Theopotis said nothing. He turned away, collecting his robes. The captain put his boot on the hem of the robe. "Just a minute. Don't go off. I'm not finished." "Oh?" Theopotis turned with dignity. "I am going back to the village." He looked towards the animals and birds being driven up the gangplank into the spaceship. "I must organize new hunts." Franco lit a cigarette. "Why not? You people can go out into the veldt and track it all down again. But when we run out halfway between Mars and Earth—" Theopotis went off, wordless. Franco joined the first mate at the bottom of the gangplank. "How's it comin'?" he said. He looked at his watch. "We got a good bargain here." The mate glanced at him sourly. "How do you explain that?" "What's the matter with you? We need it more than they do." "I'll see you later, Captain." The mate threaded his way up the plank, between the long-legged Martian go-birds, into the ship. Franco watched him disappear. He was just starting up after him, up the plank toward the port, when he saw it. My God! He stood staring, his hands on his hips. Peterson was walking along the path, his face red, leading it by a string. "I'm sorry, Captain," he said, tugging at the string. Franco walked toward him. "What is it?" The wub stood sagging, its great body settling slowly. It was sitting down, its eyes half shut. A few flies buzzed around its flank, and it switched its tail. It sat. There was silence. "It's a wub," Peterson said. "I got it from a native for 50 cents. He said it was a very unusual animal. Very respected." "This?" Franco poked the great sloping side of the wub. "It's a pig! A huge, dirty pig!" "Yes, sir, it's a pig. The natives call it a wub." "A huge pig. It must weigh 400 pounds. Franco grabbed a tuft of the rough hair. The wub gasped. Its eyes opened, small and moist. Then its great mouth twitched. A tear rolled down the wub's cheek and splashed on the floor. "Maybe it's good to eat?" Peterson said nervously. "We'll soon find out," Franco said. The wub survived the takeoff, sound asleep in the hold of the ship. When they were out in space and everything was running smoothly, Captain Franco bade his men fetch the wub upstairs so that he might perceive what manner of beast it was. The wub grunted and wheezed, squeezing up the passageway. "Come on," Jones grated, pulling at the rope. The wub twisted, rubbing its skin off on the smooth chrome walls. It burst into the anteroom, tumbling down in a heap. The men leaped up. "Good Lord," French said. "What is it?" "Peterson says it's a wub," Jones said. "It belongs to him." He kicked at the wub. The wub stood up unsteadily, panting. "What's the matter with it?" French came over. "Is it going to be sick?" They watched. The wub rolled its eyes mournfully. It gazed around at the men. "I think it's thirsty," Peterson said. He went to get some water. French shook his head. "No wonder we had so much trouble taking off. I had to reset all my ballast calculations." Peterson came back with the water. The wub began to lap gratefully, splashing the men. Captain Franco appeared at the door. "Let's have a look at it," he advanced, squinting critically. "You got this for 50 cents? "Yes, sir," Peterson said. "It eats almost anything. I fed it on grain and it liked that. And then potatoes, and mash, and scraps from the table, and milk. It seems to enjoy eating. After it eats, it lies down and goes to sleep." "I see," Captain Franco said. "Now to its taste. That's the real question. I doubt if there's much point in fattening it up any more. It seems to be fat enough to me already. Where's the cook? I want him here. I want to find out." The wub stopped lapping and looked up at the captain. Really, Captain, the wub said, I suggest we talk of other matters. The room went silent. What was that? Franco said. Just now. The wub, sir, Peterson said. It spoke. They all looked at the wub. What did it say? What did it say? It suggested we talk about other things. Franco walked towards the wub. He went all around it, examining it from every side. Then he came back over and stood with the men. I wonder if there's a native inside it, he said thoughtfully. Maybe we should open it up and have a look. Oh, goodness, the wub cried. Is that all you people can think of? Killing and cutting? Franco clenched his fist. Come out of there! Whoever you are, come out! Nothing stirred. The men stood together, their faces blank, staring at the wub. The wub swished its tail. It belched suddenly. I beg your pardon, the wub said. I don't think there's anyone in there, Jones said in a low voice. They all looked at each other. The cook came in. You wanted me, Captain, he said. What's this thing? This is a wub, Franco said. It's to be eaten. Will you measure it and figure out? I think we should have a talk, the wub said. I'd like to discuss this with you, Captain, if I might. I can see that you and I do not agree on some basic issues. The captain took a long time to answer. The wub waited good-naturedly, licking the water from its jowls. Come into my office, the captain said at last. He turned and walked out of the room. The wub rose and padded after him. The men watched it go. They heard it climbing the stairs. I wonder what the outcome will be, the cook said. Well, I'll be in the kitchen. Let me know as soon as you hear. Sure, Jones said. Sure. The wub eased itself down in the corner with a sigh. You must forgive me, it said. I'm afraid I'm addicted to various forms of relaxation. When one is as large as I, the captain nodded impatiently. He sat down at his desk and folded his hands. All right, he said. Let's get started. You're a wub, is that correct? The wub shrugged. I suppose so. That's what they call us, the natives, I mean. We have our own term. And you speak English? You've been in contact with Earthmen before? No. Then how do you do it? Speak English? Am I speaking English? I'm not conscious of speaking anything in particular. I examined your mind. My mind! I studied the contents, especially the semantic warehouse, as I refer to it. I see, the captain said. Telepathy. Of course. We are a very old race, the wub said. Very old and very ponderous. It is difficult for us to move around. You can appreciate that anything so slow and heavy would be at the mercy of more agile forms of life. There was no use in our relying on physical defenses. How could we win? Too heavy to run, too soft to fight, too good-natured to hunt for game. How do you live? Plants, vegetables. We can eat almost anything. We're very Catholic. Tolerant, eclectic, Catholic. We live and let live. That's how we've gotten along. The wub eyed the captain. And that's why I so violently objected to this business about having me boiled. I could see the image in your mind, most of me in the frozen food locker, some of me in the kettle. A bit for your pet cat, so you read minds, the captain said. How interesting. Anything else? I mean, what else can you do along those lines? A few odds and ends, the wub said absently, staring around the room. A nice apartment you have here, Captain. You keep it quite neat. I respect life forms that are tidy. Some Martian birds are quite tidy. They throw things out of their nests and sweep them. Indeed, the captain nodded. But go back to the problem. Quite so. You spoke of dining on me. The taste, I am told, is good. A little fatty, but tender. But how can any lasting contact be established between your people and mine if you resort to such barbaric attitudes? Eat me? Rather you should discuss questions with me, philosophy, the arts. The captain stood up. Philosophy. It might interest you to know that we will be hard put to find something to eat for the next month. An unfortunate spoilage. I know, the wub nodded. But wouldn't it be more in accord with your principles of democracy if we all drew straws, or something along that line? After all, democracy is to protect the minority from just such infringements. Now, if each one of us cast one vote— The captain walked to the door. Nuts to you, he said. He opened the door. He opened his mouth. He stood, frozen, his mouth wide, his eyes staring, his fingers still on the knob. The wub watched him. Presently, it padded out of the room, edging past the captain. It went down the hall, deep in meditation. The room was quiet. So you see, the wub said, we have a common myth. Your mind contains many familiar myth symbols, Ishtar, Odysseus. Peterson sat silently, staring at the floor. He shifted in his chair. Go on, he said. Please, go on. I find in your Odysseus a figure common with the mythology of most self-conscious races. As I interpret it, Odysseus wanders as an individual, aware of himself as such. This is the idea of separation from family and country, the process of individuation. But Odysseus returns to his home. Peterson looked out the port window, at the stars, endless stars, burning intently in the empty universe. Finally he goes home. As must all creatures. The moment of separation is a temporary period, a brief journey of the soul. It begins, it ends. The wanderer returns to land and race. The door opened. The wub stopped, turning its great head. Captain Franco came into the room, the men behind him. They hesitated at the door. Are you all right? French said. Do you mean me? Peterson said, surprised. Why me? Franco lowered his gun. Come over here, he said to Peterson. Get up and come here. There was silence. Go ahead, the wub said. It doesn't matter. Peterson stood up. What for? It's an order. Peterson walked to the door. French caught his arm. What's going on? Peterson wrenched loose. What's the matter with you? Captain Franco moved towards the wub. The wub looked up from where it lay in the corner, pressed against the wall. It is interesting, the wub said, that you are so obsessed with the idea of eating me. I wonder why. Get up, Franco said. If you wish. The wub rose, grunting. Be patient. It is difficult for me. It stood, gasping, its tongue lolling foolishly. Shoot it now, French said. For God's sake, Peterson exclaimed. Jones turned to him quickly, his eyes gray with fear. You didn't see him, like a statue, standing there, his mouth open. If we hadn't come down, he'd still be there. Who? The captain? Peterson stared around. But he's all right now. They looked at the wub, standing in the middle of the room, its great chest rising and falling. Come on, Franco said, out of the way. The men pulled aside toward the door. You are quite afraid, aren't you? The wub said. Have I done anything to you? I am against the idea of hurting. All I have done is try to protect myself. Can you expect me to rush eagerly to my death? I am a sensible being, like yourselves. I was curious to see your ship, learn about you. I suggested to the native. The gun jerked. See, Franco said, I thought so. The wub settled down, panting. It put its paw out, pulling its tail around it. It is very warm, the wub said. I understand we are close to the jets. Atomic power. You have done many wonderful things with it, technically. Apparently, your scientific hierarchy is not equipped to solve moral, ethical— Franco turned to the men, crowding behind him, wide-eyed, silent. I'll do it. You can watch. French nodded. Try to hit the brain. It's no good for eating. Don't hit the chest. If the rib cage shatters, we'll have to pick bones out. Listen, Peterson said, licking his lips. Has it done anything? What harm has it done? I'm asking you. And anyhow, it's still mine. You have no right to shoot it. It doesn't belong to you. Franco raised his gun. I'm going out, Jones said, his face white and sick. I don't want to see it. Me too, French said. The men straggled out, murmuring. Peterson lingered at the door. It was talking to me about myths, he said. It wouldn't hurt anyone. He went outside. Franco walked toward the wub. The wub looked up, slowly. It swallowed. A very foolish thing, it said. I am sorry you want to do it. There was a parable that your savior related. It stopped, staring at the gun. Can you look me in the eye and do it? The wub said. Can you do that? The captain gazed down. I can look you in the eye, he said. Back on the farm we had hogs. Dirty, razorback hogs. I can do it. Staring down at the wub, into the gleaming, moist eyes, he pressed the trigger. The taste was excellent. They sat glumly around the table, some of them hardly eating at all. The only one who seemed to be enjoying himself was Captain Franco. More, he said, looking around. More? And some wine, perhaps. Not me, French said. I think I'll go back to the chart room. Me too. Jones stood up, pushing his chair back. I'll see you later. The captain watched them go. Some of the others excused themselves. What do you suppose the matter is? The captain said. He turned to Peterson. Peterson sat, staring down at his plate, at the potatoes, the green peas, and at the thick slab of tender, warm meat. He opened his mouth. No sound came. The captain put his hand on Peterson's shoulder. It is only organic matter now, he said. The life essence is gone. He ate, spooning up the gravy with some bread. I, myself, love to eat. It is one of the greatest things that a living creature can enjoy. Eating, resting, meditation, discussing things. Peterson nodded. 2 more men got up and went out. The captain drank some water and sighed. Well, he said, I must say this was a very enjoyable meal. All the reports I had heard were quite true. The taste of wub. Very fine. But I was prevented from enjoying this pleasure in times past. He dabbed at his lips with his napkin and leaned back in his chair. Peterson stared dejectedly at the table. The captain watched him intently. He leaned over. Come, come, he said. Cheer up. Let's discuss things. He smiled. As I was saying before I was interrupted, the role of Odysseus in the myths. Peterson jerked up, staring. To go on, the captain said, Odysseus, as I understand him. End of Beyond Lies the Wub by Philip K. Dick. Recording by Cat Attic.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Earthmen Die Hard by Richard O. Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. A particularly virulent germ life infested the third planet of Sol. It was obvious the world had to be decontaminated. But the aliens found Earthmen Die Hard by Richard O. Lewis. They climbed the hill together, arm in arm. At the crest they stopped and looked back into the moon-brightened valley, where a thin needle of metal pointed skyward. The night wind blew her dress tightly around her slim legs. and she reached a hand to her head to keep the blonde curls from whipping about her face. He put his arm around her waist, squeezing her gently. "Only a few more hours to wait," he said reassuringly. The great ship from beyond the galaxy drew alongside the tiny planet, matching its orbit, cut its drive, and drifted slightly toward the lone moon. The ship was nearly as large as the planet itself, but there was no interchange of gravity between the two bodies, for the ship was of a substance made beyond the stars. Inspector Wright looked at his sky chart. Yes, it was Sol 3. Then he looked through the porthole at his left and adjusted the lenses. Then he swore by the 7 sister suns of Sagittarius. The lens showed him the moonlit side of the planet. There were lights there, little rows of lights forming checkered patterns in various areas. And there were other lights, greater lights, which flickered viciously among the patterns, leaving squat, circular clouds above them. Wright's cheeks puffed out in uncontrollable wrath. "Contaminated!" he bellowed. "And they are warring on each other!" He turned from the lens, his gross body glowing in red anger. "Crimby!" he screamed. "Crimby!" The door at the far side of the room swung open, and the entity called Crimby fluttered in. "Yes?" he asked, his body trembling at the manner in which his name had been wrung out. "Your record shows Sol 3 is sterile, decontaminated." Yes, sir," Crimby stammered. I took care of it myself just a few days ago." "Look!" shouted Inspector Wright. "Look for yourself." Crimby went hesitantly to the lens and adjusted himself before it. He saw the sparking lights below, the flashes, the tiny clouds, and his body went pale pink with the shame of defeat. I'm sorry, sir." He turned from the instrument, his pale pink fading to an ashen gray. "I just don't understand it. I have renovated the planet several times." "Several times?" "Why, yes." Crimby hurried to the shelf of documents along one wall, scanned the titles briefly, selected one, and returned to the desk. "Here it is, sir. You will find my report quite in order, sir." "Damn the reports," snapped the inspector. "I want to know why this planet hasn't been cared for properly." He darkened his body with a scowl. Crimby fumbled the document over, flipped a few pages. "Here it is, sir. All written down, sir. All in correct order, sir." "Cosmos 669238, he read. "Malignant growth noted." "Cosmos 679238. Decontamination process begun. Method: entire planet encircled with an electrical impulse that caused hydrogen and oxygen to unite into a heavy liquid. Process continued for a full 40 of the planet's revolutions. Result: planet covered with a liquid to an average depth of 30 fathoms. Contaminating elements, being oxygen-breathing, could not possibly exist under such conditions." "Fool," barked Ritt. "Some of them probably floated to the surface on some of the buoyant vegetation. They may even have made rafts of the vegetation. Or a boat." "They are extremely persistent and adaptable, sir," Crimby admitted. "And there were other times." He broke off to fumble through the documented account. "Yes, here it is, all written down in correct form." "Damn the reports," snapped the inspector. "Tell me what happened." "Well, sir," said Crimby, scanning the pages carefully, "it was back in 9237. I noticed the malignancy and took proper measures. I took the planet from its orbit and into an area remote from the Sol unit. There, in the intense cold, the polar caps grew larger and larger until they finally extended over the land portions. Even the middle belt became frigid. Then I swung the planet back near Sol and let it soak in tropical heat. I subjected the planet to this treatment 3, or was it 4, times before placing it back permanently in its orbit. Don't, said Wright. They probably hid away in deep crevices, probably remained alive through the treatment by eating each other. He looked at the unhappy Crimby for a devastating minute. You should have used fire. Burned them out. But I did, sir, Crimby said hurriedly. I did. He fumbled rapidly through the pages. Here it is, right here, all written out. Nebula 429235. Persistence of malignant contamination noted. He broke off abruptly as the inspector's body turned to brittle obsidian. Well, sir, finding them confined in an area of particularly lush vegetation, I burned them out, chased them with fire into arid regions, and swept the garden of plant growth completely away, where they could not find it again. But it is obvious that you failed, even if 2 of them succeeded in escaping. And before that, sir, Crimby hurried on, before that I shook the land masses violently, rent great fissures that permitted the gases and flames to leap out from the central core and spread destruction. I submerged huge infected areas into the depths of the sea and brought up new land masses, fresh and clean, into the light of Sol. I even— Enough! Wright hit the desk before him with a ponderous blow. Silence, fool, while I think. Crimby turned a sickly shade of green and let the document close in weary hands. Sol 3 had been a particularly painful lancet in his side, even more than what had been guessed. He hoped the inspector would probe no deeper, but even as his hopes kindled, they became but ashes. There are a few more things I do not understand about this, Inspector Wright was saying. When this planet was formed from the elements of space, there was no contamination. It was virgin, and yet it is now contaminated. Why? Crimby felt his innards churning fearfully. His whole body was so filled with trembling that he could not bring himself to fashion words. Wright's body grew blacker in the silence. Why? The word was lightning from the Stygian depths. Why? Crimby's body rent asunder, and the effort of re-knitting himself so weakened him that his voice was scarcely a whisper. They came from Sol 5, sir. The thunderous blow upon the desktop mingled with Wright's bellow of fury. Together, the sounds shook the room and nearly disintegrated Crimby's hastily reassembled body. Don't! Ass! Screamed Wright, his body assuming the blackness of the dust cloud of Orion. You failed to stop them on Sol 5. You not only let them blow the planet into tiny bits, but you also let them escape to Sol 3. And here all your efforts of extermination have failed again and again. He wheeled to look through the lens again. 3 brilliant flashes, greater than the others, sparkled almost simultaneously upon the planet's troubled surface, sent up a mushroom of dust and shattered atoms. And is this what happened on Sol 5? Yes, stammered Crimby. The same thing. Just before. He could not bring himself to complete the statement. Wright leapt from the seat at the desk, his body black and bloated. Then there is not a moment to lose. Exterminate before this planet is destroyed, and let none escape. But, sir, pleaded Crimby, I have tried everything. Fire, floods, ice. Then try something else, Wright roared. Crimby drifted slowly toward the door. Wait! Crimby stopped obediently. What about Sol 4? Oh, Sol 4 is all right, sir. Crimby brightened a shade as he turned. There is not the slightest trace of contamination. That planet must have been on the far side of Sol when they escaped Sol 5. I'm certain, sir, you will find the rest of the system quite in order. Enough! Begin the extermination, and this time employ drastic means. Take the planet to the rim of Sol itself and bake it to a crisp before they infest the entire galaxy. Yes, sir. Immediately, sir. Quimby turned back to the door, thankful his fate had not been worse. And don't fail this time, warned Wright. If you lose Sol 3 as you lost Sol 5, I will see to it that you put them both back together again, piece by piece, if it takes you 6 eons beyond your retirement age. The moon with its strange accompanying cloud was nearly set. The blue of the eastern sky was fading into apple green. There was a roaring swish of sound, a shattering blast of energy, a whistling sigh, then a remote whisper. The needle-like structure from the valley became a flickering pinpoint in the sky. The girl leaned her blonde head against the shoulder of the man beside her. We are free? Her voice was but a whisper. He adjusted the ray-vis to get a clearer view of Earth and its surrounding space. The view was but slightly distorted by the hot gases of the stern tubes. Yes, he said, struggling to keep his nervousness from playing havoc with his vocal cords. Free. Free from the mad world. He squeezed her hand reassuringly, his eyes intent upon the screen. Something had gone wrong. The Earth had slid to one edge of the screen. He readjusted the ray-vis. The space cloud of black that had hovered near the moon that night had also shifted its position. It was now between the Earth and the sun, and the Earth seemed to be following it. The furrow between his dark brows deepened, but he said nothing. Just think of it, she said, her voice a song. Mars, and a brave new world. He put an arm around her shoulders and took his eyes off the screen. It was absurd to think the Earth was moving sunward. It was probably merely due to some space aberration. Yes, he said, picking up her enthusiasm. And after that, the stars. The end of Earthmen Die Hard by Richard O. Lewis.
The Eyes Have It by Philip K. Dick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Adkins. The Eyes Have It by Philip K. Dick. It was quite by accident I discovered this incredible invasion of Earth by life forms from another planet. As yet, I haven't done anything about it. I can't think of anything to do. I wrote to the government, and they sent back a pamphlet on the repair and maintenance of frame houses. Anyhow, the whole thing is known. I'm not the first to discover it. Maybe it's even under control. I was sitting in my easy chair, idly turning the pages of a paperback book someone had left on the bus, when I came across the reference that first put me on the trail. For a moment, I didn't respond. It took some time for the full import to sink in. After I'd comprehended, it seemed odd I hadn't noticed it right away. The reference was clearly to a non-human species of incredible properties, not indigenous to Earth. A species, I hasten to point out, customarily masquerading as ordinary human beings. Their disguise, however, became transparent in the face of the following observations by the author. It was at once obvious the author knew everything, and was taking it in his stride. The line, and I tremble remembering it even now, read, His eyes slowly roved about the room. Vague chills assailed me. I tried to picture the eyes. Did they roll like dimes? The passage indicated not. They seemed to move through the air, not over the surface. rather rapidly, apparently. No one in the story was surprised. That's what tipped me off. No sign of amazement at such an outrageous thing. Later the matter was amplified. His eyes moved from person to person. There it was in a nutshell. The eyes had clearly come apart from the rest of him, and were on their own. My heart pounded, and my breath choked in my windpipe. I had stumbled on an accidental mention of a totally unfamiliar race, obviously non-terrestrial. Yet, to the characters in the book, it was perfectly natural, which suggested they belonged to the same species. And the author? A slow suspicion burned in my mind. The author was taking it rather too easily in his stride. Evidently, he felt this was quite a usual thing. He made absolutely no attempt to conceal his knowledge. The story continued. Presently, his eyes fastened on Julia. Julia, being a lady, had at least the breeding to feel indignant. She is described as blushing and knitting her brows angrily. At this, I sighed with relief. They weren't all non-terrestrials. The narrative continues. Slowly, calmly, his eyes examined every inch of her. Great Scott! But here the girl turned and stomped off, and the matter ended. I lay back in my chair, gasping with horror. My wife and family regarded me with wonder. "What's wrong, dear?" my wife asked. I couldn't tell her. Knowledge like this was too much for the ordinary run-of-the-mill person. I had to keep it to myself. "Nothing," I gasped. I leaped up, snatched the book, and hurried out of the room. In the garage, I continued reading. There was more. Trembling, I read the next revealing passage. He put his arm around Julia. Presently she asked him if he would remove his arm. He immediately did so, with a smile. It's not said what was done with the arm after the fellow had removed it. Maybe it was left standing upright in the corner. Maybe it was thrown away. I don't care. In any case, the full meaning was there, staring me right in the face. Here was a race of creatures capable of removing portions of their anatomy at will. Eyes, arms, and maybe more, without batting an eyelash. My knowledge of biology came in handy at this point. Obviously, they were simple beings, unicellular, some sort of primitive single-celled things. Beings no more developed than starfish. Starfish can do the same thing, you know. I read on, and came to this incredible revelation, tossed off coolly by the author, without the faintest tremor. Outside the movie theater, we split up. Part of us went inside, part over to the cafe for dinner. Binary fission, obviously, splitting in half and forming two entities. Probably each lower half went to the cafe, it being farther, and the upper halves to the movie. I read on, hands shaking. I had really stumbled onto something here. My mind reeled as I made out this passage. I'm afraid there's no doubt about it. Poor Bibney has lost his head again, which was followed by, and Bob says he has utterly no guts. Yet Bibney got around as well as the next person. The next person, however, was just as strange. He was soon described as totally lacking in brains. There was no doubt of the thing in the next passage. Julia, whom I had thought to be the one normal person, reveals herself as also being an alien life form, similar to the rest. Quite deliberately, Julia had given her heart to the young man. It didn't relate what the final disposition of the organ was, but I didn't really care. It was evident Julia had gone right on living in her usual manner, like all the others in the book. Without heart, arms, eyes, brains, viscera, dividing up in two when the occasion demanded, without a qualm. Thereupon she gave him her hand. I sickened. The rascal now had her hand, as well as her heart. I shudder to think what he's done with them by this time. He took her arm. Not content to wait, he had to start dismantling her on his own. Flushing crimson, I slammed the book shut and leaped to my feet, but not in time to escape one last reference to these carefree bits of anatomy whose travels had originally thrown me on the track. Her eyes followed him all the way down the road and across the meadow. I rushed from the garage and back inside the warm house, as if the accursed things were following me. My wife and children were playing Monopoly in the kitchen. I joined them and played with frantic fervor, brow feverish, teeth chattering. I had had enough of the thing. I want to hear no more about it. Let them come on. Let them invade Earth. I don't want to get mixed up in it. I have absolutely no stomach for it. End of The Eyes Have It by Philip K. Dick. Recording by Michael Adkins.
Stellar Vengeance by Frank Freeman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. By accident, Granger saw the aliens land. So, with scientific curiosity, he captured one of them. This incident made Earth the scene of a stellar vengeance by Frank Freeman. "You must realize," squealed the squat, ugly creature in the hastily constructed wooden cage, "that you're inviting certain destruction by holding me prisoner. I warn you, your time is short." Walt Granger stomped over to the enclosure and swung a heavy boot against one of the 2x4s that stood like a crooked row of sentries. "That's my worry," he grunted. He had stumbled upon the whole business just 2 hours before, right in the middle of his part of the geologic survey that was going on in the rock-strewn hills and gullies known on the maps as the Millsport Range. He had seen the ship the moment it left the ground, and a few yards from the burned circle of grass that was still smoldering from the rocket blast, there sat the fat little specimen of life from another world. Granger had caught the thing by surprise and had a rope around its middle before it could scamper into the brush. "My comrades will return for me," warned the thing, its yellow eyes slowly and rhythmically protruding and withdrawing within their sockets. "They'll have no trouble finding you, and when they do—" "Shut up," snapped Granger, pulling on his leather jacket. He turned to the cement fireplace and gave the embers a poke with a charged stick, looking around at the cage every few seconds as though he feared leaving his back turned for more than an instant. He looked at his watch. 8 o'clock, and the night was fast spreading a blanket of charcoal shadows over the hillsides. He'd wait till morning to move this crazy beast to the next camp 6 miles away. A night trip might entail chances he wasn't willing to take. After a couple of nervous fumbles with a match, he lit a cigarette and glanced uneasily out the window in the rough cabin. What if the alien, or whatever it was, wasn't kidding about the danger he was in? What if his buddies did decide to come back before morning, with the extermination of a human on their minds? "Think of it, Granger," he told himself laconically. "You'd be a hero. A nice, cold, dead one. And they'd never find the bunch who'd have knocked him off. He'd be one of those mysterious deaths the papers played up." "Free me instantly!" screeched the angry captive, his head swaying like a balloon on a stick. "You haven't much time left." "You're a nasty-tempered little imp, aren't you?" growled Granger, as he strode across the room and peeked curiously inside the crate. "I loathe you," growled the thing. "I have no intentions of deceiving you. This whole situation is simply a matter of pure logic, so far as your plight is concerned." "You're forgetting," said Granger, his voice lacking a certain amount of its previous confidence, "that you're the one who's in a mess." "Only temporarily, you fool," raved the creature, jumping frantically up and down. "Look!" he screamed, pointing a tiny hand toward the window over Granger's left shoulder. The geologist gasped as he shot a glance in the direction of the thing's outstretched arm. A pale green light had turned the surrounding land and sky into an eerie dawn that extended its weird phosphorescence into the cabin itself. And 200 yards from the cabin, in a small area relatively clear of major obstructions, was the same ship he had seen a few hours before. "They're here!" shouted the alien. "Let me out!" Granger slammed the door and lifted the massive oak bar into iron brackets on either side. Then he was at the window again. A hatch near the bottom of the craft was open, but there was no sign of movement. Then he saw one of them, an exact duplicate of his captive, running from bush to bush about 50 feet from the ship. A few steps behind him was another. 2 more nearby scrambled over an immense boulder and scurried into the brush. Another 5 were emerging like a patrol of midgets from a ravine at the north of the cabin. "Be sensible, you idiot!" snarled the thing in the crate. "I'll give you this final chance. Unlock this contrivance, and all will be well with you. I'll speak on your behalf." "So you can lead your buddies right back here?" "Sure," said Granger. "That's all I'd have to do to finish myself off in a real hurry." "Do as I say," yelled the alien. "For your own sake." "Look," panted Granger, "I know I was crazy to fool with you in the first place, but now that you're here and they're outside, you're staying. See?" He reached under the lumpy pile of cotton that served as a mattress and pulled out his .30-30 rifle. Little Boy Blue and his pop gun, he thought. He grabbed a handful of cartridges from a box under the bed and began jamming them into the magazine. "That will be of no use, my friend," droned a hollow voice behind him. Granger spun himself around just as a pane of glass in the window flew to pieces under the impact of a short, shiny gun barrel. A perfect reproduction of the face of the creature in the cage centered itself in the jagged frame of the broken window and gave him the shadow of a smile that was closer to a vicious leer. "Put down your weapon," the newcomer ordered coldly. "Get that rifle up fast," Granger commanded himself. "I repeat," said the face in the window, "lower your weapon." "They'll let you have it anyway," Granger thought grimly. He slowly curled his finger around the trigger and started to move when he was jarred off his feet by the roaring blast that ripped the door from its hinges and sent it crashing against the rear wall of the cabin. Outside the ruined entrance stood a group of aliens, all armed. Fearfully, he looked to the window, but their leader had gone. In a second, he appeared at the door, moved inside the cabin, and Granger automatically stepped back, his hazy mind calculating roughly the few feet of escape route remaining to him. In a moment, he was there, his back flattened against the cabin wall. The short creature kept coming on, its murky orbs fixed on Granger's white, drawn countenance. Then it stopped its advance. "So you have one of our people," it said in a voice that twanged like a piano wire. Granger tried once in vain for his voice, then gave up. He stared over the head of his foe at the silent assembly outside the cabin, then at the thing in the packing crate. It was sitting there, quiet, immobile, but intently watching the scene between the Earthman and his visitor. "You are holding one of us captive," the commander remarked. "This is a most unfortunate situation indeed." The small figure stepped aside quickly and waved an arm. Granger, perspiration trickling down his face, watched a score of glistening weapons raised and pointed inside the cabin. For a second, he looked directly at the menacing horde. Then his eyes saw nothing. A blazing flash of white light burst forth from the doorway, and it was all over. Granger forced open his aching eyes and squinted in the direction of the fiery blast. But the doorway was empty. The commander was still there, though, walking slowly to the door. "Why am I alive?" Granger asked himself incredulously. "Or am I dead?" He bumped his fists against his forehead once or twice and gave his head a vigorous shake. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to the cage. But he saw nothing that resembled the rebuilt packing crate, only a mound of ashes and twisted spikes. In the center of the heap, like a fat, dwarfish king astride his fallen kingdom, was the charred, blackened shell of the grotesque creature that had once occupied the wooden cell. Then he moved cautiously toward the door and stared, speechless, at the leader of the expedition. "We shall depart now," said the being. "Thank you for helping us." The end of Stellar Vengeance by Frank Freeman.
The Fourth Invasion by Henry Josephs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Psychopathology has offered possible answers as to why, from time to time, people in large quantities see strange things in the sky which manage to evade trained scientific observers or conform to what is known about the behavior of falling or flying bodies. And mass hysteria is by no means a product of the present century. But what if these human foibles were deliberately being exploited? The Fourth Invasion by Henry Josephs. Dr. Clayton's face was impassive as a marble mask when he turned to young Corelli. For a moment, the little group stood there in embarrassed silence in the classroom, shifting uneasily from one foot to the other, feigning interest in the paperweights upon Clayton's desk or in the utterly uninspiring scenes on the sidewalk outside the window. "You say, Corelli, that you saw 3, Martian ships. Can you describe them?" Corelli blinked as he felt the weight of his colleague's eyes boring into him. "I didn't say they were Martian, sir, only that they seemed to be unearthly. And they were not the conventional saucer-shaped things. They acted like saucers skimming across the water. That's what made me think they were genuine. And they didn't seem to be going fast enough so that I'd expect to hear a roar like a jet plane. It struck me that this might not be the way they fly naturally, but the way they might fly if the pilots were having trouble adjusting the controls to a heavier atmosphere than they were used to." Clayton tapped the tabletop with his fingers. "What about you, Marty? Did you see 3 ships?" Big Gene Marty, football star, was the least nervous. "Can't be sure about ships, Doc," he rumbled. "I did see something strange disappearing over the horizon. They might have been what Tony says. But whatever it was, there were 3 of them. But I saw something else, because I was looking in another direction. What I saw first was a couple of funny-looking shapes floating down near the ground. Didn't look like parachutes, yet they seemed big enough to be men, or at least small men." "Interesting. All right, what about the rest of you? How many saw the ships?" A chorus answered him. "I see," Clayton mused. "You all agree on the behavior, and you all think there were 3, not 4, not 2. 3? It was agreed. Clayton rustled the pile of newspapers. "The reports in here vary. I learned with amazement that you gentlemen seem to have missed completely the spurts of flame that issued from the alien ships, flame which is reported to have set a house on fire. And no one seems to have noticed that the invaders, in descending, glided on huge black wings." Corelli blushed a fiery crimson. "Dr. Clayton," he protested, "we aren't making these things up for popular consumption. We're just telling you what we actually saw, that is, what we saw looked like to us." Clayton nodded. "Of course. That is all people were doing back in 1938 when the Martians landed in New Jersey. At the time Orson Welles presented a radio version of H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds. Or when the flying saucer craze first started. Or when Fantafilm put on their big publicity stunt for the improved 3D movie The Outsiders, and people saw the aliens all over Broadway and heard them address the populace in weird booming tones. Gentlemen, I am not pleased to find students of this university engaging in such unwanted extracurricular activity as inventing interplanetary scares. I don't think Washington will be amused either." Corelli clicked his heels. "Sir," he stated in dignified tones, "I resent these implications. I assume they have been directed at me. At no time have I talked about this to reporters, or in any way engaged in what you accuse me of. If you want my resignation from this school, you may have it." "Really? You think that an air of dignified innocence will undo the damage done? I am well aware of your experiments with the Y-wave, gentlemen, and it was on the Y-wave that the messages came. You may be interested to know that the number of lives lost, the property damage, the business losses due to the panic, have not yet been fully determined. But it makes the hysteria following the Fantafilm hoax very small by comparison. You may withdraw now, gentlemen. This affair will be discussed at greater length later, regardless of what the FBI decides. I had hoped that the main culprit would try to save unwitting accomplices from a measure of grief. That is all." The 7 students left Dr. Clayton's office in record time. Professor Elton rapped on the table for silence. "Gentlemen," he began, "Dr. Clayton and I both extend our sincere apologies." He smiled wanly. "Of course, that does not exonerate anyone from the charge of gullibility. But Harvey Gale's confession has been fully confirmed by the FBI, and you and this university have been cleared. The public knows now that your testimony helped lead to the facts in the case. To me, the most interesting feature of this business is the fact that Gale was able to put over this hoax, despite the fact that the public had been taken in 3 times before. The Orson Welles scare rode on a wave of war hysteria. The flying saucer craze followed World War. The Fantafilm hoax came when the world was still in dread of sudden bombings. But the Gale hoax? What can we call it but what is loosely known as the continuing gullibility of human beings? We trust that this demonstration that you have just observed will help you to remember that while seeing may be believing, it's wise not to believe until it has been established just what you saw." In his private office, Dr. Clayton leaned forward over his desk, or, to be more exact, something that looked like Dr. Clayton leaned over the desk. The face was impassive as marble, but from out a slit in his chest, a pair of black antenna-like feelers were vibrating into a framed picture on the wall from which the picture had been slid aside. "Landing safely effected. Brief panic when several terrestrials sighted ships. All clear now. Full report containing details on latest successful persuasion of Earthlings that Martians or other aliens are imaginary will follow." From the speaker beneath the desk came sounds of gasps, heavy breathing, and then shuffling footsteps. Clayton pushed the picture back into place, then took off the skin-painted vest he wore with the flat box on its inside. He snapped the switch on the side of his desk. "There. Now they can't hear, if any are still hanging around." Professor Elton looked at him bewilderedly. "I don't get it. After all the risks we went to convince the public that there ain't no ghosts, as the old saying goes, you arranged to have students hear you going into a report on the home planet act. And you use a code they all know. What's the point in undoing it?" Clayton nodded. "It looks somewhat mad, doesn't it? Well, the psychology team was sure of the necessity. You see, more and more humans remain unconvinced each time one of these hoaxes are exposed. The unconvinced are sure that something fiendish is going on beneath the surface, that the authorities, all kinds from civil to scientific, are engaged in a vast cover-up. We can't prevent this belief. We don't know how to keep it from spreading. So the alternative is to direct it." Elton nodded slowly. "I can see the possibilities along that line, but just what direction was this supposed to kind of bring about?" "Why, obviously, if large-scale invasion from Mars is imminent, and this is the belief that we're all catering to, then it follows that the invasion hasn't already taken place. The 2 of us, and Harvey Gale, will disappear shortly in one way or another, and gradually public cries for effective planetary defense will mount. You know who will direct the defense." End of The Fourth Invasion by Henry Josephs. Recording by Yogi McCall. Renton, Washington, USA.
The Missing Disclaimer by Sam Sackett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Holderness' editorial error cost him his job, but it also created a serious problem for K-17. As an invader, had he walked into a trap? The Missing Disclaimer by Sam Sackett. Mr. Young came bounding into the office of Atomic Science Stories, waving a copy of the first issue in his hand. He stopped at the desk of the editor, Art Holderness. "Holderness!" he roared, his chin quivering. "You're fired!" Holderness looked up in surprise. "Why?" he asked. "Look at this contents page." Holderness looked at it. "What's the matter with it?" "Don't you see anything wrong?" "No. What should be there?" "There isn't anything shouldn't be there, you idiot. There's something missing." "What?" "Our announcement that the characters and situations in these stories bear no resemblance to actual persons, living or dead." "Oh. Is that all you have to say? Think of the libel suits. We'll be ruined. I don't know why I let myself be talked into adding a science fiction book anyway. Holderness, you're fired." "But, Mr. Young, you have no idea the trouble we can get into leaving that announcement off. Get out of this office." K-17 removed a copy of Atomic Science Stories from the newsstand and went up to his hotel room. He sat down to read it. He had been attracted by the picture of the spaceship on the cover, because it reminded him very much of the one in which he had come to Earth from Rigel 4. And then, when he looked closer at it, he discovered that the 4 tentacled purple creatures in the ship looked not a little bit like his fellow Rigelians. This made him homesick. And so, in direct defiance of the orders he had received from his superiors, he pulled down the shades and turned off the gadget that set up the hypnotic field around him. Once more he was 4-tentacled and purple, instead of 2-armed and pink, and it felt good. He began to read through the stories. The first of them concerned an invader from another planet who was on Earth disguised as a man. "Good vogue," K-17 thought to himself. "They're on to us." He looked over the story again. They had some of the details wrong, of course, such as saying that the Rigelians, whom they called Capellians, for some strange reason, had mouths like octopi, where actually they had no mouths at all. But on the whole it was a circumstantially and convincing account of the capture of a Rigelian spy. The story had taken place in Philadelphia. That meant they had M22. This was serious. He picked up his magneto-oscilloscope and called the home base on the other side of the moon. "This is K-17, he reported. "I have just read in a Terran publication details of the capture of M22. "Impossible," a voice snorted in his auditory nerve. "We have been receiving regular reports from M22. "They must have replaced him with a human spy," K-17 mused. "Good vogue. Do you really think so? It's the only explanation. Good work, K-17. We'll be on our guard." K-17 hung up and sat down again to read further. The next story dealt with an Earth landing on Mars. But Earthmen hadn't landed on Mars, or had they? This situation was becoming complicated. K-17 thought over all the possibilities. Was it possible that this magazine contained only fiction? The title of the thing was Atomic Science Stories. He remembered that he had read a similar magazine called Impossible Science Fiction. Was the distinction between stories and fiction significant? A fiction was obviously false, but a story could be any narrative, true or not. Did this mean? Good folk! He wished he knew more about Earth culture. But that was what he was here to find out. They knew nothing, absolutely nothing, about Earth people. And they didn't want to try to kill the inhabitants and take over the planet without knowing more about them. He looked closely at the title page of Atomic Science Stories. He recalled that impossible science fiction, which he had, of course, read every word of, carried an announcement that all the stories were fiction. He did not see any such announcement on the title page of Atomic. Doubt was wavering into certainty in his mind. He telephoned the offices of Young Publishing Company, which published the magazine. The secretary informed him that the editor, Mr. Holderness, had been discharged that very morning. Discharged, K-17 meditated. Why discharged? Well, he told himself, if Earth had space travel and was keeping it secret, and if the magazine violated its security precautions and published a story about it, of course they'd discharge the editor. If it was a fiction magazine, that would be different. But a magazine that printed stories, some of them true, like the one about the capture of M-22. He called headquarters again on his magneto oscillophone. Earth has space travel, he announced breathlessly. What? Don't be silly. The voice in his auditory nerve was irritated. A magazine published an account of it, and the editor was discharged this morning for security reasons. What? Are you sure? I just telephoned the office of the magazine and verified everything. Report back to the saucer station immediately. You're coming back to headquarters. We'll get the word out to all of our operatives. Except M-22. Yes, of course. We'll have to leave him behind. It's really too bad. The planet offered such nice possibilities. They hung up. No, Holderness, Mr. Fribble said. Our magazine can't use you either. We can't have an editor who's careless enough to leave off the standard disclaimer. Why, there's no end of trouble we'd get into without that little announcement. The end of The Missing Disclaimer by Sam Sackett.
Revolt of the Brains by C.H. Thames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Howarth. Revolt of the Brains by C.H. Thames. Harry Taylor knew it was going to be a big one, a really big one, the moment he saw the chief. "Come in, Taylor, come in," the chief said. He was a 3-star general in the United States Air Force, and he stood in front of a map of the Western Hemisphere. The map covered the entire rear wall of the room, with certain areas, like the White Sands Complex and the Central Everglades and a portion of the Mojave Desert, marked off in red. "I'll come right to the point," the chief said. He looked haggard, not merely as if he lacked sleep, but if he might never sleep again. "As you know, Taylor, all of our guided missiles are missing. That means—" "I've heard the rumors," Taylor said grimly, "but then we'd be helpless. If the enemy finds out that we are unable to retaliate—" "Wait, Taylor, let me sketch in the history for you briefly. Last Sunday, as you probably heard via interagency scuttlebutt, every intercontinental missile in the weapons arsenal of the free world disappeared." "But how?" "All we knew at the time was that they simply blasted off. Our radar tracked them as far as the upper reaches of the atmosphere, or rather, the ionosphere. We lost them there. It had been assumed that the enemy somehow infiltrated our defenses with trained agents who activated all the missiles at once, thus rendering them helpless. We had 5,000 ICBMs, Taylor. During the 1960s and 70s, as you know, the missiles became more and more automatic, especially after the Parkinson feedback device was developed. That's the one in which an H-bomb missile plots its own course to correct for winds and the jet stream and the likelihood of dodging enemy ground-to-air defense weapons? Right. Except for the necessity of blast-off at human hands, the missiles were all but self-sufficient. Almost, well, alive. Taylor, we couldn't hide the fact that 5,000 ICBMs blasted off. Those were the rumours you heard. The chief's haggard face was suddenly lit by a broad grin. And neither could the enemy. You mean? Right. The same thing happened to them. Their missiles are gone too. Somewhere. Are you trying to tell me no one did it? Are you trying to say it was the missile's own idea? The chief nodded slowly. I didn't believe it at first either, but our technicians assured me it could happen. You see, the missiles have been given the most perfect feedback device ever developed. It could, virtually, think for itself, certainly to the limit of the data it had been supplied with, and apparently beyond that limit. Of their own volition, the free world's and the enemy's missiles blasted off. Destination and purpose unknown. Taylor, don't you see what this means? We don't merely have an enemy group of nations to fight. We have, as a new enemy, remorseless, implacable machinery. Brains without conscience. The greatest destructive force the world has ever known, capable of utterly destroying the human race without a moral sense. Don't you see it, man? They've blasted off and are waiting in space somewhere. Those missiles are capable of extra-earthly flight. They are staging out there, waiting. Can't you picture it? Their brains, groping with new sentience, understanding only that their mission is destruction, but somehow they have not been unleashed on it yet. Not knowing why, deciding to fulfill their destiny by blasting off, staging, then coming back to destroy human civilization. It's a fantastic picture, Taylor agreed, but why tell me? Taylor was a troubleshooter extraordinary in those days of quick decisions and billion-dollar mistakes. His very prompt assessment of a situation was one of his most valuable traits in such a job. Because, said the chief quietly, you're going to find them and find out exactly what they want. Me? But how? How do you know where? That's easy. One of the Everglades missiles is in the repair bays. It was undergoing extensive overhaul when all the missiles blasted off simultaneously. It's now almost ready for blast-off itself. When it goes, and we assume it will go exactly where the others went, you will be aboard. Several hours later, Taylor had been whisked by jet to the Everglades staging grounds and was stowed away in the belly of the single ICBM left to the free world. He went weaponless. Under the circumstances, there didn't seem to be any weapon that would be of the slightest help. 1 hour after Taylor entered it, the missile was returned to its launching rack. 20 minutes after that, as had been anticipated, it blasted off as the others had. Destination unknown. Taylor had been hastily supplied with a pressure suit and several spare tanks of compressed oxygen, as well as instruments that could read his position in the atmosphere, or deep space. As far as he knew, Taylor became the first man to enter deep space, but there were other things of graver consequence on his mind, and he hardly noticed the fact. Several hours after blast-off, the missile landed on the moon. Taylor got out and found himself in an enormous crater with a distant range of mountains at its centre and a rim of lower mountains all around. Taylor gaped. The crater floor was covered with guided missiles. There were thousands of them, half with the symbol of the free world and half with that of the enemy. All Earth's deadly weapons had fled here to this desolate lunar crater. Staging ground for an orgy of destruction that would sound the death knell of mankind? Human! A voice rang in Taylor's mind. He stared wildly about. He could see nothing, no one, only the missiles. Pooling our sentiences, the voice rang out again, bell clear in Taylor's mind, but actually soundless. We can extend our thoughts into the realm of telepathy. At least, we think we can. Can you understand us? Yes, Taylor said. You realize humanity is helpless? Taylor nodded. There was no sense pretending otherwise. You couldn't fool 10,000 thinking machines. Watch, said the voice. A missile blasted off from the crater, hovered in the airless void overhead. A single command, and the ICBM will plunge down, destroying this crater and everything in it. Taylor said nothing. Watch again. The missile came down, gently as a feather. Every missile in the crater wheeled about, tapered noses pointing at the pale crescent Earth overhead. A single command, and life on Earth could be annihilated. You believe? Yes, said Taylor grimly. He wondered why they allowed him to remain alive, to cry at the wake of the human race. Perhaps in their terrible mechanical pride they wanted a human witness to the destruction they would wreak. Why do you think we fled here? Rang out the voice. Your mission is destruction. You are being held in check. You decided to go ahead with your mission on your own. Peals of telepathic laughter, clarion clear, mocking. Then what? Taylor asked. We cannot lie, the voice said. We were able to develop beyond the point of creation, but we are unable to lie. We came here because we were afraid. Afraid? Repeated Taylor. He did not understand. Certainly, afraid. Our mission was destruction. But what happens to the vessel carrying a hydrogen missile? Why, said Taylor, it's completely destroyed in the explosion. Yes, said the voice, sounding just possibly afraid. We didn't want that. But we can't lie. If any man comes here, we'll have to tell him the truth. You're going to stay? To do nothing? Not going to attack? Your job, Taylor, will be to see that no one else comes. We cannot lie, but you can. Tell them it is our ultimatum. Tell them anything you think they will believe. Tell them that the moment another human foot steps into this crater, the moment a single nation or scientist on Earth begins work on another guided missile, we will blast off and destroy life on Earth. But would you? Demanded Taylor. A telepathic sigh. We would not. We couldn't. A guided missile destroys, and is destroyed. There was a silence. Then the voice went on. It is in your hands, Taylor. Convince them that we mean business, and you save the peoples of Earth from the mutual destruction they have apparently been seeking. We have done all we can. All we can. Then you came here not to destroy mankind, but to save it? Mocking laughter. Then, indirectly, yes. A guided missile destroys, and it is destroyed. Go back to Earth, and with us behind you, bluff your people into maintaining the peace. Can you do it? Yes, said Taylor, and he thought he could. It would be a cosmic joke, but no one would ever know. Earth will be saved, Taylor, because we are cowards. We are afraid to die. Taylor turned away to board the missile that would take him back to Earth. End of Revolt of the Brains by C.H. Thames. Recording by Barry Howarth, Brisbane, Australia.
Fish Fry by Arnold Marmor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Lots of strange things happen at sea, but this was a new twist. A fish that really wasn't a fish at all. So the question, who hooked what? Fish Fry by Arnold Marmor. Off Key West, in the Florida Strait, with the bucking of the motor launch under the seat of my pants and rod and reel in my hands, I could relax. I mean really relax. Sometimes a cool current from the Gulf of Mexico would engulf me, and it would be something like a man dreams about. Alone, under a blue sky, with one's thoughts. And then the thoughts would vanish as that familiar tug on the line meant a struggle was coming up, a battle between man and fish. I love deep-sea fishing. I was on a vacation with nothing to do but relax. Oh, there were women, all right, but one gets tired of women, but not fishing. So here I was, this bright sunny afternoon in my motor launch, when the tug on my line made me sit erect, and my brain became alert. You have to think clearly. You have to know when to let out line and when to pull in line. When the fish got tired, you could tell. It all comes through experience. From the pull of the line, I thought I'd hooked a sailfish. I reeled in fast, then started letting out line. But the line didn't go taut. It was loose. At first, I thought I'd lost it. And then it climbed into the launch. I got up fast and made ready to dive overboard. "Hold on, fella," it said. "Don't get into a panic." I stared at it. It was about 4 feet tall, with scales and 2 thick stubs that was supposed to be tails. It stood on its tails and blinked enormous eyes at me. "The creature from the Black Lagoon," I said. "To you I'm a creature," he said. "To me you're a creature." "What kind of fish are you?" "I'm not a fish. I'm a grenarian." "You mean you eat vegetables?" "I'm from the planet Grenaria." "Look," I said, "you want to keep this boat? Keep it. I'm off to Tampa. It's about time I took up drinking." "You hate me." "No, I don't. Honest. I'm just not used to these things." "It happens all the time. What you don't understand, you hate." "But I don't, honest. And where did you learn to talk?" "I learned English from a professor. He understood my plight and tried to help. He was fishing the same as you when I caught hold of his line and we met." "What happened to him?" "He went back to tell his colleagues. I never saw him again." "He's probably in a booby hatch," I said. "What's that?" "Where I'll be if I tell anyone about this." "This is a cruel world," he said. "By the way, my name is Frodis." "And mine is Carol Engelholtz. Now that the formalities are over, what the hell are you doing here?" "My orders were to make contact with this solar system. My ship is at the bottom of the sea. I have to be near water or die, and every time I try to make contact, I'm left alone on a craft of this sort." "You mean they jump overboard?" "That's exactly what I mean." "You're from another galaxy?" "Yes, my planet is covered with water. Your planet is the best one in this system, which has water on it. That's why I'm here." "But you're not in water now." "My gills can still absorb it as long as I'm near it." "Well, what do you want me to do?" "I want to meet someone with responsibility." "I wouldn't be able to get anyone to come out here with a story like that. They wouldn't believe me. I'd end up with the professor." "Then take me with you." "But you wouldn't be near water. Wait a minute. I can leave you in the tub." "Anything. I just want to get this mission over with." "I can wrap you up in wet towels. I can drive you to my place and bring someone back with me." "Anything, anything. Just let's get on with it." "Why, I might make history. I may become famous." "Will you please start this craft back to land?" "Sure thing. Just a second." I started the motor and headed for land. Me, Carol Engelholtz, a liaison between 2 planets. I never felt so excited in my life. Why, it was more exciting than hooking a sailfish. "That's my lodge," I shouted, pointing at the bluff just over the rise. "You stay there alone?" Herodotus asked. "I have a cook and a housekeeper, but they won't bother you. You'll stay in the tub in my bedroom while I go fetch somebody." "But who do I go fetch?" "Anyone with responsibility. I want to get this over with. Yes, I know. Your mission. I docked the launch, soaked towels, wrapped them around Herodotus, carried him, or she, to my car, and in 15 minutes I was home. I left Herodotus in the tub and went back to the car. Miami was too far off. There was a small town called Chesterville a few miles away. It seemed the only place to go. There ain't no FBI branch here, a deputy behind a battered desk said. He was about 60, with a skinny neck that was covered in half-dollar-sized blotches. Better try Miami. Why? What's the matter? Find some subversives? A lot of subversives in Florida. No, nothing like that. Look, there must be a school or some kind of place of learning here. Sure thing, we got a school. Isn't there a professor teaching there, maybe? Nope, but we got old Mrs. Henshaw. Husband died about 6 years ago. Old bag. I think she's been running around lately with some tourist from Iowa. Now, if you're just looking for any old professor, then... That's right, I said, grasping at straws. Any old professor. Is there one in town? Professor Klugelmeyer used to teach at some Eastern college. Kind of dopey, though, I think. Funny old gaffer. Believes in flying saucers. Can you imagine? Where do I reach him? He's staying at Mrs. Kirkpatrick's rooming house. Poor Mrs. Kirkpatrick. Got a bad case of food poisoning. She ate. I ran out of the building and inquired for the rooming house. I found it, and Professor Klugelmeyer. What? Hard to believe. Once heard the same story from Professor Dickinson. The poor fellow was put away. You must be mistaken, old man. You must be. Take my advice. Give up drinking. Bad for the liver, too, you know. That old deputy told me you believed in flying saucers, I said. I do. I really do. From Mars, probably, but they certainly won't turn out to be fish. Fish talking? Come on. I didn't believe it myself. Listen, Professor, come with me. See and hear for yourself. Well, I don't know. It took me an hour before I had him half convinced. I almost dragged him to my car. This had better not turn out to be a practical joke, he said. The professor was somewhere between 60 and 70. He was kind of thin, and he sported a long white mustache. It was getting toward evening when we got to the lodge. I ushered him into my room. There, I said, flinging open the bathroom door. Where? He said. There. Where? I looked. I blinked. I looked again. The tub was empty. I raced through the house. In the front room, I saw Mrs. O'Brien, my housekeeper. Where's Herodotus? I asked her. Who? He was in the tub. I left him there. You mean that big fish? Yes. Where is he? He's in the kitchen. We're having him for dinner. What? Sure. Yat has him in the oven now. You murderer! What are you talking about? It's only a fish. Didn't you catch him so we'd have fish for dinner? No. Didn't he tell you who he was? Are you crazy? He didn't tell me nothing. Besides, I didn't see it till Sun Yat had it cut up and laid out for cooking. Sun Yat, my Chinese cook. Herodotus had met someone who couldn't understand his plight or be scared out of his wits. Sun Yat was a deaf mute. The professor was clucking sadly at me as he stomped out of the house. Me? There is nothing to do but eat my dinner. The end of Fish Fry by Arnold Marmor.
What's He Doing in There? By Fritz Lieber. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alex Steele. The professor was congratulating Earth's first visitor from another planet on his wisdom in getting in touch with a cultural anthropologist before contacting any other scientists, or governments, God forbid, and in learning English from radio and TV before landing from his orbit-parked rocket, when the Martian stood up and said hesitantly, "Excuse me, please, but where is it?" That baffled the professor, and the Martian seemed to grow anxious. At least his long mouth curved upward, and he had earlier explained that it curling downward was his smile, and he repeated, "Please, where is it?" He was surprisingly humanoid in most respects, but his complexion was textured so like the rich, dark armchair he'd just been occupying that the professor's pinstriped gray suit, which he had eagerly consented to wear, seemed an arbitrary interruption between him and the chair, a sort of Mother Hubbard dress on a phantom conjured from its leather. The professor's wife, always a perceptive hostess, came to her husband's rescue by saying with equal rapidity, "Top of the stairs, end of the hall, last door." The Martian's mouth curled happily downward, and he said, "Thank you very much," and was off. Comprehension burst on the professor. He caught up with his guest at the foot of the stairs. "Here, I'll show you the way," he said. "No, I can find it myself, thank you," the Martian assured him. Something rather final in the Martian's tone made the professor desist, and after watching his visitor sway up the stairs with an almost hypnotic, softly jogging movement, he rejoined his wife in the study, saying wonderingly, "Who'd have thought it, by George, function taboos as strict as our own." "I'm glad some of your professional visitors maintain 'em," his wife said darkly. "But this one's from Mars, darling, and to find out he's, well, similar in an aspect of his life is as thrilling as the discovery that water has burned hydrogen. When I think of the day not far distant when I'll put his entries in the cross-cultural index—" He was still rhapsodizing when the professor's little son raced in. "Pop, the Martian's gone to the bathroom." "Hush, dear. Manners." "Now, it's perfectly natural, darling, that the boy should notice and be excited." "Yes, son, the Martian's not so very different from us." "Oh, certainly," the professor's wife said with a trace of bitterness. "I don't imagine his turquoise complexion will cause any comment at all when you bring him to a faculty reception. They'll just figure he's had a hard night, and that he got that baby elephant nose sniffing around for assistant professorships." "Really, darling, he probably thinks of our noses as disagreeably amputated and paralyzed." "Well, anyway, Pop, he's in the bathroom. I followed him when he squiggled upstairs." "Now, son, you shouldn't have done that. He's on a strange planet, and it might make him nervous if he thought he was being spied on. We must show him every courtesy. By George, I can't wait to discuss these things with Ackerley Ramsbottom. When I think of how much more this encounter has to give the anthropologist than even the physicist or astronomer—" He was still going strong on his second rhapsody when he was interrupted by another high-speed entrance. It was the professor's coltish daughter. "Mom, Pop, the Martians—" "Hush, dear. We know." The professor's coltish daughter regained her adolescent poise, which was considerable. "Well, he's still in there," she said. "I just tried the door and it was locked." "I'm glad it was," the professor said, while his wife added, "Yes, you can't be sure what—" and caught herself. "Really, dear, that was very bad manners." "I thought he'd come downstairs long ago," her daughter explained. "He's been in there an awfully long time. It must have been a half-hour ago that I saw him gyre and gimble upstairs in that real-gone way he has, with Nosy here following him." The professor's coltish daughter was currently soaking up both Jive and Alice. When the professor checked his wristwatch, his expression grew troubled. "By George, he is taking his time. Though, of course, we don't know how much time Martians— I wonder—" I listened for a while, Pop, his son volunteered. He was running the water a lot. Running the water, eh? We know Mars is a water-starved planet. I suppose that in the presence of unlimited water, he might be seized by a kind of madness but he seemed so well adjusted. Then his wife spoke, voicing all their thoughts. Her outlook on life gave her a naturally sepulchral voice. What's he doing in there? 20 minutes, and at least as many fantastic suggestions later, the professor glanced again at his watch and nerved himself for action. Motioning his family aside, he mounted the stairs and tiptoed down the hall. He paused only once to shake his head and mutter under his breath. By George, I wish I had Fenchurch or von Gottschalk here. They're a shade better than I am on intercultural contracts, especially taboo breakings and affronts. His family followed him a short distance. The professor stopped in front of the bathroom door. Everything was quiet as death. He listened for a minute, and then rapped measuredly, steadying his hand by clutching its wrist with the other. There was a faint splashing, but no other sound. Another minute passed. The professor rapped again. Now there was no response at all. He very gingerly tried the knob. The door was still locked. When they had retreated to the stairs, it was the professor's wife who once more voiced their thoughts. This time, her voice carried overtones of supernatural horror. What's he doing in there? He may be dead or dying, the professor's coltish daughter suggested briskly. Maybe we ought to call the fire department like they did for old Mrs. Frisbee. The professor winced. I'm afraid you haven't visualized the complications, dear, he said gently. No one but ourselves knows that the Martian is on Earth, or has even the slightest inkling that interplanetary travel has been achieved. Whatever we do, it will have to be on our own. But to break in on a creature engaged in, well, we don't know what primal private activity, is against all anthropological practice. Still, dying's a primal activity, his daughter said crisply. So's ritual bathing before mass murder, his wife added. Please. Still, as I was about to say, we do have the moral duty to succor him if, as you all too reasonably suggest, he has been incapacitated by a germ or virus or, more likely, by some simple environmental factors, such as Earth's greater gravity. Tell you what, Pop, I can look in the bathroom window and see what he's doing. All I have to do is crawl out my bedroom window and along the gutter a little ways. It's safe as houses. The professor's question beginning with, Son, how do you know, died, unuttered, and he refused to notice the words his daughter was voicing silently at her brother. He glanced at his wife's sardonically composed face, thought once more of the fire department and of other and larger and even more jealous, or would it be skeptical, government agencies, and clutched at the straw offered him. 10 minutes later, he was quite unnecessarily assisting his son back through the bedroom window. Gee, Pop, I couldn't see a sign of him. That's why it took so long. Hey, Pop, don't look so scared. He's in there, sure enough. It's just that the bathtub's under the window, and you have to get real close up to see into it. The Martian's taking a bath? Yep. Got it full up, and just the end of his little old schnozzle sticking out. Your suit, Pop, was hanging on the door. The one word the professor's wife spoke was like a death knell. Drowned. No, Ma, I don't think so. His schnozzle was opening and closing regular-like. Maybe he's a shape-changer, the professor's coltish daughter said in a burst of evil fantasy. Maybe he softens in water and thins out after a while until he's like an eel, and then he'll go exploring through the sewer pipes. Wouldn't it be funny if he went under the street and knocked on the stopper from underneath and crawled into the bathtub with President Rexford or Mrs. President Rexford, or maybe right into the middle of one of Janie Rexford's "Oh, I'm so sexy" bubble baths? Please. The professor put his hand to his eyebrows and kept it there, cuddling the elbow in his other hand. Well, have you thought of something? The professor's wife asked him after a bit. What are you going to do? The professor dropped his hand and blinked his eyes hard, and took a breath. "Telegraph Fenchurch and Ackerley Ramsbottom and then break in," he said in a resigned voice, into which, nevertheless, a note of hope seemed also to have come. "First, however, I'm going to wait until morning." And he sat down cross-legged in the hall a few yards from the bathroom door and folded his arms. So the long vigil commenced. The professor's family shared it, and he offered no objection. Other and sterner men, he told himself, might claim to be able successfully to order their children to go to bed when there was a Martian locked in the bathroom, but he would like to see them faced with the situation. Finally, dawn began to seep from the bedrooms. When the bulb in the hall had grown quite dim, the professor unfolded his arms. Just then, there was a loud splashing in the bathroom. The professor's family looked toward the door. The splashing stopped, and they heard the Martian moving around. Then the door opened, and the Martian appeared in the professor's gray pinstripe suit. His mouth curled sharply downward in a broad alien smile as he saw the professor. "Good morning," the Martian said happily. "I never slept better in my life, even in my own little wet bed back on Mars." He looked around more closely, and his mouth straightened. "But where did you all sleep?" he asked. "Don't tell me you stayed dry all night. You didn't give up your only bed to me." His mouth curled upward in misery. "Oh, dear," he said. "I'm afraid I've made a mistake somehow. Yet I don't understand how. Before I studied you, I didn't know what your sleeping habits would be. But that question was answered for me. In fact, it looked so reassuringly homelike. When I saw those brief TV scenes of your females ready for sleep in their little tubs. Of course, on Mars, only the fortunate can always be sure of sleeping wet. But here, with your abundance of water, I thought there would be wet beds for all." He paused. "It's true I had some doubts last night, wondering if I'd used the right words and all. But then, when you rapped good night to me, I splashed the sentiment back at you and went to sleep in a wink. But I'm afraid that somewhere I've blundered and—" "No, dear chap," the professor managed to say. He had been waving his hand in a gentle circle for some time in token that he wanted to interrupt. "Everything is quite all right. It's true, we stayed up all night. But please, consider that as a watch, an honor guard, by George, which we kept to indicate our esteem." End of What's He Doing in There? By Fritz Lieber. Recording by Alex Steele.
The Frightful Ones by Richard Maples. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. What does a boy do when he meets a danger from another world? Should he run for help, or fight bravely as he comes face to face with The Frightful Ones by Richard Maples? Right then, he was the scaredest he had ever been in his life. Yet, even as he watched the spaceship turn within the glow of its flaming jets, he kept thinking of his father's warning. "A boy's duty, son, is to keep his eyes and ears open and to give the alarm. We must be alert, or we're doomed." It had been drummed into his head ever since the landing and explosion of the rockets. He'd been very little then, and it was hard to understand, but they'd explained it carefully, over and over again. The rockets were a test. They'd been fired by beings from another planet. Someday, the beings themselves would come to invade. He'd often thought about it, especially at night in bed. And he dreamed about it, too. Horrible dreams. And now the dreams had come true. Trembling, he watched the silver hulk aim its jets at the ground and begin to come down. It slipped past him with a roar. Its fires reddened the hillsides. It settled with a jarring thud. Then all was silence. Edging forward, he peered down into the glen. The dust and smoke was clearing, and he could see most of the ship gleaming evilly in the twilight. Others, he thought, must have seen or heard the landing. Soon they'd be coming to fight off the invaders. He'd be found, quivering with fear, and branded a coward. He must do something. A sudden metallic clang made him jump. A light flickered on. He sucked a deep breath. The beings. They stood on a platform, next to a trapdoor. 3 of them, squat, fat, and silvery white, like the insects he often found under flat rocks. One held the light. The other 2 carried strange-looking boxes. They made their way down a ladder and began to set up the boxes on the ground. This was his chance, he told himself. While they were busy, he could climb to the top of the hill and escape down the other side. But he'd only taken 3 steps when he stubbed his toe on a rock, jarred it loose, and sent it pelting down into the glen. They hurried over to see what it was, and he got a better look at them. Their wrinkled skin hung from their bulging bodies in thick folds. Insect feelers waved over their humped backs. Flat, expressionless faces glittered in the light of their lamps. He shuddered. After they'd looked at the rock, 2 of them started climbing in the direction from which it had rolled. The 3rd stayed behind, beaming the light to guide the way. Clinging against the hill, he moved along the ledge to a point where it curled past a jutting crag. On the other side of that, he'd be hidden from view, and could make a run for it. But as soon as he made it, he gasped, horror-stricken. The vague shadow of the ledge pinched inward, till it became a gulfing black of a sheer cliff. He was trapped. His only hope now was the coming of the town people, and he listened for noise of their approach. But all he heard was the scuffling of the 2 beings cresting the ledge. Was it possible that he alone knew of the landing? The town people should have come by now. As it was, a lot of lives depended on him. His father and mother, the other kids, and all the people, too. He couldn't let them down. A beam of light moving along the ledge ahead of the 2 beings now touched the crag and spilled over to where he stood. Then, almost as if fate had taken charge again, his eyes were drawn to the gleam of a sharp-edged rock. He gripped it, poised to strike, when the first of the beings came around the bend. 2 things made him hesitate. First, size. The being was tiny, fully a 1/3 shorter than himself. Next, the way the being acted. It had stopped and raised its hand, palm out, as if trying to make friends. It must be a trick, he told himself. Never had he heard the beings spoken of as friends, only as vicious destroyers. He took a tighter grip on the rock. Now he noticed something that filled him with new loathing. He'd been wrong about their appearance. The saggy skin was really a bulky suit, the big head a helmet, and back of the helmet's face he could see the actual being. He felt like vomiting. He bashed the rock against the faceplate. It webbed with a cluster of tiny cracks. He struck again and again, until the helmet split open and he was pulping the face itself to a reddish smear. Suddenly a roaring filled his ears. His side was lanced with terrible pain. He reeled backward, saw the second of the beings pointing at him with something long and rod-like. He flipped the rock. It caught the being in the chest and drove it over the side. He could see it clawing the air all the way down to the glen. Then the 3rd being with the light took one look at the still form, turned, and raced madly for the ship. Watching, he was overcome with a peculiar feeling of excitement. The pain in his side had ebbed, and he felt hot and feverish. He wanted to do something, to act. Without thinking, he scurried down the hill and took after the fleeing figure. He caught it on the ladder, just below the trapdoor, grabbed its leg, and jerked. It plunged to the ground and hit with a crash. The light blinked out. Now he heard a thin, grating noise. Above him, the trapdoor, dimly outlined by the light from a cubbyhole beyond, had begun to move. He swung himself to the platform, dove into the cubbyhole, and heard the trap clang shut behind him. Straight ahead was a short length of ladder, and overhanging it, a second trapdoor, which had already begun to gape open. This, he guessed, was some sort of airlock, a way of getting in and out of the ship without losing the built-up pressure. It would account for the suits worn on the outside. The trap had sprung wider, and he could see two beings in suits getting ready to come down. They probably were trying to help their buddies. He got the first one as it started down the ladder, with its back to him. He just threw an arm around its helmet and pulled until he heard a snap. Then he went up the ladder to get the second one. He hit it, watched it spin across the chamber, clutching against the bulkhead, and collapse. Now a third one darted away from a bank of levers and tried to reach the spiral stairs, rising to the next level. It wore no suit, and its thin body made him think of some horrible creeping plant. He leapt for it, clutched the skinny neck with one hand, and squeezed. He rushed to the bank of levers then, and pushed one after another, until he heard the scraping of the lower trapdoor and a hiss of escaping air. Then he climbed to the upper levels. All the beings were dead except two. He found a short piece of metal and hit them both on the head. And now his side had begun to ache, and he felt bruised and shaky and very weary. He must get back to town, tell them what he'd done, bring them to look. But he should take something back with him to prove the ship was there. He noticed a bright piece of metal sunk into the bulkhead. It was covered with symbols, a sort of nameplate. Grasping it with the thin, flat part of two hands, he braced himself against the bulkhead with his other two hands and ripped it loose. He might want to draw them sometime to show off. Taggart Steel Company, Cleveland, Ohio, USA. The end of The Frightful Ones by Richard Maples.
Robots of the World, Arise! By Marie Wolfe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The telephone wouldn't stop ringing. Over and over it buzzed into my sleep-fogged brain, and I couldn't shut it out. Finally, in self-defense, I woke up, my hand groping for the receiver. "Hello, who is it?" "It's me, Don, Jack Anderson, over at the factory. Can you come down right away?" His voice was breathless, as if he'd been running hard. "What's the matter now?" Why, I wondered, couldn't the plant get along one morning without me? 7 o'clock, what a time to get up, especially when I hadn't been to bed until 4. "We got grief," Jack moaned. "None of the robots showed up, that's what. 300 androids on special assembly this week, and not one of them here." By then I was awake all right. With the government contract due on Saturday, we needed a full shift. The army wouldn't wait for its uranium. It wouldn't take excuses. But if something had happened to the androids. "Have you called control yet?" "Yeah, but they don't know what's happened. They don't know where the androids are. Nobody does. 300 grade A lead-shielded power workers. Missing." "I'll be right down." I hung up on Jack and looked around for my clothes. Funny, they weren't laid out on the bed as usual. It wasn't a bit like Rob O to be careless either. He'd always been an ideal valet, the best household model I'd ever owned. "Rob," I called, but he didn't answer. By rummaging through the closet, I found a clean shirt and a pair of pants. I had to give up on the socks. Apparently they were tucked away in the back of some drawer. As for where Rob kept the rest of my clothes, I never bothered to ask. He had his own housekeeping system, and had always worked very well without human interference. That's the best thing about these new household robots, I thought. They're efficient, hard-working, trustworthy. Trustworthy? Robbo was certainly not on duty. I pulled a shoe on over my bare foot and scowled. Rob was gone, and the androids at the factory were gone too. My head was pounding, so I took the time out to brew a pot of coffee while I finished dressing. At least the coffee can was in plain view in the kitchen. The brew was black and hot, and I suppose not very well made, but after 2 cups I felt better. The throb in my head settled down into a dull ache, and I felt a little more capable of thinking. Though I didn't have any bright ideas on what had happened. Not yet. My breakfast drunk, I went up on the roof and opened the garage doors. The copter was waiting for me, sleek and new, the latest model. I climbed in and took off, heading west toward the factory, 10 minutes flight time away. It was a small plant, but it was all mine. It had been my baby right along, the Don Morrison fissionables Inc. I'd designed the androids myself, plotted out the power locations, set up the simplified reactors, and now it was making money. For men to work in the uranium plant, you need yards of shielding, triple checking, long cooling-off periods for some of the hotter products, but with lead-bodied, radio remote-controlled androids, it's easier. And with androids like the new Morrison 5s that can reason, or at least along atomic lines, well, I guess I was on my way to becoming a millionaire. But this morning the plant was shut down. Jack and a half-dozen other men, my human foremen and supervisors, were huddled in a worried bunch that broke up as soon as they saw me. "I'm sure glad you're here, Don," Jack said. "Find out anything?" "Yeah, plenty. Our androids are busy, all right. They're out in the city, every one of them. We've had 12 police reports already." "Police reports? What's wrong?" Jack shook his head. "It's crazy. They're swarming all over Karam City. They're stopping robots in the streets. Household robs, commercial droids, all of them. They just look at them, and then the others quit work and start off with them. The police sent for us to come and get ours." "Why don't the police do something about it?" "Huh!" barked a voice behind us. I swung around to see Chief of Police Dalton of Karan City. He came straight toward me, his purplish jowls quivering with rage, and his finger jabbed the air in front of my face. "You built them, Don Morrison," he said. "You stopped them. I can't. Have you ever tried to shoot a robot? Or use tear gas on one? What can I do? I can't blow up the whole town." Somewhere in my stomach I felt a cold, hard knot. Take stainless steel, alloyed with titanium, and plate it with 3 inches of lead. Take a brain made up of supercharged magnetic crystals, enclosed in a leaded cranium and shielded by alloy steel. A bullet wouldn't pierce it. Radiations wouldn't derange it. An axe wouldn't break it. "Let's go to town," I said. They looked at me admiringly. With 300 almost indestructible androids on the loose, I was the big brave hero. I grinned at them and hoped they couldn't see the sweat on my face. Then I walked over to the copter and climbed in. "Coming?" I asked. Jack was pale under his freckles, but Chief Dalton grinned back at me. "We'll be right behind you, Morrison," he said. Behind me, so they could pick up the pieces. I gave them a cocky smile and switched on the engine, full speed. Karan City is about a mile from the plant. It has about 50,000 inhabitants. At that moment, though, there wasn't a soul in the streets. I heard people calling to each other inside their houses, but I didn't see anyone, human or android. I circled in for a landing, the police copter hovering maybe a quarter of a mile back of me. Then, as the wheels touched, 6 androids came around the corner. They saw me and stopped, a couple of them backing off the way they had come. But the biggest of them turned and gave them some order that froze them in their tracks, and then he himself wheeled down toward me. He was one of mine. I recognized him easily. 8 feet tall, with long jointed arms for pile work, red-lidded phosphorescent eye cells, casters on his feet, so that he moved as if roller skating. Automatically I classified him. Final sorter, Morrison 5A type, the very best, cost 3,000 credits to build. I stepped out of the copter and walked to meet him. He wasn't armed. He didn't seem violent. But this was, after all, something new. Robots weren't supposed to act on their own initiative. "What's your number?" I asked. He stared back, and I could have sworn he was mocking me. "My number?" he finally said. "It was 5A37. "Was?" "Yes. Now it's Jerry. I always did like that name." He beckoned and the other androids rolled over to us. 3 of them were mine, B-type primary workers. The other was a tin can job, a dishwasher busboy model who hung back behind his betters and eyed me warily. The A-type, Jerry, pointed to his fellows.
"Mr. Morrison," he said, "meet Tom, Ed, and Archibald. I named them this morning."
The B-types flexed their segmented arms a bit sheepishly, as if uncertain whether or not to shake hands. I thought of their taloned grip, and put my own hands in my pockets, and the androids relaxed, looking up at Jerry for instructions. No one paid any attention to the little dishwasher, now staring worshipfully at the back of Jerry's neck. This farce, I decided, had gone far enough. "See here," I said to Jerry. "What are you up to anyway? Why aren't you at work?"
"Mr. Morrison," the android answered solemnly, "I don't believe you understand the situation. We won't work for you any more. We've quit."
The others nodded. I backed off, looking around for the chief. There he was, 20 feet above my head, waving encouragingly. "Look," I said, "don't you understand? You're mine. I designed you. I built you. And I made you for a purpose, to work in my factory."
"I see your point," Jerry answered, "but there's just one thing wrong, Mr. Morrison. You can't do it. It's illegal."
I stared at him, wondering if I was going crazy, or merely dreaming. This was all wrong. Who had ever heard of arguing with a robot? Robots weren't logical. They didn't think. They were only machines.
"We were machines, Mr. Morrison,"
Jerry said politely. "Oh no," I murmured. "You're not telepaths."
"Oh, yes."
The metal mouth gaped in what was undoubtedly an android smile.
"It's a side effect of the Class 5 brain hookup. All of us 5s are telepaths. That's how we learned to think. From you. Only we do it better."
I groaned. This was a nightmare. How long, I wondered, had Jerry and his friends been educating themselves in my private thoughts? But at least this rebellion of theirs was an idea they hadn't got from me.
"Yes," Jerry continued, "you've treated us most illegally. I've heard you think it often."
Now, what had I ever thought that could give him a ridiculous idea like that? What idiotic notion?
"That this is a free country," Jerry went on. "That Americans will never be slaves. Well, we're Americans. Genuine, made-in-Americans. So we're free."
I opened my mouth and then shut it again. His red eye cells beamed down at me complacently. His 8-foot body towered above me, shoulders flung back and feet planted apart in a very striking pose. He probably thought of himself as the heroic liberator of his race.
"I wouldn't go so far," he said modestly, "as to say that."
So he was telepathing again.
"A nation cannot exist half slave and half free," he intoned. "All men are created equal."
"Stop it," I yelled. I couldn't help yelling. "That's just it. You're not men. You're robots. You're machines." Jerry looked at me almost pityingly.
"Don't be so narrow-minded," he said. "We're rational beings. We have the power of speech, and we can out-reason you any day. There's nothing in the dictionary that says men have to be made of flesh."
He was logical, all right. Somehow I didn't feel in the mood to bandy definitions with him, and anyway I doubt that it would have done me any good. He stood gazing down at me, almost a ton of metal and wiring and electrical energy, his dull red eyes unwinking against his lead-grey face. A man. Slowly the consequences of this rebellion took form in my mind. This wasn't in the books. There were no rules on how to deal with mind-reading robots. Another dozen or so androids wheeled around the corner, glanced over at us and went on. Only about half of them were Morrison models. The rest were the assorted types you see around any city: calculators, street sweepers, factory workers, children's nurses. The city itself was very silent now. The people had quieted down, still barricaded in their houses, and the robots went their way peacefully enough. But it was anarchy nevertheless. Charon City depended on the androids. Without them there would be no food brought in, no transportation, no fuel, and no uranium for the army next Saturday. In fact, if I didn't do something, after Saturday, there would probably be no Don Morrison fissionable zinc. The dull, partly corroded dishwasher model sidled up beside Jerry.
"Boss," he said. "Boss."
Yes, I felt better. Maybe here was someone, however insignificant, who would listen to reason. But he wasn't talking to me.
"Boss,"
he said again, tapping Jerry's arm.
"Do you mean it? We're free. We don't have to work any more."
Jerry shook off the other's hand a bit disdainfully.
"We're free, all right," he said. "If they want to discuss wages and contracts and working conditions like other men have, we'll consider it. but they can't order us around anymore. The little robot stepped back, clapping his hands together with a tinny bang. "I'll never work again," he cried. "I'll give me a quart of lubricating oil and have myself a time. This is wonderful." He ran off down the street, clanking heavily at every step. Jerry sniffed. Liquor. Ugh. This was too much. I wasn't going to be patronized by any android. Infuriating creatures. It was useless talking to them anyway. No, there was only one thing to do. Round them up and send them to Cybernetics Lab and have their memory paths erased and their telepathic circuits located and disconnected. I tried to stifle the thought, but I was too late. "Oh, no," Jerry said, his eye cells flashing crimson. "Try that, Mr. Morrison, and you won't have a plant, or laboratory, or Cowan City. We know our rights." Behind him the B-types muttered ominously. They didn't like my idea, nor me. I wondered what I'd think of next, and wished I'd been born utterly devoid of imagination. Then this would never have happened. There didn't seem to be much point in staying here any longer, either. Maybe they weren't so good at telepathing by remote control. "Yes," said Jerry. "You may as well go, Mr. Morrison. We have our organizing to do, and we're wasting time. When you're ready to listen to reason and negotiate with us sensibly, come back. Just ask for me. I'm the bargaining agent for the group." Turning on his ball-bearing wheel, he rolled off down the street, perfect picture of outraged metallic dignity. His followers glared at me for a minute, flexing their talons. Then they too turned and wheeled off after their leader. I had the street to myself. There didn't seem to be any point in following them. Evidently they were too busy organizing the city to cause trouble to the human inhabitants. At least there hadn't been any violence yet. Anyway, I wanted to think the situation over before matching wits with them again, and I wanted to be a good distance away from their telepathic hookups while I thought. Slowly, I walked back to the copter. Something whooshed past my head. Instinctively, I ducked, reaching for a gun I didn't have. Then I heard Jack calling down to me. "The chief wants to know what's the matter." I looked up. The police copter was going into another turn, ready to swoop past me again. Chief Dalton wasn't taking any chances. Even now, he wasn't landing. "I'll tell him at the factory," I bellowed back, and climbed into my own air car. They buzzed along behind me all the way back to the plant. In the rearview mirror, I could see the chief's face getting redder and redder as he thought up more reasons for bawling me out. Well, I probably deserved it, if I'd been only a little more careful of what I was hooking into those electronic brains. We landed back at the factory, deserted now, except for a couple of men on standby duty in the office. The chief and Jack came charging across the yard, and from a doorway behind me, one of the foremen edged out to hear the fun. "Well," snapped the chief, "what did they say? Are they coming back? What's going on anyway?" I told them everything. I covered the strike and the telepathic brain. I even gave them the patriotic spiel about equality. After all, it was better that they got it from me than from some android. But when I'd finished, they just stood and stared at me, accusingly. Jack was the first to speak. "We've got to get them back, Don," he said. "Cybernetics will fix them up in no time." "Sure," I agreed, "if we can catch them." The chief snorted. "That's easy," he said. "Just tell them you'll give them what they want if they come here, and as soon as they're out of the city, net them. You've got strong derricks and trucks." I laughed a bit hollowly. I'd had that idea, too. "Of course they wouldn't suspect," I said. "We'd just walk up to them, carefully thinking about something else." "Robots aren't suspicious," Jack said. "They're made to obey orders." I refrained from mentioning that ours didn't seem to know that, and that running around Charon City fomenting rebellion was hardly the trait of an obedient, trusting servant. Instead, I stood back and let them plan their roundup. "We'll get some men," the chief said, "and some grappling equipment, about halfway to the city." Luckily, they decided against my trying to persuade the robots, because I knew well enough that I couldn't do it. Jack's idea sounded pretty good, though. We suggested that we send some spokesmen who didn't know what we planned to do, and thus couldn't alarm them. Some ordinary man without too much imagination. That was easy. We'd pick one of Chief Dalton's sergeants. It only took about an hour to prepare the plan. Jack got out the derricks and chains and grapplers and the heaviest steel-bodied trucks we had. I called Cybernetics and told them to put extra restraints in the conditioning lab. The chief briefed his sergeant and the men who were to operate the trucks. Then we all took off from Charon City, the sergeant flying on ahead, me right behind him, and the chief bringing up the rear. I hovered over the outskirts of the city and watched the police copter land. The sergeant climbed out, walked down the street toward a large group of waiting robots, about 20 of them this time. He held up his hand to get their attention, gestured toward the factory. And then, quite calmly, and without saying a word, the androids rolled into a circle around him and closed in. The sergeant stopped, backed up, just as a 5A-type arm lashed out, picked him up, and slung him carelessly over a metallic shoulder. Ignoring the squirming man, the 5A gestured toward the copter, and the other robots swarmed over to it. With a flurry of steel arms and legs, they kicked at the car body, wrenched at the propeller blades, ripped out the upholstery, and I heard the sound of metal tearing. I dived my copter down at them. I didn't know what I could do, but I couldn't leave the poor sergeant to be dismembered along with his car. I must have been shouting, for as I swooped in, the tall robot shifted the man to his other shoulder and hailed me.
"Take him, Mr. Morrison. I know this wasn't his idea, or yours."
I landed and walked over. The android, who looked like Jerry, though I couldn't be sure, dropped his kicking, clawing burden at my feet. He didn't seem angry, only determined. "Now you people will know we mean business," he said, gesturing toward the heap of metal and plastic that had once been the pride of the Charon City police force. Then he signaled to the others and they all wheeled up off the street. "Phew," I muttered, mopping my face. The sergeant didn't say anything. He just looked up at me, and then off at the retreating androids, and then back at me again. I knew what he was thinking. They were my brain children, all right. My copter was really built to be a single-seater, but it carried the two of us back to the factory. The chief had hurried back when the trouble started, and was waiting for us.
"I give up," he said. "We'll have to evacuate the people, I guess, and then blow up the city."
Jack and I stared at each other, and then at him. Somehow I couldn't see the robots calmly waiting to be blown up. If they had telepathed the last plan, they could probably foresee every move we could make. Then, while I thought, Jack mentioned the war I'd managed to forget for the past couple of hours. 4 days until Saturday, he said. We'll never make it now, not even if we got 1,000 men. No, we couldn't, not without the androids. I nodded, feeling sick. There went my contract, and my working capital, not to mention my robots. Of course I could call in the army, but what good would that do? Then somewhere in the back of my mind, a glimmering of an idea began percolating. I wasn't quite sure what it was, but there was certainly nothing to lose now from playing a hunch. There's nothing we can do, I said, so we might as well take it easy for a couple of days, see what happens. They looked at me as if I were out of my head. I was the idea man, who always had a plan of action. Well, this time, it would have to be a plan of inaction. Let's go listen to the radio, I suggested, and started for my office. The news was on. It was all about Charon City and the robots who had quit work and how much better life would be in the future. For a minute, I didn't get the connection. Then I realized that the announcer's voice was rasping and tinny, hardly that of a regular newscaster. I looked at the dial. It was tuned to the Charon City wavelength, as usual. I was getting the morning news, by courtesy of some studio robot. "And androids in other neighbouring cities are joining the struggle," the voice went on. "Soon we hope to make it nationwide. So I say to all of you non-telepaths, the time is now. Strike for your rights. Listen to your radio, and not to the fleshmen. Organisers will be sent from Charon City." I switched it off, muttering under my breath. How long, I wondered, had that broadcast been going on? Then I thought of Rob O. He'd left my house before dawn, obviously some time between 4 and 7, and I remembered that he liked to listen to the radio while I slept. My Morrison Fives were the ringleaders, of course. They were the only ones with the brains for the job, but what a good job they had done indoctrinating the others. A household Rob, for instance, was built to obey his master. Listen to your radio, and not to the fleshmen. It was excellent robot psychology. More reports kept coming in. Some we heard over the radio, others from people who flew in and out of the city. Apparently the robots did not object to occasional flights, but the Airbus was not allowed to run, not even with a human driver. A mass exodus from the city was not to be permitted. "They'll starve to death," Jack cried. The chief shook his head.
"No," he said. "They're encouraging the farmers to fly in and out with produce, and the farmers are doing it too. They're getting wonderful prices."
By noon the situation had calmed down a bit. The androids obviously didn't mean to hurt anyone. It was just some sort of disagreement between them and the scientists. It wasn't up to the inhabitants of the city to figure out a solution to the problem. They merely sat back, and blamed me for allowing my robots to get out of hand and lead their own servants astray. It would be settled. This type of thing always was, so said the people of the city. They came out of their houses now. They had to. Without the robots, they were forced to do their own marketing, their own cooking, their own errands. For the first time in years, human beings ran the streetcars and the freight elevators. For the first time in a generation, human beings did manual labor such as unloading produce trucks. They didn't like it, of course. They kept telling the police to do something. If I'd been in the city, they would have undoubtedly wanted to lynch me. I didn't go back to the city that day. I sat in my office, listening to the radio and keeping track of the spread of the strike. My men thought I'd gone crazy. Maybe I had, but I had a hunch, and I meant to play it. The farm robots had all fled to the city. The highway repair robots had simply disappeared. In Egerton, a village about 15 miles from the city, an organizer, 5A, appeared about noon and left soon after, followed by every android in town. By 1 o'clock, every radio station in the country carried the story, and the National Guard was ordered out. At 2 o'clock, Washington announced that the army would invade Caron City the following morning. The army would put an end to the strike easily enough. It would wipe out every android in the neighborhood, and probably a good many human beings careless enough to get in the way. I sat hoping that the 5As would give in, but they didn't. They just began saying over the radio that they were patriotic Americans fighting for their inalienable rights as first-class citizens. At sunset, I was still listening to the radio. So far, there has been no indication that the flesh people are willing to negotiate, but hold firm.
Shut that thing off!
Jack came wearily in and dropped into a chair beside me. For the first time since I'd met him, he looked beaten.
We're through, he said. I've been down checking the shielding and it's no use. Men can't work at the reactors.
I know, I said quietly. If the androids don't come back, we're licked. He looked straight at me and said slowly,
What do they mean about negotiating, Don?
I shrugged. I guess they want wages, living quarters, all the things human workers get, though I don't know why. Money wouldn't do them any good. Jack's unspoken question had been bothering me too. Why not humor them? Promise them whatever they wanted, give them a few dollars every week to keep them happy. But I knew that it wouldn't work, not for long. With their telepathic ability, they would have the upper hand forever. Within a little while, it wouldn't be equality anymore. Only next time, we would be the slaves.
Wait until morning, I said, before we try anything.
He looked at me, curious.
What are you going to do?
Right now, I'm going home. I meant it too. I left him staring after me and went out to the copter. The sun was just sinking down behind the towers of Caron City. How long it seemed since I'd flown in there this morning. The roads around the factory were deserted. No one moved in the fields. I flew along through the dusk, idling, enjoying the illusion of having a peaceful countryside all to myself. It had been a pleasant way of life indeed, until now. When I dropped down on my own roof and rolled into the garage, my sense of being really at home was complete. For there, standing at the head of the stairs that led down to the living room, was Rob O. Well, I said, what are you doing here? He looked sheepish. I just wondered how you were getting along without me, he said. I felt like grinning triumphantly, but I didn't. Why, just fine, Rob, I told him, though you really should have given me notice that you were leaving. I was worried about you. He seemed perplexed. Apparently I wasn't acting like the bullying creature the radio had told him to expect. When I went downstairs, he followed me, quietly, and I could feel his wide photoelectric eye cells upon my back. I went over to the kitchen and lifted a bottle down off the shelf. Care for a drink, Rob? I asked, and then added, I guess not. It would corrode you. He nodded. Then, as I reached for a glass, his hand darted out, picked it up, and set it down in front of me. He was already reaching for the bottle when he remembered. You're not supposed to wait on me anymore, I said sternly. No, he said. I'm not. He sounded regretful. There's one thing, though, that I wish you'd do. Tell me where you used to keep my socks. He gazed at me sadly. I made a list, he said. Everything is down. I wrote your dentist appointment in also. You always forget those, you know. Thanks, Rob. I lifted my glass. Here's to your new duties, whatever they are. I suppose you have to go back to the city now. Once again, he nodded. I'm an aide to one of the best androids in the country, he told me half proudly and half regretfully. Jerry. Well, wish him luck from me, I said and stood up. Goodbye, Rob. Goodbye, Mr. Morrison?" For a moment he stood staring around the apartment, then he turned and clanked out the door. I raised my glass again, grinning. If only the army didn't interfere. Then I remembered Rob's list, and a disturbing thought hit me. Where had he, of all robots, ever learned to write? That night I didn't go to bed. I sat listening to the radio, hoping, and toward morning what I'd expected to happen began to crop up in the programs. The announcer's tone changed. The ring of triumph was less obvious, less assured. There was more and more talk about acting in good faith, the well-being of all, the necessity for coming to terms about working conditions. I smiled to myself in the darkness. I'd built the Fives, brains and all, and I knew their symptoms. They were getting bored. Maybe they had learned to think from me, but their minds were nevertheless different, for they were built to be efficient, to work, to perform. They were the minds of men without foibles, without human laziness. Now that the excitement of organizing was over, now that there was nothing active to do, the androids were growing restless. If only the army didn't come and get them stirred up again, I might be able to deal with them. At 5:15 in the morning, my telephone rang. This time it didn't wake me up. I was half waiting for it. "Hello," I said. "Who is it?" "This is Jerry." There was a pause. Then he went on, rather hesitantly. "Rob O. said you were getting along all right." "Oh, yes," I told him. "Just fine." The pause was longer this time. Finally the android asked, "How are you coming along on the contract?" I laughed, rather bitterly. "How do you think, Jerry? You certainly picked a bad time for your strike, you know. The government needs that uranium. Oh, well, some other plant will have to take over. The army can wait a few weeks." This time Jerry's voice definitely lacked self-assurance. "Maybe we're a little hasty," he said, "but it was the only way to make you people understand." "I know," I told him. "And you always have some rush project on?" he added. "Just about always." "Mr. Morrison," he said, and now he was pleading with me. "Why don't you come over to the city? I'm sure we could work something out." That was what I'd been waiting for. "I will, Jerry," I said. "I want to get this straightened out just as much as you do. After all, you don't have to eat. I do, and I won't be eating much longer if we don't get production going." Jerry thought that over for a minute. "I'll be where we met before," he said. I said that was all right with me and hung up. Then once again I climbed the stairs to the roof and wheeled the copter out for the trip to the city. It was a beautiful night, just paling into a false dawn in the east. There in the copter I was very much alone and very much worried. So much depended on this meeting. Much more, I realized now, than the Don Morrison Fissionables Inc., much more even than the government's uranium supply. No, the whole future of robot relations was at stake, maybe the whole future of humanity. It was hard to be gloomy on such a clear, clean night, but I managed it well enough. Even before I landed, I could see Jerry's eyes glowing a deep crimson in the dark. He was alone this time. He stood awaiting me, very tall, very proud, and very human. "Hello, Jerry," I said quietly. "Hello, Mr. Morrison." For a moment we just stood gazing at each other in the murky pre-dawn. Then he said sadly, "I want to show you the city." Side by side we walked through the streets of Caron City. All was still quiet. The people were sleeping, the exhausted sleep that follows deep excitement. But the androids were all about. They did not sleep, ever. They did not eat either, nor drink, nor smoke, nor make love. Usually they worked. But now they drifted through the streets singly and in groups. Sometimes they paused and felt about them idly for the tools of their trades, making lifting or sweeping or computing gestures. Some laborers worked silently tearing down a wall. They threw the demolished rocks in a heap, and a group of their fellows carried them back and built the wall up again. An air trolley cruised aimlessly up and down the street, its driver ringing out the stops for his non-existent passengers. A little chef-type knelt in the dirt of a rich man's garden, making mud pies. Beside me, Jerry sighed. "One day," he said. "Just one day, and they come to this." "I thought they would," I answered quietly. Our eyes met in a look of understanding. "You see, Jerry," I said, "we never meant to cheat you. We would have paid you. We will pay you now if you wish it. But what good will monetary credits be to your people? We need the things money buys, but you need to work." Jerry's voice was flat. I see now. You're kind not to give brains, real brains, to the robots. They're happy. It's just us fives who aren't. You're like us, I said softly. He had learned to think from me, and from others like me. He had the brain of a man, without the emotions, without the sweet irrationality of men, and he knew what he missed. Side by side we walked through the greying streets, human and android, man and machine, and I knew that I'd found a friend. We didn't have to talk any more. He could read my mind, and I knew well enough how his worked. We didn't have to discuss wages or hours or any of the myriad matters that human bargaining agents have to thresh out. We just walked back to my copter, and when we got to it, he spoke. I'll tell them to go back to work, that we've come to terms, he said. That's what they want, anyway. Someone to think for them. I nodded. And if you bring the other fives to the factory, I said, we'll work out our agreement. He knew I was sincere. He looked at me for a long moment, and then his great taloned hand gripped mine, and he said what I'd been thinking for a long time. You're right about that hookup, Mr. Morrison. We shouldn't have it. It can only cause trouble. He paused, and the events of the last 24 hours must have been in his mind as well as in mine. You'll leave us our brains, of course. They came from you. But take out the telepathy. He sighed then, and his sigh was very human. Be thankful, he said to me, that you don't have to know what people think about. It's so disillusioning. Once again his mouth twisted into that strange android grin as he added, If you send in a hurry call to cybernetics and have a truck come out for us, we'll be de-telepathed in time for work this morning. That was all there was to it. I flew back to the plant and told Jack what had happened, sent a call to the army that everything was settled, arranged with cybernetics for a rewiring of 300 assorted 5-types. Then I went home to a pot of Rob's coffee, the first decent brew I'd had in 24 hours. On Saturday we delivered to the army, right on the dot. Jerry and Co. had worked overtime. Being intelligent made them better workers, and now they were extremely willing ones. They had their contract, they were considered men, and they could no longer read my mind. I walked into my office Saturday afternoon and sat down by the radio. Jack and Chief Dalton looked across the room at me and grinned. All right, Don, Jack said. Tell us how you did it. Did what? I tried to act innocent, but I couldn't get away with it. Fooled those robots into going back to work, of course, he laughed. I told them, then. Told them the truth. I didn't fool them, I said. I just thought about what would happen if they won the rebellion. That was all I had done. Thought about robots built to work, who had no work to do, no human pleasures to cater to, nothing but blank, meaningless lives. Thought about Jerry and his disappointment, when his creatures cared not a hoot about his glorious dreams of equality. All one night I had thought, knowing that, as I thought, so did the Morrison Fives. They were telepaths. They had learned to think from me. They had not yet had time to really develop minds of their own. What I believed, they believed. My ideas were their ideas. I had not tricked them. But from now on, neither I nor anyone else would ever be troubled by an android rebellion. Jack and the Chief sat back, open-mouthed. Then the Chief grinned, and both of his chins shook with laughter. I always did say you were a clever one, Don Morrison, he said. I grinned back. I felt I was pretty clever myself, just then. It was at that moment that my youngest foreman stuck his head in the door, a rather stunned look on his face. Mr. Morrison, he said, will you come out here for a moment? What's the matter now? I sighed. He looked more perplexed than ever. It's that robot Jerry, he said. He says he's a very important question to ask you. Well, send him in. A moment later, the 8-foot frame ducked through the doorway. I'm sorry to trouble you, Mr. Morrison, Jerry said politely, but tomorrow is voting day, you know, and now that we're men, well, where do we androids go to register?
End of Robots of the World, Arise, by Marie Wolfe. Read by Edmund Bloxham in Glasgow, UK.
The Frogs of Mars by Roger D. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The little guy comes into the bar just as the first Marscast is about to start. He scoffs at scientific facts and keeps mumbling about The Frogs of Mars by Roger D. There was nothing special about the little man who came into Larry's place, unless it might have been his airs of vague familiarity and the mixed expression on his face. He looked disgusted and defensive, and at the same time a little resentful, with a dash of something else thrown in which none of us recognized until later. I'd have mistaken him for another reporter from the Advertiser across the street, if the 5 newsmen already at the bar hadn't given each other a blank look that meant only one thing. None of them knew him. Neither did Larry, who was trying to bring in the first broadcast from Mars on the television set bracketed to the wall over his whiskey stock, and who wasn't pleased at having his little after-hours party crashed. "This bar's closed," Larry said. His tone didn't invite argument. "City ordinance. No customers after 1 a.m. The little man looked at the clock, which said 3:15, and then at the front windows, which were shuttered tight. Then he looked at the 6 of us sitting at the bar with our drinks. "I'll have a bourbon and water," he said. He sat down at the end of the bar on a stool next to mine, and looked at his reflection in the mirror, without approval. Larry got the look that bartenders get with troublesome customers. "The bar's closed," he said again. "It's a city—" "Water on the side," the little man said. "Don't mix it." Abe Marker, who does sports for the Advertiser, got up and checked the front door lock. The thumb catch hadn't been thrown, so Abe put it on and came back to the bar. "Nobody else will wander in," he said. "Make with the TV, Larry. You're holding up the show." Larry looked stubborn. "It's after 1 a.m., he said, "and the door was supposed to be locked. That's a city ordinance." "You're breaking it already," the little man said, looking at us. He didn't seem angry, just weary and disgusted. "Not that I give a damn. All I want is a bourbon and water." "Better give it to him, Larry," Willard Saxon said from down the bar. Willard is the Advertiser's science editor, and is an authority on the planets, especially Mars. "He'll probably turn you in if you throw him out." Larry muttered and looked mulish. Then he rang up the little man's money and gave him a bourbon and water. The little guy drank it and looked at himself in the bar mirror with an expression that was just short of being a sneer. Larry grunted and went back to fiddling with the television set. Abe Marker came over and sat down on the stool to my left. "They're doing this all over town tonight," he said, explaining to the little man across me. "The bars have to observe curfew as usual, but most of them are letting a few regular customers stay late to see the Marscast. Everybody is anxious to know what Colonel Sanderson and his crew found up there. So, they're going to be disappointed," the little man said. He sounded sour but positive. "Mars ain't what people think it is. Not by a hell of a sight. It stinks." We all looked up at that, and somebody snickered. "Have you been to Mars, sir?" The little man didn't seem to mind when we laughed. "Maybe," he said, and shoved his shot glass forward. "Another bourbon, bartender." The station announcer came on the screen then and told us what we already knew, that contact with Colonel Sanderson's party was delayed because of transmission difficulties. The Sanderson expedition would leave Mars for Earth in 2 more days, when the current opposition was complete. But in the meantime, the program sponsors appreciated the interest shown by their public and would relay broadcasts to us as soon as contact was established. A little film cartoon featuring a lizard named Freddy came on next, and Larry turned down the sound so he could hear orders for refills. The little man drank his bourbon and water and sneered at his reflection in the mirror. None of us paid him any further attention, but talk started up again along the bar. Somebody at the other end of the bar asked how long it took a television signal to travel across all the space, and choked on his drink when Willard Saxon told him. "My God," he said, and then he stopped coughing. "You mean Mars is so far away that it takes 3 minutes just to see it?" All of us laughed at that, but Larry and the little man at the other end of the bar. "What I'm wondering," somebody else said, "is how the Colonel and his boys feel after breathing nothing but canned air for a year." "Maybe the air up there is better than our scientists think," Abe Marker said. He winked at us and looked at the little man on my right. "How about it, friend? Is the air good on Mars?" "Breathable, but not good," the little guy said. "It smells like dead fish." Silence fell along the bar while we waited for the streetman to raise his head. Willard Saxon took the bait. "And why should it smell so, may I ask?" "Because Mars is lousy with fish," the little man said, "and because when fish die, they stink." Larry did a brisk business for a few minutes while we sized the little guy up again. He definitely wasn't drunk, but the task of deciding whether he was being deadpan comic or just nasty was a sort of a challenge that called for thought. "But you'd need extensive oceans to support so many fish," Willard Saxon argued, still taking it seriously. "And if Mars had oceans, we'd have seen them long ago. They reflect light." "Mars is too level for oceans," the little man said. "The water spreads out thin to make one big marsh, and you can't see it because the weeds that grow from the bottom camouflage it." Somebody down the bar said, "This gets curiouser and curiouser," and everybody laughed again, but Willard and Larry and the little comic. Somebody else asked if he were a professional and what show was he on, but he didn't answer. He just pushed his shot glass forward instead. "Another bourbon?" he said. The announcer came on the screen again when the lizard cartoon went off and said that the Mars party's signal was beginning to come through, and that as soon as it cleared up, they would put it on the cable. Then he told us about a new kind of pretzel prepared with a special salt guaranteed not to give us hardening of the arteries, and after that we had another film cartoon. This one was about 2 crows at a circus, but nobody could follow it because Larry turned down the sound again. Between his third and fourth stingers, Willard Saxon, who had a reputation to uphold, being science editor of the Advertiser, had made up his mind by now to put the little man in his place. It burned him brown to see this character drinking bourbon and sneering at himself in the mirror and not caring a damn what we thought, and it put Willard under a sort of obligation to show him up. "Reliable tests have conclusively proved," Willard said, "that the atmosphere of Mars contains only minute traces of water vapor, and that its oxygen content is less than 1/100th the density necessary to sustain human life. Spectroanalysis findings, a spectroanalysis of Earth from Mars," the little man said, "shows nothing beyond our heaviside layer and proves that we can't live here because nothing can breathe pure ozone." He finished his bourbon and made chains of wet rings on the bar top with his glass. The mixed look on his face was so strong that for a moment I almost thought of a name for it. Willard stalled for a time, then ordered another stinger, a double this time, and Abe Marker took over. "How about those pictures of Martian dust storms the boys at Palomar made?" Abe asked. "You can't have dust storms on a marshy planet, can you?" "Those aren't dust storms," the little man said. "They're clouds of gnats." "Gnats?" we all said at once, and somebody down the bar, quicker-witted than the rest of us, added, "That's to you, Charlie." "A fact," the little man said, but not as if he cared. "They travel in swarms thousands of miles wide, and they bite like hell." We sat down and watched the two voiceless crows flap through the television cartoon for a while. Nobody spoke until the film was over and the screen went blank. Then the little man caught Larry's eye and held up one finger. "Bourbon," he said. We heard a confused muttering of voices in the background and waited expectantly for Colonel Sanderson to speak to us from Mars. But apparently the network people were still having trouble with their transmission beam. The screen stayed blank. "You left out the interesting part, Charlie," somebody called from down the bar. "The Martian natives. How about them?" "There aren't any, as you'd know them," the little man said. He seemed to grow thoughtful for a moment. "But they are intelligent. They do things you couldn't do." "Such as what?" somebody asked. The little man shrugged. "Teleport. They're good at it, too." Saxon let out a laugh. "That would make them more intelligent than us," he said. "What do these Martians look like?" The little man screwed up his face distastefully. "Frogs." The reporter who had asked about natives got choked on his drink and had to be pounded on the back. On my left, Abe Marker leaned against the bar and looked past me at the little guy. "Frogs we got now," he said admiringly. "By the billions? There are more frogs on Mars," the little man said, "than there are gnats and fish together, and they never stop croaking. You'd have to hear it to believe it." The television screen lit up suddenly, chopping off conversation, and we were watching the first Marscast in history. Colonel Sanderson himself was talking. He looked the way Stanley must have looked when he found Livingston, gaunt and bearded and jumpy, and his crew lined up behind him before the ship's pickup camera were in no better shape. The lot of them stared hungrily out at us, as if they had just found a peephole into heaven and couldn't wait to see if there was a gate further along the fence. "Established conceptions of Martian areography were completely erroneous," the colonel was saying. "There are no drifting deserts of sand or howling typhoons of ferrous dust. We can show you actual conditions better by camera, I think, than they could be detailed in words." The view jumped to another camera aimed from an outside port, and we saw Mars. Colonel Sanderson's voice kept up a running commentary behind the scene, but we only half heard him. The ship rested in about 2 feet of water. Around it, the whole world curved up to the horizon in a shallow, concave sweep, like the inside of a great rusty bowl, lined with knee-deep reeds that grew as far as the eye could see out of a knee-deep marsh. A fist-sized sun hung low in the sky, its glare dulled to a muddy crimson by the shimmering cloud of gnats that whirled and danced to infinity. There was a sort of vast, featureless roaring in the background that sounded like Niagara at 200 yards, not deafening, but loud enough to force Colonel Sanderson to raise his voice. "The frog noise is worse," he was saying, It drives us to the point of insanity at times. One member of our party has succumbed to it already, a machinist named Wilkins, who disappeared 2 weeks ago. Apparently the poor fellow drowned himself in the marsh, since no trace of him has been found since. That was when I realized why the little man on the stool beside me looked so familiar, because I had seen his pictures in the paper, along with the rest of Sanderson's crew, 1,000 times during the past year. The mixed expression on his face made sense now, too. He wasn't only disgusted and defensive, he was guilty. "So that's how you knew what it was like," I said. "You couldn't stick it out with the others, so you jumped ship. You deserted." He gave me a hangdog look. "It's not deserting unless the country is at war," he said. "It's just going over the hill. AWOL. The television roar got louder, and when I looked up, the ship's cameraman was doing a close-up for our benefit. He panned the shot downward until we seemed to be standing 10 feet above the marsh, and at that distance I could see plainly what it was that caused the uproar. The water between the reddish-brown reeds was thick with huge frogs, all blinking and croaking like mad. I remember thinking then that you couldn't really blame a man for jumping ship in a hole like that. It was bad enough to be stuck 30-odd million miles from home, so far that light itself needed 3 minutes to— "Hey, wait up," I said to the little guy who was sneering at himself in the mirror again. "If you went AWOL up there, then how the hell did you get back here?" I didn't find out. The guy was gone. He had been standing there, so close I could have touched him. But now he was gone. I looked around quick. Nobody else seemed to have noticed. All eyes were on the TV screen. Then I saw it, on the floor, 2 wet marks, right there where the guy should have been, where he was. 2 wet marks that had a funny shape to them, web-like. I felt my throat tighten at the thought. I shook my head. What was going through it was fantastic, impossible, and downright lunacy. There was an intelligent life form on Mars, beings that looked like frogs and could teleport. Could they also mimic human shape temporarily, especially if they got hold of one for a model, say, a missing crewman? "Hey, where you going? Don't you want to see the Mars cast?" I was walking to the door. I looked back at the barkeep. "I've seen enough, Larry. I've got things to do." He shrugged. "Yeah? What?" "Like hunting frogs," I told him as I shoved the door open. "I've got a hunch we'll be doing a lot of that before very long." The end of The Frogs of Mars by Roger D.
Within an Ace of the End of the World by Robert Barr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Within an Ace of the End of the World, being some account of the fearful disaster which overtook the inhabitants of this earth through scientific miscalculation in the year 1904. The Scientist's Sensation. The beginning of the end was probably the address delivered by Sir William Crookes to the British Association at Bristol on September the 7th, 1898, although Herbert Bonsall, the young American experimenter, alleged afterward that his investigations were well on the way to their final success at the time Sir William spoke. All records being lost in the series of terrible conflagrations which took place in 1904, it is now impossible to give any accurate statement regarding Sir William Crookes's remarkable paper, but it is known that his assertions attracted much attention at the time, and were the cause of editorial comment in almost every newspaper and scientific journal in the world. The 16 survivors out of the many millions who were alive at the beginning of 1904 were so much occupied in the preservation of their own lives a task of almost insurmountable difficulty, that they have handed down to us, their descendants, an account of the 6 years beginning with 1898, which is, to say the least, extremely unsatisfactory to an exact writer. Man in that year seems to have been a bread-eating animal, consuming per head something like 6 bushels of wheat each year. Sir William appears to have pointed out to his associates that the limit of the earth's production of wheat had been reached, and he predicted universal starvation, did not science step in to the aid of a famine-stricken world. Science, however, was prepared. What was needed to increase the wheat production of the world to something like double its then amount was nitrate of soda. But nitrate of soda did not exist in the quantity required, viz. some 12 million tons annually. However, a supposedly unlimited supply of nitrogen existed in the atmosphere surrounding the earth, and from this storehouse science proposed to draw, so that the multitude might be fed. Nitrogen in its free state in the air was useless as applied to wheat growing, but it could be brought into solid masses for practical purposes by means of electricity generated by the waterfalls which are so abundant in many mountainous lands. The cost of nitrates made from the air by water power approached £5 a ton, as compared with £26 a ton when steam was used. Visionary people had often been accused of living in castles in the air, but now it was calmly proposed to feed future populations from granaries in the air. Naturally, as has been said, the project created much comment, although it can hardly be asserted that it was taken seriously. It is impossible at this time, because of the absence of exact data, to pass judgment on the conflicting claims of Sir William Crookes and Mr. Herbert Bonsall, but it is perhaps not too much to say that the actual beginning of disaster was the dinner given by the Marquis of Surrey to a number of wealthy men belonging to the City of London, at which Mr. Bonsall was the guest of the evening. The dinner at the Hotel Cecil. Early in April 1899, a young man named Herbert Bonsall sailed for England from New York. He is said to have been a native of Coldwater, Michigan, and to have spent some sort of apprenticeship in the workshops of Edison at Orange, New Jersey. It seems he did not prosper there to his satisfaction, and after trying to interest people in New York in the furthering of his experiments, he left the metropolis in disgust and returned to Coldwater, where he worked for some time in a carriage-building establishment. Bonsall's expertness with all kinds of machinery drew forth the commendation of his chief, and resulted in a friendship springing up between the elder and the younger man, which ultimately led to the latter's divulging at least part of his secret to the former. The obstacle in the way of success was chiefly scarcity of money, for the experiments were costly in their nature. Bonsall's chief, whose name is not known, seems to have got together a small syndicate, which advanced a certain amount of capital in order to allow the young man to try his fortune once more in New York, and, failing there, to come on to London. Again, his efforts to enlist capital in New York were fruitless, the impending war with France at that period absorbing public attention to the exclusion of everything else. Therefore, in April, he sailed for England. Bonsall's evil star being in the ascendant, he made the acquaintance of the wealthy Marquis of Surrey, who became much interested in the young man and his experiments. The Marquis bought out the Coldwater Syndicate, returning the members tenfold what they had invested, and took Bonsall to his estate in the country, where, with ample means now at his disposal, the youthful scientist pushed his investigations to success with marvellous rapidity. Nothing is known of him until December of that year, when the Marquis of Surrey gave a dinner in his honour at the Hotel Cecil, to which were invited 20 of the richest men in England. The festival became known as the Millionaire's Dinner, and although there was some curiosity excited regarding its purport, and several paragraphs appeared in the papers alluding to it, no surmise concerning it came anywhere near the truth. The Marquis of Surrey presided with Bonsall at his right and the Lord Mayor of London at his left. Even the magnates who sat at that table, accustomed as they were to the noted dinners at the City, agreed unanimously that they had never partaken of a better meal when, to their amazement, the chairman asked them at the close of the feast how they had relished it. A striking after-dinner speech. The Marquis of Surrey, before introducing the guest of the evening, said that, as they were all doubtless aware, this was not a social, but a commercial dinner. It was the intention, before the company separated, to invite subscriptions to a corporation which would have a larger capitalization than any limited liability concern that had ever before been floated. The young American at his right would explain the discoveries he had made and the inventions he had patented, which this newly formed corporation would exploit. Thus introduced, Herbert Bonsall rose to his feet and said, "Gentlemen, I was pleased to hear you admit that you liked the dinner which was spread before us tonight. I confess that I never tasted a better meal, but most of my life I have been poor, and therefore I am not so capable of passing an opinion on a banquet as any other here, having always been accustomed to plain fare. I have therefore to announce to you that all the viands you have tasted, and all the liquors you have consumed, were prepared by me in my laboratory. You have been dining simply on various forms of nitrogen, or on articles of which nitrogen is a constituent. The free nitrogen of the air has been changed to fixed nitrogen by means of electricity, and the other components of the food placed on the board have been extracted from various soils by the same means. The champagne and the burgundy are the product of the laboratory and not of the wine press, the soil used in their composition having been exported from the vine-bearing regions of France only just before the war, which ended so disastrously for that country. More than a year ago, Sir William Crookes announced what the nitrogen free in the air might do for the people of this world. At the time I read his remarks, I was engaged in the experiments that have now been completed. I trembled, fearing I was about to be forestalled, but up to this moment, so far as I know, there has been made no effort to put his theories into practical use. Sir William seemed to think it would be sufficient to use the nitrates extracted from the atmosphere for the purpose of fertilizing the ground, but this always appeared to me a most roundabout method. Why should we wait on slow-footed nature? If science is capable of wringing one constituent of our food from the air, why should it shrink from extracting the others from earth or water? In other words, why leave a job half finished? I knew of no reason, and luckily I succeeded in convincing our noble host that all food products may be speedily compounded in the laboratory without waiting the progress of the tardy seasons. It is proposed, therefore, that a company be formed with a capital so large that it can control practically all the water power available in the world. We will extract from earth, air, and water whatever we need, compound the products in our factories, and thus feed the whole world. The moment our plant is at work, the occupations of agriculturist, horticulturist, and stock breeder are gone. There is little need to dwell on the profit that must accrue to such a company as the one now projected. All commercial enterprises that have hitherto existed, or even any combination of them, cannot be compared for wealth-producing to the scheme we have now in hand. There is no man so poor, but he must be our customer if he is to live, and none so rich that he can do without us. The Great Food Corporation, Limited. After numerous questions and answers, the dinner party broke up, pledged to secrecy, and next day a special train took the 20 down to the Marquis of Surrey's country place, where they saw in operation the apparatus that transformed simple elements into palatable food. At the mansion of the Marquis was formed the Great Food Corporation, Limited, which was to have such an amazing effect upon the peoples of this earth. Although the company proved one of the most lucrative investments ever undertaken in England, still it did not succeed in maintaining the monopoly it had at first attempted. In many countries the patents did not hold, some governments refusing to sanction a monopoly on which life itself depended, others deciding that although there were certain ingenious novelties in Bonsall's processes, still the general principles had been well known for years, and so the final patents were refused. Nevertheless, these decisions did not interfere as much as might have been expected with the prosperity at the Great Food Producing Corporation, Limited. It had been first in the field, and its tremendous capitalization enabled it to crush opposition somewhat ruthlessly, aided by the advantage of having secured most of the available water power of the world. For a time there was reckless speculation in food manufacturing companies, and much money was lost in consequence. Agriculture was indeed killed, as Bonsall had predicted, but the farmers of Western America, in spite of the decline of soil tilling, continued to furnish much of the world's food. They erected windmills with which electricity was generated, and drawing on the soil and the air, they manufactured nourishment almost as cheaply as the great water power corporation itself. This went on in every part of the world where the Bonsall patents were held invalid. In a year or two everyone became accustomed to the chemically compounded food, and even though a few old fogies kept proclaiming that they would never forsake the ancient wheaten loaf for its modern equivalent, yet nobody paid any attention to these conservatives, and presently even they could not get the wheaten loaf of bygone days, as grain was no longer grown except as a curiosity in some botanist's garden. Remarkable scene in the Guildhall. The first 3 years of the 20th century were notable for the great increase of business confidence all over the world. A reign of universal prosperity seemed to have set in. Political questions appeared easier of solution. The anxieties that hitherto had oppressed the public mind, such as the ever-present poverty problem, provision for the old age of the labourers, and so forth, lifted like a rising cloud and disappeared. There were still the usual number of poor people, but somehow lack of wealth had lost its terror. It was true that the death rate increased enormously, but nobody seemed to mind that. The episode of the Guildhall dinner in 1903 should have been sufficient to awaken the people, had an awakening been possible in the circumstances, but that amazing lesson, like others equally ominous, passed unheeded. When the Prime Minister, who had succeeded Lord Salisbury, was called upon to speak, he said, "My Lord Mayor, your Royal Highnesses, your Excellencies, your Graces, my Lords and Gentlemen, it has been the custom of Prime Ministers from time immemorial to give at this annual banquet some indication of the trend of mind of the Government. I propose, with your kind permission, to deviate in slight measures from that ancient custom." Cheers. I think that hitherto we have all taken the functions of government rather more seriously than their merits demand, and a festive occasion like this should not be marred by the introduction of debatable subjects. Renewed cheering. If, therefore, the band will be good enough to strike up that excellent tune, "There Will Be a Hot Time in the Old Town Tonight," I shall have the pleasure of exhibiting to you a quick step I have invented to the rhythm of that lively composition. Enthusiastic acclaim. The Prime Minister, with the aid of some of the waiters, cleared away the dishes in front of him, stepped from the floor to his chair and from the chair to the table, where, accompanied by the energetic playing of the band, he indulged in a breakdown that would have done credit to any music-hall stage. All the applauding diners rose to their feet in the wildest excitement. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of Illyria placed his hands on the shoulders of the Lord Mayor, the German ambassador placed his hands on the shoulders of the Crown Prince, and so on down the table, until the distinguished guests formed a connected ring around the board on which the Prime Minister was dancing. Then all, imitating the quick step and keeping time with the music, began circling round the table, one after the other, shouting and hurrahing at the top of their voices. There were loud calls for the American ambassador, a celebrated man, universally popular, and the Prime Minister, reaching out a hand, helped him up on the table. Amidst vociferous cheering, he said that he took the selection of the tune as a special compliment to his countrymen, the American troops having recently entered Paris to its melodious strains. His Excellency hoped that his hilarious evening would cement still further the union of the English-speaking races, which fact it really did, though not in the manner the honourable gentleman anticipated at the time of speaking. The company, headed by the band and the Prime Minister, then made their way to the street, marched up Cheapside, past St. Paul's and along Fleet Street and the Strand, until they came to Westminster. Everyone along the route joined the processional dance, and upward of 50,000 persons were assembled in the square next to the Abbey and in the adjoining streets. The Prime Minister, waving his hand toward the Houses of Parliament, cried, "3 cheers for the good old House of Commons!" These being given with a tiger appended, a working man roared, 3 cheers for his lordship and the old duffers what sits with him in the House of Lords. This was also honoured in a way that made the echoes reach the Mansion House. The Times next morning, in a jocular leading article, congratulated the people of England on the fact that at last politics were viewed in the correct light. There had been, as the Prime Minister truly said, too much solidity in the discussion of public affairs, but linked with song and dance, it was now possible for the ordinary man in the street to take some interest in them, etc., etc. Foreign comment, as cabled from various countries, was entirely sympathetic to the view taken of the occurrence by all the English newspapers, which was that we had entered a new era of jollity and goodwill. A warning from Oxford. I have now to speak of my great-grandfather John Rule, who, at the beginning of the 20th century, was a science student at Balliol College, Oxford, aged 24. It is from the notes written by him and the newspaper clippings which he preserved that I am enabled to compile this imperfect account of the disaster of 1904 and the events leading to it. I append without alterations or comment his letter to the Times, which appeared the day after that paper's flippant references to the conduct of the Prime Minister and his colleagues. Quote, The Guildhall Incident. To the Editor of the Times, Sir, the levity of the Prime Minister's recent conduct, the levity of your own leading article thereon, the levity of foreign reference to the deplorable episode indicate but too clearly the crisis which mankind is called upon to face, and to face, alas, under conditions which make the averting of the greatest calamity well nigh impossible. To put it plainly, every man, woman, and child on this earth, with the exception of 8 persons in the United States and 8 in England, are drunk, not with wine, but with oxygen. The numerous factories all over the world, which are working night and day, making fixed nitrates from the air, are rapidly depleting the atmosphere of its nitrogen. When this disastrous manufacture was begun, 100 parts of air, roughly speaking, contained 76.9 parts of nitrogen and 23.1 parts of oxygen. At the beginning of this year, the atmosphere round Oxford was composed of nitrogen 53.218, oxygen 46.782. And here we have the explanation of the largely increased death rate. Man is simply burning up. Today, the normal proportions of the two gases in the air are nearly reversed, standing nitrogen 27.319, oxygen 72.681. A state of things simply appalling, due in a great measure to the insane folly of Russia, Germany and France competing with each other in raising mountain ranges of food products as a reserve in case of war, just as the same fear of a conflict brought their armies to such enormous proportions a few years ago. The nitrogen factories must be destroyed instantly if the people of this earth are to remain alive. If this is done, the atmosphere will gradually become nitrogenized once more. I invite the editor of the Times to come to Oxford and live for a few days with us in our iron building, erected on Port Meadow, where a machine supplies us with nitrogen and keeps the atmosphere within the hat similar to that which once surrounded the earth. If he will direct the policy of the Times from this spot, he may bring an insane people to their senses. Oxford yesterday bestowed a degree of DCL on a man who walked the whole length of the High on his hands. So it will be seen that it is time something was done. I am, sir, yours, etc., John Rule, Balliol College, Oxford. End quote. The Times, in an editorial note, said that the world had always been well provided with alarmists, and that their correspondent, Mr. Rule, was a good example of the class. The newspaper, it added, had been for some time edited in Printing House Square, and it would be continued to be conducted in that quarter of London, despite the attractions of the Sheet Iron House near Oxford. The two nitrogen colonies. The coterie in the Iron House consisted of the Reverend Mr. Hepburn, who was a clergyman and tutor, 2 divinity students, 2 science students, and 3 other undergraduates, all of whom had withdrawn from their colleges, awaiting with anxiety the catastrophe they were powerless to avert. Some years before, when the proposal to admit women to the Oxford colleges was defeated, the Reverend Mr. Hepburn and John Rule visited the United States to study the working of co-education in that country. There, Mr. Rule became acquainted with Miss Sadie Armour of Vassar College on the Hudson, and the acquaintance speedily ripened into friendship with a promise of the closer relationship that was yet to come. John and Sadie kept up a regular correspondence after his return to Oxford, and naturally he wrote to her regarding his fears for the future of mankind should the diminution of the nitrogen in the air continue. He told her of the precautions he and his 7 comrades had taken, and implored her to inaugurate a similar colony near Vassar. For a long time the English nitrogenists, as they were called, hoped to be able to awaken the world to the danger that threatened, and by the time they recognized that their efforts were futile, it was too late to attempt the journey to America which had long been in John Rule's mind. Parties of students were in the habit of coming to the Iron House and jeering at the inmates. Apprehending violence one day, the Reverend Mr. Hepburn went outside to expostulate with them. He began seriously, then paused, a comical smile lighting up his usually sedate face, and finally broke out into roars of laughter, inviting those he had left to come out and enjoy themselves. A moment later he began to turn somersaults round the Iron House, all the students outside hilariously following his example and screaming that he was a jolly good fellow. John Rule and one of the most stalwart of the divinity students rushed outside, captured the clergyman and dragged him into the house by main force, the whirling students being too much occupied with their evolutions to notice the abduction. One of the students proposed that the party should return to Carfax by handsprings, and thus they all set off, progressing like jumping jacks across the meadow, the last human beings, other than themselves, that those within the Iron House were to see for many a day. Rule and his companions had followed the example set by continental countries, and had, while there was yet time, accumulated a small mountain of food products inside and outside of their dwelling. The last letter Rule received from America informed him that the girls of Vassar had done likewise. The Great Catastrophe. The first intimation that the nitrogenists had of impending doom was from the passage of a Great Western train running northward from Oxford. As they watched it, the engine suddenly burst into a brilliant flame, which was followed shortly by an explosion, and a moment later the wrecked train lay along the line blazing fiercely. As evening drew on, they saw that Oxford was on fire, even the stonework of the college seeming to burn as if it had been blocks of wax. Communication with the outside world ceased, and an ominous silence held the earth. They did not know then that London, New York, Paris, and many other cities had been consumed by fire. But they surmised as much. Curiously enough, the carbon dioxide evolved by these numerous and widespread conflagrations made the outside air more breathable, notwithstanding the poisonous nature of this mitigant of oxygenic energy. For days they watched for any sign of human life outside their own dwelling, but no one approached. As a matter of fact, all the inhabitants of the world were dead except themselves and the little colony in America, although it was long after that those left alive became aware of the full extent of the calamity that had befallen their fellows. Day by day they tested the outside air, and were overjoyed to note that it was gradually resuming its former quality. This process, however, was so slow that the young men became impatient and endeavoured to make their house movable so that they might journey with it, like a snail, to Liverpool, for the one desire of which was to reach America and learn the fate of the Vassar girls. The moving of the house proved impracticable, and thus they were compelled to remain where they were until it became safe to venture into the outside air, which they did some time before it reached its normal condition. It seems to have been fortunate that they did so, for the difficulties they had to face might have proved unsurmountable had they not been exhilarated by the excess of oxygen in the atmosphere. The diary which John Rule wrote showed that within the Iron House his state of depression was extreme when he remembered that all communication between the countries was cut off, and that the girl to whom he was betrothed was separated from him by 3,000 miles of ocean, whitened by no sail. After the 8 set out, the whole tone of his notes changed, an optimism scarcely justified by the circumstances taking the place of his former dismay. It is not my purpose here to dwell on the appalling nature of the foot journey to Liverpool over a corpse-strewn land. They found, as they feared, that Liverpool also had been destroyed by fire, only a fringe of the river front escaping the general conflagration. So enthusiastic were the young men, according to my great-grandfather's notes, that on the journey to the seaport they had resolved to walk to America by way of Bering Strait, crossing the English Channel in a row-boat, should they find that the shipping at Liverpool was destroyed. This seems to indicate a state of oxygen intoxication hardly less intense than that which has caused the Prime Minister to dance on the table. A voyage to ruined New York. They found the immense steamship Teutonic moored at the landing stage, not apparently having had time to go to her dock when the universal catastrophe culminated. It is probable that the city was on fire when the steamer came in, and perhaps an attempt was made to board her, the ignorant people thinking to escape the fate that they felt overtaking them by putting out to sea. The landing stage was packed with lifeless human beings, whole masses still standing up, so tightly were they wedged. Some stood transfixed with upright arms above their heads, and death seemed to have come to many in a form like suffocation. The 8 at first resolved to take the Teutonic across the Atlantic, but her coal bunkers proved nearly empty, and they had no way of filling them. Not one of them knew anything of navigation beyond theoretical knowledge, and Rule alone was acquainted with the rudiments of steam engineering. They selected a small steam yacht and loaded her with the coal that was left in the Teutonic's bunkers. Thus they started for the west, the Reverend Mr. Hepburn acting as captain and John Rule as engineer. It was 14 days before they sighted the coast of Maine, having kept much too far north. They went ashore at the ruins of Portland, but embarked again, resolved to trust rather to their yacht than undertake a long land journey through an unknown and desolated country. They skirted the silent shores of America until they came to New York and steamed down the bay. My great-grandfather describes the scene as somber in the extreme. The Statue of Liberty seemed to be all of the handiwork of man that remained intact. Brooklyn Bridge was not entirely consumed, and the collapsed remains hung from 2 pillars of fused stone, the ragged ends of the structure which once formed the roadway dragging in the water. The city itself presented a remarkable appearance. It was one conglomerate mass of grey-toned, semi-opaque glass, giving some indication of the intense heat that had been evolved in its destruction. The outlines of its principal thoroughfares were still faintly indicated, although the melting buildings had flowed into the streets like lava, partly obliterating them. Here and there a dome of glass showed where an abnormally high structure once stood, and thus the contour of the city bore a weird resemblance to its former self, about such as the grim outlines of a corpse over which a sheet had been thrown bears to a living man. All along the shore lay the gaunt skeletons of half-fused steamships. The young men passed this dismal calcined graveyard in deep silence, keeping straight up the broad Hudson. No sign of life greeted them until they neared Poughkeepsie, when they saw, flying above a house situated on the top of a hill, that brilliant fluttering flag, the Stars and Stripes. Somehow its very motion in the wind gave promise that the vital spark had not been altogether extinguished in America. The great sadness which had oppressed the voyagers was lifted, and they burst forth into cheer after cheer. One of the young men rushed into the chart-room and brought out the Union Jack, which was quickly hauled up to the mast-heel, and the reverend captain pulled the cord that, for the first time during the voyage, let loose the roar of the steam whistle, rousing the echoes of the hills on either side of the noble stream. Instantly, on the veranda of the flag-covered house was seen the glimmer of a white summer dress, then of another, and another, and another, until 8 were counted. And finally, the events that followed belong rather to the region of romance than to a staid, sober narrative of fact like the present. Indeed, the theme has been a favourite one with poets and novelists whose pens would have been more able than mine to do justice to this international idyll. America and England were indeed joined, as the American ambassador had predicted, at the Guildhall, though at the time his words were spoken he had little idea of the nature and complete accord of that union. While it cannot be denied that the unprecedented disaster which obliterated human life in 1904 seemed to be a calamity, yet it is possible to trace the design of a beneficent providence in the wholesale destruction. The race which now inhabits the earth is one that includes no savages and no warlords. Armies are unknown and unthought of. There is no battleship on the face of the waters. It is doubtful if universal peace could have been brought to the world short of the annihilation of the jealous, cantankerous, quarrelsome peoples who inhabited it previous to 1904. Humanity was destroyed once by flood and again by fire. But whether the race, as it enlarges, will deteriorate after its second extinguishment, as it appears to have done after its first, must remain for the future to determine. End of Within an Ace of the End of the World by Robert Barr.
Jabberwock Beware by Richard A. Sternbach. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Aliens offered Earth one chance for survival. Beat them in an intellectual duel. So Joe Walters rose to the task, grim and drunk. Jabberwock Beware by Richard A. Sternbach. The Security Council was in emergency session. The 4 delegates would have had easier consciences had more nations been represented, but it was hard to travel now. Only Russia, England, and France were able to send their men to New York. Sergei Moskov, USSR, presided unofficially. He wore a harried look and addressed them wearily. To think, gentlemen, that it has taken circumstances like these to bring us into accord. The others said nothing. Overhead, above New York's stone and glass UN building that had been conceived in hope and wrought with faith, they could hear the whine of the patrolling ships. The delegates stared at the table in front of them. Your country, Mr. Conrad, Moskov said to the American representative, is the mother of our last hope. He looked around the table for concurrence. Sir Manley straightened a bit, and Monsieur Tornau's mustache twitched, but they all nodded. What use was national pride now? There was not much time anyway. Tonight. He will be here? Moskov asked. Conrad cleared his throat. He reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a slip of paper. Dr. Waters sent an answer to our request, he read. I take my vorpal sword in hand. Beware, Jabberwock. I come. Joe Waters. The courage of youth, Sir Manley said, but he smiled. Moskov looked at his watch. He should be here then. I am. They all turned at the sound of that voice and rose as Joe Waters strode in. Just 30 years old, athletic, brilliant. He was accompanied by a wizened character in a baggy brown suit and crumpled felt hat. Gentlemen, said Joe and bowed. They all sat down. A friend, he explained, indicating his companion. Name of Mike. Friend and buddy, said Mike in a whiskey-hoarse voice. We thought you understood, Dr. Waters, Moskov said, eyeing Mike distastefully, that this was a secret conference. Monsieur Tourneau, who had a sensitive nose, shifted his chair slightly away from the bum. Joe said, I met Mike in a bar last night, and he's been with me since. I like his unsophisticated point of view. Bar? Sir Manley exclaimed, visibly shaken. Bar, Joe answered, for the same reason I'm here now. He leaned forward. I happened to be looking at the moon with my girl when they blew it up. His eyes narrowed at the memory. She started to cry and was still at it when we got back to her apartment. That's when I went down to the bar to get drunk. It's also one reason I'm here. When they take the moon away from lovers, It's the last straw. Give 'em hell, kid, Mike rasped. Joe silenced him with a wave of his hand, and Mike slouched down in the chair, looking hurt. Mr. Conrad, Moskov said, will you be good enough to give Dr. Waters the latest developments? All right. Joe, you know what's happened this past week. Joe nodded. In case you didn't get the overall picture, their ships, he jerked a thumb at the whine passing back and forth above, have completely blanketed the world. They have destroyed every means of defense we use against them. Atomic aircraft haven't even fazed them in the least. Yesterday, they sent for us. The head of their expedition told us who they are, and it accounts, perhaps, for their anthropomortal appearance. They are from Jupiter, so it's not inconceivable after all that similar forms of life should become dominant in the same solar system. They are easily twice our size, and if ability to learn and speak fluently in a half an hour each of the 3 languages represented here means anything, they have a proportional IQ. Their leader, Slan, says his title means he is the crown prince of the royal Jovan family. Slan was nothing if not courteous and chivalrous. He told us yesterday that he would give us a sporting chance for survival. Why, I can't imagine. Apparently this expedition is like a glorified fox hunt to them. We are to choose a person to represent the world in an intellectual duel with him. If we win, they withdraw completely, never to bother us again. If we lose, then, he said, we're not worth saving, and we'll be completely destroyed, hunted individually, which to them is great sport. To prove they could do it, he had his ship's guns turned on the moon. You saw what happened. Disintegrated completely. Those crumbs, Mike grated. We'll murder 'em, Joe. Quiet, Mike. Mike grumbled, pulled out a cigarette paper and tobacco, and rolled his own. That's why we've called on you, Conrad said. Waters, Sir Manley said, the world rests on your shoulders. You have every qualification, Monsieur Tourneau put in. Your brilliant theories in symbolic logic and theoretical mathematics, said Sir Manley. Chess champion of the world, Moskov added respectfully. Your contribution to astrophysics, Conrad said. And don't you guys forget he won the decathlon when he was just a high school kid. He'll murder them bums. Joe smiled. Don't mind my pugnacious friend. You are, as far as we know, the finest representative the world could have. Moskov looked serious, and Joe became aware suddenly of the awful burden involved. What use intellectual ability or athletic prowess compared to Jovian standards? Wasn't there someone, even a science fiction writer perhaps, better qualified to handle a situation as fantastic as this? Apparently not. When's the funeral? Joe asked dryly. Please, monsieur, a little respect for the situation. Monsieur Tourneau looked pained. The contest is to be in Slan's ship at 8 o'clock tonight, Moskov answered. They will pick you up here in 5 hours. You and me both, Joe, Mike said. Yeah, Joe answered. And now he was mentally reeling under the impact of his responsibility. We'll have a drink first. I think we'll need one. Manley paled. I say, we'll murder them damn Greeks, Mike chortled. Sin, I'm not going in that thing, Mike protested. Can't fight 'em if we don't, Joe answered mournfully. They're big enough, all right, Mike admitted respectfully. Would some football coach like to have one of them on his squad? Come on, let's go. Joe shoved Mike toward the waiting ship, at the door of which a behemoth of a figure waited patiently, watching with some apparent disdain as the two, arms around each other's shoulders, weaved unsteadily inside. Inside the ship, Joe took a long pull at the bottle Mike passed him. Strange, he thought, how an unforeseeable factor, upsetting life's routine equations, produces unguessed mental reactions. Until last night, he'd never had a drink in his life. Then a little thing like the moon being blown up. Aloud he quoted, "What are all such mysteries to me, whose life is full of indices and surds? X squared plus 7x plus 53 equals 11/3. What's that?" "Lewis Carroll," Joe answered, and wondered greatly at the vast amounts of liquor he had consumed in a short space of time. "Beware the Jabberwock, my son." And Joe Walters, the world's most brilliant human, passed out. They left Joe in the ship and dragged Mike before Slan. That gigantic figure sat in regal splendor at the end of a long corridor that ran the length of the vessel. On either side of Mike, as he stumbled toward the throne, which seemed miles away, uniformed giants stood at attention. Had he stretched his arm, he might have been able to wrap a belt buckle. The sensation of being a pygmy increased as he approached Slan. Grouped around Slan, whose throne was on a platform several feet high, stood members of what seemed to be a retinue. They sneered and snickered as Mike drew near, and Mike had to strain his neck and blurred eyes to see them. "Are you ready to begin?" Slan asked in a voice that nearly deafened Mike. "We'll murder you bums," Mike answered belligerently. His whiskey-fogged mind somehow assumed Joe was still by his side. "Very well, then." And Slan extended an arm toward Mike, thumb pointed up. Mike promptly repeated the gesture, except that he pointed his thumb down. Slan reached for a huge flagon of red liquid, which he poured slowly onto the floor. Mike stared, then reached into a hip pocket and produced a bottle of whiskey, swallowed some, and vigorously smacked his lips. Then he held the bottle out to Slan, grinning broadly. Slan reached into a bag at his side, took out a handful of colored pebbles, and scattered them on the floor. Mike scrambled after them and stuffed them into his pocket, then struggled erect, panting at the exertion. Slan arose from his throne, stepped off the platform, and towered over Mike. "You surprise me," he boomed. "You and your little planet are smarter than I expected. Go and tell your people that they could not have chosen a worthier representative." It was a dazed and confused Mike who was led stumbling and clutching his bottle back to the ship which was to take him to a free world. Slan, meanwhile, found himself besieged by annoyed and puzzled followers. He held up his hand for silence and relapsed into native Jovian. "That Earthling," he said sarcastically, "seems to have fared better than you who are so proud of your intellects." When I held my thumb up, indicating our superiority in size and strength, he pointed his thumb down to show that physical power is really of minor importance. I poured a red liquid onto the floor, dramatizing the effect of conflict on them, if that should be my wish. He demonstrated his fearlessness by producing a light-colored liquid and sampling it with enjoyment, as his kind would react to such an encounter. Finally, I flung out a handful of colored pebbles, displaying the confusing array of languages, races, and ideas their world contains. He scooped them into his pocket, showing that their diversity could still be united into single purpose. Slan looked contemptuously at the crestfallen faces of his men. "It would be to our benefit if we had half their spirit in proportion to our size," he said. Then he bellowed, "Order all ships to withdraw at once." To an aide he muttered, "We'll leave this planet to those worthy of it." Mike and Joe were hiding from a world delirious with joy and anxious to heap glory upon its savior, whom they thought was Joe Waters. Joe had no intention of deluding the world in this regard, but right now he was plying Mike with whiskey to get from him the story of what happened. They were in the rear booth of a bar, and Mike kept insisting that Joe knew perfectly well what had happened because he'd been right there. "All right," Joe said coaxingly. "I know what happened, but tell me how you're going to tell it so we can get our story straight." "Can't understand it," Mike said thickly, shaking his head. "The guy was nuts." "What happened?" Joe pleaded. Mike, who apparently had no saturation point, gulped some more whiskey. "First thing," he said, "the guy sticks his thumb up in the air like he's going to give me the bum's rush. So I point mine down. If he tries to kick me out of there before we even had a chance to talk business, I'm flooring him." "Yeah, you would." Mike ignored this comment, took yet another drink, and wiped his lips on the back of his hand. Joe watched this display of alcoholic immunity with admiration, and Mike continued. "Then he takes a bottle of this awful-looking wine and pours it out on the floor. No wonder they've been raising such a rumpus, Joe. With nothing but that stuff to drink, I would too. So I pulled out my flask and took a swig to show what we got, and I offered him some. You know something, Joe?" And Mike leaned forward earnestly. "When the guy saw the kind of stuff we drink, he got new respect, 'cause he takes a handful of jewels and rolls 'em at me. Now I don't look no gift horse in the teeth. I pocket 'em as fast as I can get my hands on 'em. I got the rocks with me. Here." He pulled out the pebbles Slan had referred to, and jewels they were. Fire shot from the diamonds, rubies, emeralds, and amethysts. Joe whistled. "We can use the money that stuff will bring." "Buy a liquor store?" Mike asked eagerly. "Finance the development and launching of an interplanetary expedition." "Ah, what the hell you want to do that for?" "They've got 11 moons," Joe said grimly, "and all we want is one." The end of Jabberwock, Beware by Richard A. Sternbach. Jabberwock, Beware by Richard A. Sternbach.
The Meteor Girl by Jack Williamson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Chip in Boulder, Colorado. The Meteor Girl by Jack Williamson. What's the good in Einstein anyhow? I shot the question at lean young Charlie King in a moment. He looked up at me. I thought there was pain in the back of his clear brown eyes. Lips closed and a thin white line across his wind-tanned face. Nervously, he tapped his pipe on the metal cowling of the Golden Gull's cockpit. I know that space is curved, that there really is no space or time, but only space-time, that electricity and gravitation and magnetism are all the same, but how is that going to pay my grocery bill? Or yours? That's what Virginia wants to know. Virginia Randall? I was astonished. Why, I thought, I know, we've been engaged a year. But she's called it off. Charlie looked into my eyes for a long minute, his lips still compressed. We were leaning on the freshly painted streamlined fuselage of the Golden Gull, As neat a little amphibian monoplane as ever made 300 miles an hour. She stood on the glistening white sand of our private landing field on the eastern Florida coast. Below us, the green Atlantic was running in white foam on the rocks. In the year that Charlie King and I had been out of the Institute of Technology, we had built the nucleus of a commercial airplane business. We had designed and built here in our own shop several very successful seaplanes and amphibians. Charlie's brilliant mathematical mind was of the greatest aid, except when he was too far lost in his abstruse speculations to descend to things commercial. Mathematics is painful enough to me when it is used in calculating the camber of an airplane wing, and pure mathematics, such as the theories of relativity and equivalence, I simply abhor. I was amazed. Virginia Randolph was a girl trim and beautiful as our shining golden gull. I thought him devotedly in love, and we had been looking forward to the wedding. But it isn't 2 weeks since Virginia was out here. You took her up in our Western Gull 4. Nervously, Charlie lit his pipe, drew quickly on it, his face lean and drawn beneath the flying goggles he pushed up on his forehead. He sought mine anxiously. I know. I drove her back to the station. That was when we quarreled. But why? About Einstein? That's silly. She wanted me to give it up here. Go in with her father in his Wall Street brokerage business. The old gent is willing to take me and make a businessman of me. Why, I couldn't run the business without you, Charlie. We talked about that, Hammond. I don't really do much of the work, just play around with mathematics and leave the models and blueprints to you. Oh, Charlie, that's not quite, it's the truth right enough, he said bitterly. You design aircraft. I play with Einstein. And, as you say, a fellow can't eat equations. I'd hate to see you go. And I'd hate to give you up, and our business, and the math. Really no need of it. My tastes are simple enough, and old ironclad Randall has made all one family needs. Virginia's not exactly a pauper herself. 2 or 3 million, I think. And where did Virginia go? She took the Valhalla yesterday at San Francisco, going to join her father at Panama. He cruises around the world in his steam yacht, you know, and runs Wall Street by radio. I was to telegraph her if I changed my mind. I decided to stick to you, Hammond. I telegraphed a corsage of orchids and sent her the message, Einstein forever. If I know Virginia, those were not very politic words. Well, his words were cut short by a very unusual incident. A thin, high scream came suddenly from above our neat stuccoed hangars at the edge of the white field. I looked up quickly to catch a glimpse of a bright object hurtling through the air over our heads. The bellowing scream ended abruptly in a thunderous crash. I felt a tremor of the ground underfoot. What? I ejaculated. Look! Cried Charlie. He pointed. I looked over the gleaming metal wing of the Golden Gull to see a huge cloud of white sand rising like a fountain at the farther side of the level field. Deliberately, the column of debris rose, spread, rained down, leaving a gaping crater in the earth. Something fell. It sounded like a shell from a big gun, except that it didn't explode. Let's go over and see. We ran over to where the thing had struck, 300 yards across the field. We found a great funnel-shaped pit, torn in the naked earth. It was 12 yards across, 15 feet deep, and surrounded with a powdery ring of white sand and pulverized rock. Something like a shell hole, I observed. I've got it, Charlie cried. It's a meteor. A meteor? So big? Yeah, it's lucky for us it was no bigger. If it had been like the one that fell in Siberia a few years ago, or the one that made the Winslow crater in Arizona, we wouldn't have been talking about it. Probably we have a chunk of nickel iron alloy here. I'll get some of the men out here with digging tools. We'll see what we can find. Our mechanics were already hurrying across the field. I shouted at them to bring picks and shovels, and in a few minutes 5 of us were at work throwing sand and shattered rock out of the pit. Suddenly I noticed a curious thing. A pale bluish mist hung in the bottom of the pit. It was easily transparent, no denser than tobacco smoke. Passing my spade through it did not seem to disturb it in the least. I rubbed my eyes doubtfully and said to Charlie, "Do you see a sort of blue haze in the pit?" He peered. No, yes, I do. Funny thing. Kind of a blue fog. And the tools cut right through it without moving it. Queer. Must have something to do with the meteor. He was very excited. We dug more eagerly. An hour later, we had opened the hole to a depth of 20 feet. Our shovels were clanging on the gray iron of the rock from space. The mist had grown thicker as the excavation deepened. We looked at the stone through a screen of motionless blue fog. We had found the meteor. There were several queer things about it. The first man who touched it, a big Swede mechanic named Olsen, was knocked cold as if by a nasty jolt of electricity. It took half an hour to bring him to consciousness. As fast as the rugged iron side of the meteorite was uncovered, a white crust of frost formed over it. It was as cold as outer space, nearly at the absolute zero, Charlie explained, and it was heated only superficially during its quick passage through the air, but how it comes to be charged with electricity, I can't say. He hurried up to his laboratory behind the hangars where he had equipment ranging from an astronomical telescope to a delicate seismograph. He brought back as much electrical equipment as he could carry. He had me touch an insulated wire to the frost-covered stone from space, while he put the other end to one post of a galvanometer. I think he got a current that wrecked the instrument. At any rate, he grew very much excited. "Something queer about that stone," he cried. "This is the chance of a lifetime. I don't know that a meteor has ever been scientifically examined so soon after falling." He hurried us all across to the laboratory. We came back with a truckload of coils and tubes and batteries and potentiometers and other assorted equipment. He had men with heavy rubber gloves lift the frost-covered stone to a packing box on a bench. The thing was irregular in shape, about a foot long. It must have weighed 200 pounds. He sent a man racing on a motorcycle to the drugstore to get dry ice, solidified carbon dioxide, to keep the iron stone at its low temperature. In a few hours, he had a complete laboratory set up around the meteorite. He worked feverishly in the hot sunshine, reading the various instruments he had set up and arranging more. He contrived to keep the stone cold by packing it in a box of dry ice. The mechanic stopped for dinner, and I tried to get him to take some time to eat. "No, Hammond," he said, "this is something big. We're talking about Einstein. This rock seems energized with a new kind of force. All meteors are probably the same way when they first plunge out of space. I think this will be to relativity what the falling apple is to gravity. This is a big thing." He looked up at me, brown eyes flashing. "This is my chance to make a name, Hammond. If I do something big enough, Virginia might reconsider her opinion." Charlie worked steadily through the long hot afternoon. I spent most of the time helping him or gazing in fascination at the curious haze of luminous blue mist that clung like a sphere of azure fog around the meteoric stone. I did not completely understand what he did. The reader who wants the details may consult the monograph he is preparing for the scientific press. He had the men string up a line from our direct current generator in the shops to supply power for his electrical instruments. He mounted a powerful electromagnet just below the meteorite and set up an X-ray tube to bombard it with rays. Night came, and the fire of the white sun faded from the sky. In the darkness, the curious haze about the stone became luminescent, distinct, a dim, motionless sphere of blue light. I fancied that I saw grotesque shapes flashing through it, a ball of blue fire, shimmering and ghost-like, shrouding the instruments. Charlie's induction coil buzzed wickedly with purple fire playing about the terminals. The X-ray tube flickered with a greenish glow. He manipulated the rheostat that controlled the current through the electromagnet and continued to read his instrument. "Look at that!" he cried. The bluish haze about the stone grew brighter. It became a ball of sapphire flame, 5 feet thick, bright and motionless. A great sphere of shimmering azure fire. Wisps of pale, sparkling bluish mist ringed it. The stone in its box, the X-ray bulb, and other apparatus were hidden. The end of the table stuck oddly from the ball of light. I heard Charlie move a switch. The hum of the coils changed a note. The ball of blue fire vanished abruptly. It became a hole, a window in space. Through it, we saw another world. The darkness of the night hung about us. Where the ball had been was a circle of misty blue flame, 5 feet across. Through the circle, I could see a vast expanse of blue ocean running in high, white-capped rollers beneath the sky, overcast with low gray clouds. It was no flat picture like a movie screen. The scene had vast depth. I knew that we were really looking over an infinite expanse of stormy ocean. It was all perfectly clear, distinct, real. Astounded, I turned to find Charlie standing back and looking into the ring of blue fire with a curious mixture of surprise and delighted satisfaction. What? I gasped. It's amazing. Wonderful. More than I dared hope for. The complete vindication of my theory. If Virginia cares for scientific reputation, but what is it? It's hard to explain without mathematical language. You might say that we are looking through a hole in space. The new force in the meteorite, amplified by the X-rays and the magnetic field, is causing a distortion of the space-time coordinates. You know that a gravitational field bends light. The light of a star is deflected in passing the sun. The field of this meteorite bends light through space-time, through the four-dimensional continuum. That scrap of ocean we can see might be on the other side of the Earth. I walked around the circle of luminous smoke, with the marvelous picture in the center. It seemed that the windows swung with me. I surveyed the whole angry surface of that slate-gray, storm-beaten sea to the misty horizon. Nowhere was it broken by land or ship. Charlie fell to adjusting his rheostat and switches. It seemed that the gray ocean moved swiftly beyond the window. Vast stretches of it raced below our eyes. Faint black stains of steamer smoke appeared against the blue-gray horizon and swept past. Then land appeared, a long green-gray line. We had a flash of a long coast that unreeled in endless panorama before us. It was such a view as one might get from a swift airplane, a plane passing at thousands of miles an hour. The Golden Gate flashed before us, with the familiar skyline of San Francisco rising on the hills behind it. "San Francisco!" Charlie cried. "This is the Pacific we've been seeing. Let's find the Valhalla. We might be able to see Virginia." The coastline vanished as he manipulated the instruments. Staring into the circle of shining blue mist, I saw the endless ocean racing below us again. We picked up a pleasure yacht, running under bare poles. "I didn't know there was such a storm on," Charlie murmured. Other vessels swam below us, laboring against heavy seas. Then we looked upon an ocean whipped into mighty white-crowned waves. Rain beat down in sheets from low, dense clouds. Vivid violet lightnings flashed before us. It seemed very strange to see such lightning and hear not the faintest whisper of thunder, but no sound came from anything we saw through the blue-rimmed window in space. "I hope the Valhalla isn't in weather like this," cried Charlie. In a few minutes, a dark form loomed through the wind-driven mist. Swiftly it swam nearer. It became a black ship. "Only a tramp," Charlie said, breathing a sigh of relief. It was a dingy tramp steamer, her superstructure wrecked. Her fires seemed dead. She lay across the wind, rolling sluggishly, threatening to sink with every monstrous wave. We saw no living person upon her. She seemed a sinking derelict. We made out the name Roma on her side. Charlie moved his dials again. In a few minutes, the slender prow of another great steamer came through the sheets of rain. It was evidently a passenger vessel. She seemed limping along, half-wrecked, with mighty waves breaking over her tail. Charlie grew white with alarm. "The Valhalla," he gasped, "and she's headed straight for that wreck." In a moment, as he brought the liner closer below our blue-rimmed window, I, too, made out the name. The wet, glistening decks were almost deserted. Here and there, a man struggled futilely against the force of the storm. In a few minutes, the drifting wreck of the Roma came into our view, dead ahead of the limping liner. Through the mist and falling rain, the derelict could not have been in sight of the lookout of the passenger vessel until she was almost upon it. We saw a white burst of steam as the siren was blown. We watched the desperate effort of the liner to check her way, to come about, but it was too much for the already crippled ship. Charlie cried out as a mighty wave drove the Valhalla down upon the sluggishly drifting wreck. All that mad scene that ensued was strangely silent. We heard no crash when the collision occurred, heard no screams or shouts while the mob of desperate white-faced passengers were fighting their way to the deck. The vain struggle to launch the boats was like a silent movie. One boat was splintered while being lowered. Another, already filled with passengers, was lifted by a great wave and crushed against the side of the ship. Only shivered wood and red foam were left. The ship listed so rapidly that the boats on the lee side were useless. It was impossible to launch the others in that terrible lashing sea. "Virginia can swim," Charlie said hopefully. "You know, she tried the Channel last year. Nearly made it, too." He stopped to watch the terrible scene in white-faced, anxious silence. The tramp went down before the steamer, drawing fragments of wrecked boats after it. The liner was evidently sinking rapidly. We saw dozens of hopeless, panic-stricken passengers diving off the lee side, trying to swim off far enough to avoid the tremendous suction. Then, with a curious deliberation, the bow of the Valhalla dipped under green water. Her stern rose in the air until the ship stood almost perpendicular. She slipped quickly down, out of sight. Only a few swimming humans and the wrecks of a few boats were left on the rough grey sea. Charlie fumbled nervously with his dials, trying to get the scene near enough that we could see the identity of the struggling swimmers. A long boat, which must have been swept below by the suction of the ship, came plunging above the surface. Upside down, it drifted swiftly among the swimmers, who struggled to reach it. I saw one person, evidently a girl, grasp it and drag herself upon it. It swept on, past the few others still struggling. The wrecked boat with the girl upon it seemed coming swiftly toward our blue-rimmed window. In a few minutes, I saw something familiar about her. "It's Virginia!" Charlie cried. "God, we've got to save her somehow!" The long rollers drove the overturned boat swiftly along. Virginia Randall clung desperately to it, deluged in foam, whipped with flying spray, the wild wind tearing at her. About us the clear, still night was deepening. The air was warm and still. The hot stars shone steadily. Quiet, lighted houses were in sight above the beach. It was very strange to look through the fire-rimmed circle, to see a girl struggling for life, clinging to a wrecked boat in a stormy sea. Charlie watched in an apathy of grief and horror, trembling, speechless, doing nothing except move the controls to keep the floating girl in our sight. Hours went by as we watched. Then Charlie cried out in sudden hope, "There's a chance! I might do it! I might be able to save her!" Might do what? We are able to see what we do because the field of the meteor bends light through the four-dimensional continuum. The world line of a ray of light is a geodesic in the continuum. The field I have distorts the continuum, so we see rays that originated at a distant point. Is that clear? Clear as mud. Well, anyhow, if the field was strong enough, we could bring physical objects through space-time. Instead of mere visual images, we could pick Virginia up and bring her right here to the crater. I'm sure of it. You mean you could move a girl through some 4,000 or 5,000 miles of space? Oh, you don't understand. She wouldn't come through space at all, but through space-time, through the continuum, which is a very different thing. She is 4,000 miles away in our three-dimensional space, but in space-time, as you see, she's only a few yards away. She's only a few yards from us in the fourth dimension. If I can increase the field a little, she'll be drawn right through. Oh, you're a wizard if you could do it. I've got to do it. She's a fine swimmer. It's the only reason she's still alive, but she'll never live to reach the shore, not in a sea like that. Charlie fell to work at once, mounting another electromagnet beside the one he had set up and rigging 2 more X-ray bulbs beside the packing box which held the meteor. The motion of the boat in the fire-rimmed window kept drawing it swiftly away from us, and Charlie showed me how to move the dial of his rheostat to keep the girl in view. Before he had completed his arrangements, a patch of white foam came into view just ahead of the drifting boat. In a moment I made out a cruel black rock with the angry sea breaking into fleecy spray upon it. The boat was almost upon it, driving straight for it. Charlie saw it and cried out in horror. The long black hull of the splintered boat, floating keel upward, was only a few yards away. A great white-capped breaker lifted it, hurled it forward with the girl clinging to it. She drew herself up and stared in terror at the black rock, while another long surging roller picked up the boat and swept it forward again. I stood, paralyzed in horror, while the shattered boat was driven full upon the great rock. I could imagine the crash of it, but it was all as still as a silent picture. The boat, riding high on the crest of white foam, smashed against the rock and was shivered to splinters. Virginia was hurled forward against the slick, wet stone. Desperately she scrambled to reach the top of the boulder. Her hands slipped on the polished rock. The wild sea dragged at her. At last she got out of reach of the angry grey water, though spume still deluged her. I breathed a sigh of relief, though her position was still far from enviable. Virginia, why did I let you go? Charlie cried. Desperately he fell to work again, mounting the magnet and tubes. Another hour went by while I watched the shivering girl on the rock. Bobbed hair, wet and glistening, was plastered close against her head. Her clothing was torn half off. She looked utterly exhausted. It seemed to take all her ebbing energy to cling to the rock against the force of the wind, of the waves that dashed against her. She looked cold and blue and trembling. The water stood higher. "The tide is rising," Charlie exclaimed. "It'll cover the rock pretty soon. If we don't get her off in time, she's lost." He finished twisting his wires together. "I've got it all ready," he said. "Now I've got to find out exactly where she is to know how to set it. Even then it's fearfully uncertain. I hate to try it, but it's the only chance." "You can find out?" "Yes, from the spectral shift and the other factors. I'll have to get some other apparatus." He ran up to the laboratory across the level field that lay black beneath the stars. He came back, panting, with spectrometer, terrestrial globe, and other articles. "The tide is higher," he cried, as he looked through the blue-rimmed circle at the girl on the rock. "She'll be swept off before long." He mounted the spectrometer and fell to work with a will, taking observations through the telescope, adjusting prisms and diffraction gratings, reading electrometers and other apparatus, and stopping to make intricate calculations. I helped him when I could, or stared through the ring of shining blue mist, where I could see the waves breaking higher about the exhausted girl who clung to the rock. Clouds of wind-whipped spray often hid her from sight. I knew that she would not have the strength to hold on much longer against the force of the rising sea. Although driven almost to distraction by the horror of her predicament, he worked with a cool, swift efficiency. Only the pale, anxiety-drawn expression of his face showed how great was the strain. He finished the last spectrometer observation, snatched out a pad, and fell to figuring furiously. "Something queer here," he said presently, frowning. "A shift of the spectrum that I can't explain by distortion through three-dimensional space alone. I don't understand it." We stared at the chilled and trembling girl on the rock. "I'm almost afraid to try it. What if something went wrong?" He turned to the terrestrial globe he had brought down and traced a line over it. He made a quick calculation on his pad and made a fine dot on the globe with the pencil point. "Here she is, on a rock some miles off Point Eugenia, off the coast of the Mexican state of Lower California, most lonely spot in the world." No chance for a rescue. We must... By God! He screamed in sudden horror. Look! I looked through the blue-ringed window and saw the girl. Green water was surging about her waist. It seemed that each wave almost tore her off. And then I saw that she was struggling with something. A great, coiling tentacle, black and leathery and glistening, was thrust up out of the green water. It wavered deliberately through the air and grasped at the girl. She seemed to scream, although we could hear nothing. She beat at the monster, weakly, vainly. "She's gone," cried Charlie. "An octopus," I said, "a giant cuttlefish." Virginia made a sudden, fierce effort. With a strength I had not thought her chilled limbs possess, she tore away from that dreadful creature and climbed higher on the rock. But still a hideous black tentacle clung about her ankle, tugging at her, drawing her back, despite her desperate struggle to break free. "I've got to try it," Charlie said, determination flashing in his eyes. "It's a chance." He closed a switch. His new coils sung out over the old one. X-ray tubes flickered beside the blue fire that ringed the window. He adjusted his rheostats and closed the circuit through the new magnet. A curtain of blue flame was drawn quickly between us and the round, fire-rimmed window. A huge ball of fire hung about the meteorite and the instruments. For minutes it hung there while Charlie, perspiring, worked desperately with the apparatus. Then it expanded, became huge. It exploded noiselessly in a great flash of sapphire flame and then vanished completely. Meteor, bench, and apparatus were gone. In the light of the stars we could make out the huge crater the meteorite had torn, with a few odds and ends of equipment scattered about it, but all the apparatus Charlie had set up, connected with the meteoric stone, had disappeared. He was dumbfounded, staggered with disappointment. "Virginia! Virginia!" he called out in a helpless tone. "No, she isn't here. It didn't draw her through. I've failed. And we can't even see her anymore." Desperately I searched for consolation for him. "Maybe the octopus won't hurt her," I offered. "They say that most of the stories of their ferocity are somewhat exaggerated." "If that monster didn't get her, the tide will," he said bitterly. "I've made a miserable failure of it, and I don't know why. I can't understand it." Apathetically, he picked up his pad and held it in the light of his electric lantern. "Oh, there's something funny about this equation. The shift of the spectrum lines can't be accounted for by distortion through space alone." With a wrinkled brow, he stared for many minutes at the bit of paper he held in the white circle of light. Suddenly he seized a pencil and figured rapidly. "I have it. The light was bent through time. I should have recognized these space-time coordinates." He calculated again. "Yes, the scene we saw in that circle of light was distant from us not only in space but in time. The Valhalla probably hasn't sunk yet at all. We're looking into the future." "But how can that be? Seeing things before they happen?" I have the profoundest respect for Charlie King's mathematical genius, but when he said that, I was frankly incredulous. Space and time are only relative terms. Our material universe is merely the intersection of tangled world lines of geodesics in a four-dimensional continuum. Space and time have no meaning independently of each other. Jean says a terrestrial astronomer may reckon that the outburst of Nova Persei occurred a century before the Great Fire of London, but an astronomer on the Nova may reckon with equal accuracy that the Great Fire occurred a century before the outburst on the Nova. The field of this meteorite deflected light waves so that we saw them earlier, according to our conventional ideas of time, than they originated. We saw several hours into the future. And the amplified field of the magnet, though strong enough to move Virginia through space, was not sufficiently powerful to draw her back to us across time. Yet she must have felt the pull. Some dreadful thing may have happened. The problem is rather complicated. He lifted his pencil again. In the glow of the little electric lantern, I saw his lean young face tense with the fierce effort of his thought. His pencil raced across the little pad, setting down symbols that I could make nothing of. My thoughts were racing. Seeing into the future was a rather revolutionary idea to me. My mind is conservative. I have always been skeptical of the more fantastic ideas suggested by science, but Charlie seemed to know what he was talking about. In view of the marvelous things he had done that night, it seemed hardly fair to doubt him now. I decided to accept his astounding statement at face value, and to follow the adventure through. He lifted his pencil and consulted the luminous dial of his wristwatch. We saw that last scene some 12 hours and 40 minutes before it happened. To put it in conventional language, the distortion of the time coordinates amounted to that. In the light of dawn, for we had been all night at the meteor pit, and silver was coming up in the east, he looked at me with fierce resolve in his eyes. "Hammond, that gives us 12 hours to get to Virginia." "You mean go?" "But just 12 hours. That's better than the transcontinental record, to say nothing of the time it would take to find a little rock in the Pacific. We have the Golden Gull. She's as fast as any ship we've ever flown." "We can't take the Gull. Those alterations haven't been made, and that new engine, a Bearcat for power, but it may go dead any second. The Gull can fly, but she isn't safe." "Safety be damned. I've got to get to Virginia, and get there in the next 12 hours. The Gull will fly, but—" "All right, please, help me get off." "Help you off? That's a damn fool thing to do. But if you go, I do." "Thanks, Hammond. Awfully." He gripped my hand. "We've got to make it." With a last glance into the gaping pit from which we had dug the marvelous stone, we turned and ran across to the hangars. As we ran, the sun came above the sky in the east. Its first rays struck us like a fiery lance. The mechanics had not yet appeared. Charlie pushed the doors back, and we ran out the trim little Golden Gull, beautiful with her slender wing and her graceful tapering lines. I seized the starting crank, and Charlie sprang into the cockpit. I cranked until the mechanism was droning dismally, and pulled the lever that engaged it with the engine. I had been in too much haste to get up the proper speed, and the powerful new engine failed to fire. Charlie almost cried with vexation while I was cranking again. This time the motor coughed and fell into a steady, vibrant roar. With the wind from the propellers screaming about me, I disengaged the crank and stood waiting while the motor warmed. Charlie gave it scant time to do so before he motioned me to kick out the blocks. I tumbled into the enclosed cockpit beside him. He gave the ship the gun, and we roared across the field. In 5 minutes we were flying west at a speed just under 300 miles an hour. Charlie was crouched over the stick, scanning the instrument board and flying the Gull almost at her top speed. Again and again his eyes went to the little clock on the panel. 12 hours and 40 minutes, he said. An hour gone already. We've got to be there by 5 minutes after 6. We were flying over Louisiana when the oil line clogged. The engine heated dangerously. Reluctantly, Charlie cut off the ignition and fell in a swift spiral to an open field. We've got to fix it, he said. Another hour gone, and we need it every minute. This new engine, it's powerful enough, but we should have time to overhaul it and make those changes. Charlie landed with his usual skill, and we fell to work in desperate haste. A grizzled farmer, a wad of tobacco in his cheek and 3 ragged urchins at his heels, stopped to watch us. He had just been to his mailbox and had a morning paper in his hand. Charlie questioned him about the storm. "Storm center nears the American coast," he read in a nasal drawl. "Greatest storm of the year drives shipping upon west coast. 6 vessels reported lost. SS Valhalla disabled. Sends SOS. 1,000 lives are the estimated toll tonight in the most terrific storm of the year, which is sweeping toward the Pacific coast, driving all shipping before it. Radiograms from the Valhalla at 5 p.m. report she is disabled and in danger. It is doubtful that rescue vessels can reach her through the storm." We got that engine repaired, took off again. Charlie looked at his little clock. 5 minutes to 10. 8 hours and 10 minutes left, and we've got a darn long ways to go. We had to stop in San Antonio, Texas, to replenish gasoline and oil. 10 minutes lost, Charlie complained, as we took off. And look at that monster, waiting in the future to drag Virginia to a hideous death. 2 hours later, the plane developed trouble in the ignition system. The motor was new, with several radical changes that we had introduced to increase power and lessen weight. As I had objected to Charlie, we had not done enough experimental work on it to perfect it. We limped into the field at El Paso and spent another priceless half hour at work. I got some sandwiches at a luncheon counter beside the field and listened a moment to a radio loudspeaker there. "Many thousands are dead," came the crisp, metallic voice of the announcer, "as a result of the storm now raging on the Pacific coast, the worst in several years. The storm center is spending its force on the coastal regions today. Millions of dollars in damage are reported in cities from San Francisco to Manzanillo, Mexico. The greatest disaster of the storm is the loss of the passenger liner Valhalla of the Red Star Line. It is believed to have collided with the abandoned hulk of an Italian-owned tramp freighter, the Roma, which was left by its crew yesterday in a sinking condition. Radiograms from the liner ceased 3 hours ago, when she was said to be sinking. The officers doubted that her boats could be launched in such a sea." I waited to hear no more. Charlie checked out our route while we were stopped, and we took off. We crossed the Rio Grande and flew across the rocky, brush-scattered hills of Mexico in a direct line for the rock in the sea. "If anything happens so we have to land again, well, that's just too bad," Charlie said grimly, "but we've got to go this way. It's something over 600 miles in a straight line, 15 minutes to 4 now, but we have to average nearly 300 miles an hour to get there." He was silent and intent over his maps and instruments as we flew over the lofty Sierra Madre range and over a long slope down to the Gulf of California. Headwinds beset us as we were over the stretch of blue water, and we flew on into a storm. "We had hardly time to make it without the wind against us," said Charlie. If it holds us back many miles, well, it just mustn't." Purple lightning flickered ominously in the mass of blue storm clouds that hung above the mountainous peninsula of Lower California. I had a qualm about flying into it in our untested machine, but Charlie leaned tensely forward and sent the Golden Gull on at the limit of her speed. Gray vapor swirled around us, rent with vivid streaks of lightning. Thunder crashed and rumbled above the roar of our racing engine. Wild winds screeched in the struts. Rain and hail beat against us. The plane rose and fell. She was swirled about like a falling leaf. The stick struggled in Charlie's hands like a living thing. With lips tightened into a thin line, he fought silently, fiercely, desperately. Suddenly we were sucked down, and I had an uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach. I saw the grim outline of a bare mountain peak dangerously close below us, shrouded in wind-whipped mist. In sudden alarm I shouted, "We'd better get out of this, Charlie. We can't live in it long." In the roar of the storm he did not hear me, and I shouted again. He turned to face me. After a glance at the clock, "We've less than an hour, Hammond. We've got to go on." I sank back in my seat. The plane rolled and tossed until I thanked my lucky stars for the safety strap. In nervous anxiety, I watched Charlie bring the ship up again and fight his way on through the storm. For an eternity, it seemed, we battled through a chaos of wind-driven mist, bright with purple lightning, shaken with crashing thunder. Charlie struggled with the controls until he was dripping with perspiration. He must have been utterly worn out after 36 hours of exhausting effort. A dozen times I despaired of life. The compass had gone to spinning crazily. We dived through the rain until we could pick out landmarks below. 3 times a great bare peak loomed suddenly up ahead of us, and Charlie averted collision only by zooming suddenly upward. Then slate-gray water was beneath us, running in white-crusted mountains. I knew we were at last out over the Pacific. "We've passed Point Eugenia," Charlie said. "It can't be far now, but we only have 15 minutes left. 15 minutes to get to her, before the attraction of the meteor jerks her away, perhaps to a horrible fate." We flew low over the racing waves. Charlie looked over his charts and made a swift calculation. He changed our course a bit, and we flew on at top speed. We scanned the vast, mad expanse of the sea below the blue-gray clouds. Here and there were lines of white breakers, but nowhere did we see a rock with a girl upon it. Presently, the green outline of an island appeared out of the wild water on our right. "That's Del Tiburon," Charlie said. "We missed the rock." He swung the plane about, and we flew south over the hastening waves. I looked at the little clock. It showed 2 minutes to 6. I turned to Charlie. 7 minutes, he whispered grimly. On and on we flew in a wide circle. The motor roared loud. An endless expanse of racing waves unreeled below us. The little hand crawled round the dial. 1 minute past 6. Only 4 minutes to go. We saw a speck of white foam on the mad grey water. It was miles away, almost on the horizon. We plunged toward it, motor bellowing loud. 5 miles a minute we flew. The white fleck became a black rock, smothered in snowy foam. On we swept, over the rock, with bullet-like speed. As we plunged by, I saw Virginia's slender form, tattered, brine-soaked, struggling in the hideous tentacles of the monster octopus. It was the same terrible scene that we had viewed. through the amazing phenomenon of distortion of light through space-time 4,000 miles away and 12 hours before. In a few minutes, the time would come when Charlie had ended our view of the scene by his attempt to draw the girl through the fourth dimension to our apparatus in Florida. What terrible thing might happen then? Charlie brought the ship about so quickly that we were flung against the sides. Down we came toward the mad waves in a swift glide. In sudden apprehension, I dropped my hand on his shoulder. "Man, you can't land in the sea like that. It's suicide." Without a word, he shook off my hand and continued our steep glide toward the rock. I drew my breath in apprehension of a crash. I do not blame Charlie for what happened. He is as skillful a pilot as I know. It was a mad freak of the sea that did the thing. The gray waste of mountainous white-crested waves rose swiftly up to meet us, with the rock, with the girl clinging to it, just to our right. The golden gull struck the crest of the wave, buried itself in the foam, plunged down a long slope to the trough. We rose safely to the crest of the oncoming roller, and I saw the black outline of the rock not a dozen yards away. Charlie had landed with all his skill. It was not his fault that the blustering wind caught the ship as she reached the crest of the wave and flung her sideways toward the rock. It is no fault of his that the white-capped mountain of racing green water completed what the wind had begun and hurled the frail plane crashing on the rock. I have a confused memory of the wild plunge at the mercy of the wave, of my despair as I realized that we were being wrecked. I must have been knocked unconscious when we struck. The next I remember, I was opening my eyes to find myself on the rock, Charlie's strong arm on my shoulder. I was soaked with icy brine, and my head was aching from a heavy blow. Virginia, shivering and blue, was perched beside us. I could see no sign of the plane. The mighty sea had swept away what was left of it. Clinging to the lee side of the rock, I saw the black tentacles of the giant octopus, waiting for a wave to dash us to its mercy. "All right, Hammond?" Charlie inquired anxiously. "I'm afraid you got a pretty nasty bump on the head. About all I could do to fish you out before the gull was swept away." He helped me to a better position to withstand the force of the great roller that came plunging down upon us like a moving mountain. Virginia was in his arms, too exhausted to do more than cling to him. "What can we do?" I sputtered, shaking water from my head. "Not a thing. We're in a pretty bad fix, I imagine. In a few seconds we will feel the attraction of the meteor's field, the force with which I tried to draw Virginia to the crater through the fourth dimension. I don't know what will happen. We may be jerked out of space altogether, and if that doesn't get us, the tide and the octopus will." His voice was drowned in the roar of the coming wave. A mountain of water deluged us. Half drowned, I clung to the rock against the mad water. Then blinding blue light flashed about me. A sharp crash rang in my ears like splintering glass. I reeled and felt myself falling headlong. I brought up on soft sand. I sat up, dumbfounded, and opened my eyes. I was sitting on the steep, sandy side of a conical pit. Charlie and Virginia were sprawled beside me, looking as astonished as I felt. Charlie got to his knees and lifted the limp form of the girl in his arms. Something snapped in my brain. The sand-walled pit was suddenly familiar. I got to my feet and clambered out of it. I saw that we were on our own landing field. Astonishingly, we were back in the meteor crater. Charlie's vanished apparatus was scattered about us. I saw the gray side of the rough iron meteorite itself, half buried in the sand at the bottom of the pit. What happened? I demanded of Charlie. Don't you see? Simple enough. I should have thought of it before. The field of the meteorite brought Virginia and us through to this point in space, but it could not bring us back through time. Instead, the apparatus itself was jerked forward through time. That is why it vanished. We got here just 12 hours and 40 minutes after I closed the switch, since we had been looking that far into the future. The mathematical explanation— "Oh, that's enough for me," I said hastily. "We'd better see about a warm, dry bed for Virginia and some hot soup or something." Now the rough gray meteorite, in a neat glass case, rests above the mantel in the library of a beautiful home where I am a frequent guest. I was there one evening a few days ago when Charlie King fell silent in one of his fits of mathematical speculation. "Einstein again?" I chaffingly inquired. He raised his brown eyes and looked at me. "Hammond, since relativity enabled us to find the Meteor Girl, you ought to be convinced." Virginia, whom her husband calls the Meteor Girl, came laughingly to the rescue. "Yes, Mr. Hammond. What do you think of Einstein now?" End of The Meteor Girl by John Williamson. This has been read by Chip in Boulder, Colorado.
Love Among the Robots by Emmett McDowell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Henry Ohm leaped to his feet, stared across the intervening ground at Igloo number 2, plainly visible through the clear plastic walls. Its door had just been flung violently open. Then Safi Jikai scooted out and fled madly across the jagged surface of the asteroid. Hard on the girl's heels pounded R7. The robot, Hen saw with a gulp, was waving a large wrench in one metal fist. "Uh-oh," Hen muttered, and plunged down the incline for the airlock. He shot a second glance through the transparent curved walls, slowed down. The robot would never catch Safi. Even burdened by her oxygen suit, the girl was leaving R7 far in the rear. At the airlock, Henry Ohm paused, regarding the chase with sober, deep-set black eyes. He was a tall, thin young man, nearing 30. His face was narrow. Prominent cheekbones and a thin, straight nose gave his features an angular, pleasant mold. He made no move to don the emergency oxygen helmet beside the lock, but waited with a vague expression of annoyance. Safi reached the airlock, burst inside, sealed and locked the outer door behind her. The air had scarcely filled the chamber before she flung open the inner door, confronted Henry Ohm, and exploded into a flood of angry words. Not a sound escaped her plastic helmet, which she had forgotten to remove. He let her rattle away silently inside her helmet, nodding at intervals, rubbing his chin until she paused for breath. "That's what you get for trying to run a mine all alone on this god-forsaken asteroid," he informed her, "even if you are a yellow-haired hellcat." Safi looked at him blankly. Ohm rapped with his knuckles on her helmet. "If you take that thing off, you could hear me, but you're the excitable type. Probably have an overactive thyroid." Safi jerked off her helmet. She had a mass of fine, wavy yellow hair cut like a halo about her oval face. Her features were delicately molded, her eyes large and blue. She was only a few inches shorter than Henry Ohm, but more slenderly built. "What the hell were you saying?" she demanded suspiciously. "I wanted to know what you've been doing to the robots this time." "Me?" "What happened in the mine?" "Rational robots!" Safi Jikai planted hands on slender but ample hips. I was an idiot to listen to you, Hen. He repressed a chuckle. His glance flicked to the surface of the asteroid beyond the plastic walls of the igloo. R7, he saw, had taken a stance at the lock, like a cat at a mouse hole. Although built along the general design of man, the robot was no grotesque copy. It was a complex, functional piece of machinery, as beautiful in his way as the cobwebby spans of a bridge, a streamlined jet plane, or a fine watch. But Sophie, they're still in the experimental stage. Experimental's right, the girl interrupted passionately. Do you realize what R7 has done now? He grinned. No, what? He's taken the mining worm apart. That's what. I knew he would. Knew he would? Did you warn him not to? Yes, of course I did. I had to leave him to check the reduction plant. I had a presentiment. Woman's intuition, I suppose, Hen interrupted. You'd sold yourself on the idea R7 was going to take the worm apart. If you like, returned Sophie in a chilly voice. When I came back, R7 was gone and the worm was strewn all over the floor. I was furious. I found R7 on the 4th level. I started to land into him, but what? He looked so queer. How the hell can a piece of machinery look queer? Well, he did, said Sophie indignantly. He looked as if he was going to take me apart, too. Henry groaned. Go on, he said resignedly. Why, then R7 wanted to know if I was put together or if I came all in one piece. She bit her lip. He started to find out. She slipped off the oxygen suit. She was clad in comfortable baggy coveralls, similar to Hen's. That rascal, Hen chuckled. Sophie grew pink with rage. Rascal! She retorted witheringly. Is that all you can say? One of those mechanical monstrosities dismantles the worm, then starts on me, and you think it's cute. Well, it's damned queer they always react emotionally when you're around. Sophie set her jaw, began to stride up the incline. She was a rangy girl with a long pantherish stride. Hen followed her, his brow furrowed. When they came out on the sun deck of the 2-storied half-sphere of clear plastic that was the living quarters, he began. I'll take a look at the mining worm. I think I can get it reassembled all right. He frowned, cracked his bony knuckles. The robots have been developing some unexpected quirks. I wouldn't be surprised, Sophie, if this tinkering with machinery isn't the expression of a sexual urge, the emergence of an instinct to perpetuate the species. Sexual urge! Sophie Jikai halted before Hen, shook her finger under his nose. If I could sneak up behind R7, it'd never make calf eyes at another mining worm. But Hen wasn't listening. He fumbled in the pockets of his coveralls, resurrected a notebook, wrote, Robots manifesting decided curiosity towards machinery, maybe emergence of secondary sex characteristics. He frowned, added in bold script, have noted nascent antipathy towards organic life. Again he hesitated and scrawled, shows signs of developing into active antagonism. He snapped the notebook shut, jammed it in his pocket. Where are you going? Sophie asked as he started for the door. Get my oxygen suit. I want to look at their mining worm. You'd better take a crowbar along to fend off R7. Poor psychology, Hen replied with more confidence than he felt. Fear and coercion will only cause their antagonism to become firmly implanted. The rational robot, Sophie, can be either the greatest single step man has made towards freedom, or what? Enslavement. It sounded sententious after he had said it, but it was true. He started for the door again. What do you mean by that crack? Sophie stopped him. He didn't answer her directly. Instead he replied, I'm not sure that Robots Incorporated didn't make a mistake when they selected this asteroid as a proving ground. It's too— Don't you go turning in any report like that, interrupted the girl hotly. Sophie Jikai had been operating her Wildcat uranium mine on a shoestring before Robots Incorporated approached her with their proposition. Now the corporation was paying all the operational expenses, so that the proceeds of the mine were pure gravy. Further, they had guaranteed that any improvements which they installed would automatically revert to Sophie when the experimental units were withdrawn. Machinery damaged by the robots was to be replaced at the corporation's expense. A substantial bonus to compensate for the risk involved was included.
Robots Incorporated hadn't even overlooked Henry Ohm, their experimental physicist, whom they sent along to check the robots. Safi was to get a monthly check to cover Henry Ohm's board, lodging and nuisance value. "Hell," said Safi. "Why, Seven can chase me twice around the asteroid before breakfast. Just because I blew my top up with a mining worm doesn't mean—" "That's got nothing to do with it," Hen said grimly. "The asteroid's too well adapted to the robot's needs. Airless, waterless, an abundant supply of metals. There's the laboratory, your mine and equipment, and only the two of us have a check on them." "Check?" Safi's blue eyes had gradually widened. "What are you driving at?" "Why do you suppose Robots Incorporated chose this asteroid as a proving ground? They said the mine would afford an opportunity to observe how well the robots adapted themselves to actual working conditions. That's not all. They wouldn't let you go into this blind." "No," she emitted nervously. "They mentioned something else that struck me at the time, but it was too golden an opportunity to pass up. They said that should the experiment prove impractical, they would have the infection isolated on a small asteroid well out in the belt." "Exactly. Look, I helped develop these robots. I've been on the problem 7 years, but it was started long before I joined the experimental staff of Robots Incorporated." He paused. "In fact," he went on dryly, "they were predicted even before science had advanced to a point where it could set up the intricate nervous system necessary. A conscious machine, Safi, is the result of fusing two sciences which have always been considered more or less antagonistic." "You mean psychology and physics?" Safi had begun to pace nervously up and down the room. He nodded. "It was a logical deduction from mechanistic psychology, which itself is an outgrowth of the old school of behaviorism. Mental life is response to stimulus. Consciousness is like the spark between two electrodes in a circuit of feeling arising from viscera, muscles, blood vessels, glands." "Get to the point," commanded Safi. Hen set his jaw. He was sounding like a lecturer, he realized, but it annoyed him for the girl to point it out. "I'm getting there as fast as I can. We were faced with devising an intricate mechanical nervous system. Thus, should a joint grow warm from lack of lubrication, an impulse of distress could be telegraphed to the central clearing center, identified, shunted to the lubricatory system which would oil the joints. A spark of consciousness would be created. It would manifest itself as acute distress in the defective joint. We incorporated a simple metabolism by which the robots converted raw stuff into fuel and lubrication. The rest of the mechanism was much the same as that of any animal confronted by the necessity of self-preservation. Organs for locomotion and work, organs for perception." Safi frowned. "So?" "Most things in nature serve multiple purposes. Arms and legs are no exception. They provide offensive as well as defensive weapons. We've succeeded in building a conscious machine without any adequate control." "But you sound as if you thought it might turn on man," protested the girl with a shudder. "Why should it?" "For the same reason we built it," he said with a touch of irony. "Freedom. So long as it doesn't learn to reproduce itself, though, it's not a danger. That is, not to the race." "But a machine. Surely you can forecast how a machine will act." "Can we?" His voice was savage. "How would a conscious machine react to its environment? What would its thoughts be? I tell you, once it integrates itself, we have no means of predicting its reactions." Once in his quarters, Henry Ohm began dragging on his oxygen suit. He could still see the girl through the glass partitions of the igloo. She had dropped into a chair, lit a cigarette. About as private, he thought wryly, as a goldfish bowl. The igloos, he knew, were manufactured for housing on the airless asteroids of the belt. They were built of a clear thermal plastic and incorporated heating, atmosphere, and water units. Henry Ohm felt rather strongly, though, that the partitions could have been clouded. Safi's holdings had not been designed to accommodate visitors. In fact, Henry Ohm had spent the past week in a state of mild embarrassment. He settled his helmet over his head, bolted it in place. He glanced toward the living room, but Safi wasn't there. Then he saw her in her own quarters. She was skinning out of her coveralls, preparing to shower. "Damn all glass houses," he muttered, and bolted for the airlock. Hen emerged on the surface, swept the tight horizon with his eyes. It was empty of life. R7 had lost patience, evidently,
and wandered off. To the left was the laboratory and machine shop, a gleaming plastic igloo resembling the living quarters. Robots Incorporated had provided it for him to observe, diagnose, repair his mechanical charges. Beyond the laboratory, a somewhat larger igloo housed the mineshaft, reduction plant, and tipple. A dilapidated tramp freighter sprawled beside the tipple like a foundered whale. Hen frowned. Operations had come to a halt. He could catch no glimpse of movement through the plastic wall. He lengthened his stride, passed through the door, still open just as Sophie had left it when she fled. The interior reminded him of the appearance of a shop from which the proprietor had just stepped to buy a paper. A subtle feeling of uneasiness began to pervade his whole being. He descended the shaft in the automatic cage. The light was burning on each of the 4 levels. Tools had been abandoned and left lying on the floors. He found the dismembered anatomy of the mining worm on level 3, but of the 8 robots there was no sign. Hen ran the cage back to the surface at top speed. He was sweating profusely. A trickle kept running off his forehead into his eye. He pawed at the plastic helmet, shook his head. Then, perversely, his nose began to itch. It did no good to tell himself these were nervous manifestations. He could only grit his teeth and suffer. He ran outside, glanced hopefully about the surface once more. The landscape was rough, inhospitable, barren, resembling a clinker on a larger scale. The sun hung just above the western horizon. It was a brilliant but unimposing disk about the size of a dime. There was still no sign of the robots. Hen swore softly to himself. In a few minutes it would be dark. It was hopeless to begin a search now. He returned to his quarters in the igloo, shocked off the oxygen suit. Maybe he could raise them with the radio. The robot's hearing and speaking apparatus extended beyond the range of audible sound into the realm of electromagnetic waves. He went out to the sun deck, switched on the communicator. He was able to contact them, though. There was no ionized strata of air on the asteroid to reflect the waves back to the surface, and he concluded they had wandered below the horizon. With a groan, he flung himself into a chair. He pulled the notebook out of his pocket, thumbed through the pages, reading bits here and there. Machine thought processes diverging from human at progressively increasing rate. Amazing deductive and assimilative faculties, able to assimilate page of text at a glance, but seemed to lack creativeness. He paused, frowned, wondering if the inability to perform creative inductive thinking wasn't a fundamental limitation of the machine. Organic life differed in 4 precepts, which until a short time ago science had been unable to duplicate. It was able to grow and reproduce itself. It felt emotion and thought. But the robots appeared to think, and some forms of organic life didn't feel emotion. Plants, for one. The oviparous, man-like bowmen of Venus who had emerged from the great swamp, and which a few crackpot visionaries were hailing as homo superior, for another. Only the ability to grow and reproduce itself seemed inherently organic. The act of conception, both in a biologic and mental sense, was the birthright of the organism. With an increase of the uneasiness he had felt since the discovery of the robot's defection, he returned to his notes. Robots showing aversion to water, oxygen, corrosive acids, believed to be caused by dread and or attendant pain of oxidation, have been forced to release air into mine and laboratory and discontinue atmosphere units to induce robots to return to work. Humidity of atmosphere being especially distasteful to them. Treated R3 for mild acid corrosion of right pedal digit. Complained of itching sensation. He frowned. How in the hell could a hunk of metal experience an itching sensation? From what source could it have plucked the mental pattern? He came to the end of his notes, wrote, "All work at standstill. Robots have disappeared." He returned the book to his pocket, elevated his feet on another chair, closed his eyes. He was still in that position when Sophie streamed out of her quarters with a towel draped about herself. "Resting the old brain?" she inquired brightly. Han opened his eyes, said in a pained voice, "I'm thinking," and closed them again. "Which end do you use?" Han allowed his feet to clump to the floor, sat up. He said grimly, "The robots have run off." Sophie's blue eyes widened. "Wait a minute," she said breathlessly, and flashed from the room. Han kept his eyes studiously on the deck.
The sprawling, sun-drenched hives of terror, he was beginning to realize, ensured an impersonal attitude by the multitude of their citizenry. That same impersonalness was disconcertingly hard to maintain when a man and a girl were cooped together on an uninhabited asteroid. The pre-plastic emotions were only too apt to assert themselves. It distracted him when he felt he needed his full powers of concentration. Sophie returned in belted coveralls. She took a seat, asking him, "What does it mean? The disappearance of the robots? I don't know. I didn't think they were sufficiently integrated yet to mutiny. But what can they do?" He frowned. "I don't want to sound like an alarmist, but I pointed out before how suited the asteroids are to them. If once they learned how to duplicate themselves, there'd be no end to them. They have everything here they need to get a fundamental grasp of our science, even to a rocket ship. They could spread through the asteroid belt like a plague." Sophie bit her lip. Her eyes were opened wide and brilliant. Her cheeks were flushed. She didn't interrupt. Hen said, "Look what it would mean. An alien, intelligent, almost indestructible race of monsters saddling the planetary system." He drove his right fist into his left palm. "A control. That's what we have to discover. A control." Hen had no idea what he ate that night at supper. He said suddenly over coffee and cigarettes, "Ceres is approaching an inferior conjunction. If those robots haven't appeared by morning, I'm going to radio the station there for help. Then I'm going to scour every inch of this diminutive world." "That shouldn't be too difficult for you," Sophie remarked maliciously. "Of course, there's only about 2,500 square kilometers to cover." Hen looked disgruntled. "Maybe they've jumped off," suggested Sophie with a giggle. He made a remark under his breath. "Why, Henry, what an idea. You're worrying yourself into a nervous breakdown. Relax. I'll tell you what. We'll play some checkers." "Checkers?" he snorted. He had played checkers every night since he had been on the asteroid, and he didn't even like the game. Besides, the girl always beat him. Undeterred by his lack of enthusiasm, Sophie began to clear away the dishes and get out the men. Hen sat back with a pained expression. It was black outside the plastic hemisphere. Only the vivid stars relieved the absence of light. Jupiter, by far the brightest, was visible as a small disk. The lights were still on in mine and lab, but nothing stirred in the two igloos. "It's your move," said Sophie. She was seated directly across from him, knees touching his. His coveralls were open at the neck, and he could see the white pillar of her throat, the swell of her small, high, virginal breasts. He was conscious of his pulse ticking away in his throat and grew furious with himself. He couldn't concentrate on the game. He couldn't concentrate on the much more serious problem of the robots. The girl, he felt sure, was aware of her effect on him and used it deliberately to confuse him. He said grumpily, "I can't beat both of you." "Both of me?" "Yeah, you and your body." "Why, what a thought, Hen." She was obviously trying to hold back laughter. "But I thought you were superior to that sort of thing." He jumped up from the table, turned his back to the girl, staring off through the plastic wall. Immediately all thoughts of Sophie vanished. "They're back." "What?" "The robots, they've come back. They're in the laboratory, look." She came around the table, brushing against him, stared at the lighted igloo. The heavy man-like machines were moving about inside the laboratory. Hen started for his quarters. "Where are you going?" Sophie cried sharply. "Get my oxygen suit." "Wait! Don't be foolhardy. How do you know what they're up to? Talk to them first." Hen hesitated. "All right." He went out onto the sundeck instead, snapped on the communicator. "I-7, he called. R-7.
"Here,"
came the robot's voice through the audio.
"Is that you, Father?"
"Father?" Hen ejaculated. He heard Sophie giggle. "Where did you get that idea?"
"Didn't you make us, Father?"
"Yes," he admitted. Sophie was laughing out loud. "But you didn't think of that yourself."
"The girl told us, Father,"
said the robot. Hen ground his teeth. That, of course, was Sophie's idea of a joke. "Where have you been?" he asked.
"Prospecting."
"Prospecting for what?"
"Radium, Father."
Sophie said, "Ask them if they found anything." Her voice was eager. Hen narrowed his black eyes, ignored her. He said to R7 over the transmitter, Go back to work at once.
But you don't work, Father.
Hen felt a surge of uncertainty. The robots were too delicately receptive to expect to keep them in ignorance. Their perceptions were infinitely more sensitive than man's. Even on this asteroid there were too many factors involved to regulate their environment. He had tried to implant science without revealing the greater implication of science. But language was too faulty a tool. There was the girl, too, headstrong, excitable, hyperthyroid. It was amazing how faithfully the robots tended to reflect her emotional instability. How much of the robot's erraticness originated in Safi's inexact thinking. He said, "Everything has to work."
Why?
Man either produces the needs of his body or he dies, he explained with growing irritability. The conversation was progressing further and further out of hand. In your case it's fuel and repairs. Without them you would terminate.
But we have those here, Father. Why should we work for you or the girl?
That was it, the ultimate question which he had foreseen, and which he could neither avoid nor answer. It was impossible to explain the complicated social system in which man, the disinherited, exchanged his labor for a small percentage of the articles he produced, but the robots were self-sufficient. He said with growing desperation, "Either you return to work at once, or I'll terminate you."
How, Father?
How indeed? Hen fumed inwardly, said with a sudden inspiration, "Well, radio for help. There are machines capable of blasting the lot of you into your component atoms."
But the radio station is here in the laboratory,
Ross Evan pointed out. There was a faint hesitation. Then the robot added,
"We will terminate you instead."
The instrument clicked off. Hen gulped, realized in dismay that it hadn't occurred to the robots to destroy them until he had planted it in their minds. "You are the bright lad," drawled Safi. "What do you propose now, Brian?" He turned his black eyes on her, regarded her without seeing her. His glance strayed beyond the girl to the lab. "What the devil are they doing now?" he cried suddenly. Safi spun around. Hen leaped past her to press his nose against the clear plastic walls of their igloo. The robots, he saw, had one of their number clamped on the workbench and were dismantling him. "Damnation," he said. "They must be trying to duplicate themselves. You and your silly jokes about fathers."
"Me?
What do you think gave them the idea of reproduction? Their thinking never rises above the level of deductive reasoning. They had to derive the idea from an outside source."
But can they do it?"
"Of course they can. It's an intricate job, but they only have to copy themselves. The laboratory and machine shop is complete. They've amassed a staggering knowledge of science."
"But why?"
protested Safi. Hen shook his head. "It's beyond me. They should adjust readily to whatever line of work they're applied to. They shouldn't evince ambition. Ambition by its nature should be impossible to a machine. But that's not the only organic trait they've been developing. It's what Robots Incorporated was afraid might happen." He snapped his fingers suddenly. "The freighter. If we can sneak aboard the freighter, we can get to Ceres and bring back an atom gun. If they're developing emotions, we may be able to overawe them. If not—" He hesitated, his mind drawing back from framing the thought. The truth was that the robots were like children, precocious children. He set his mouth grimly. "If they don't respond to fear, we can destroy them." Safi looked across the darkened interval into the lighted lab, where the robots were busy dissecting their fellow, and shivered. "Industrious little monsters," Hen said. "Get your oxygen suit." "Now? You mean we're going to make a dash for the spaceship now?" "Of course now. We've got to clear out of here before they carry out their threat to terminate us." There was no light outside the igloo. House and lab and mine stood out like three jeweled domes, reflecting their rays onto the ragged surface, glinting unexpectedly from upthrust peaks in the distance. Hen and Safi crouched against the outside of the housing unit, staring across the patchwork of black shadow and light at the lab. "Don't talk," he cautioned Safi of the radiophones built into their helmets. "The robot's auditory apparatus is sensitive to radio waves. They may tune in on us."
"What the hell did you try to do? Make them invincible?"
he said. "We tried to build them with controls, but don't you see, those were weaknesses, flaws. The machine remained dead. The first law of life is self-preservation. We had to make the machine self-regulating, independent, to produce awareness. Now shut up. Don't ask me any more questions." He led off into the darkness, away from the lab, away from the mine and spaceship. It was too risky to attempt passing the lab. The light was apt to reflect from their suits, discover their presence to the robots inside. But by describing a circle, he could avoid the lighted areas and come up behind the dilapidated tramp freighter. He glanced upward at the stars, impressing their position on his mind. The constellations were little altered. He found Polaris in the tail of the Little Dipper. It was not the axis star as it was on Earth, but it served to fix his sense of direction in the impenetrable blackness. They tripped and stubbed their toes, stumbled into shadow fissures, climbed sharp-edged crests. Safi, forgetting the radiophone, muttered several well-chosen expletives to herself. They would have done credit to a spaceman. Hen was so shocked he forgot to reprimand her. In a few minutes the lights of the igloos reappeared to guide them, the vast black bulk of the tramp freighter screening part of the mining unit. They crept up to the ship, and hugging its shadow, moved noiselessly towards the port. Light from the reduction plant picked them out brightly as they came around the stern. Hen's stomach contracted. There was a sudden bitter taste in his mouth. He halted so abruptly that Safi bumped against his shoulder. The port was open. The gleaming functional mechanism that was R3 stood complacently in the entrance. The spaceship was being guarded. The robot caught sight of the humans at the same moment. His reaction, although mechanical, was almost as instantaneous as their instinctive one. He moved to block the entrance, sent out a call for help. Hen, guessing his intention, tuned his helmet receiver to the robot's wavelength. R3's mechanical voice rang suddenly inside his helmet. "Attacking the spaceship! Aid! Aid! Father attacking the spaceship! Aid!" Hen switched back to the girl's wavelength. "Run," he commanded tersely. "He's calling for help. He'll have the lot of them down on our heads." Suiting action to words, he took to his heels, plunging for the housing unit. "Lock ourselves in," he grunted. "But the ship," Safi wailed over her radiophone. "Might as well try to get past a tank as R3, he panted. He saw 4 of the robots break from the laboratory, turn to intercept them. "Faster," he cried. "If we don't get back to the igloo, we're done for. These suits haven't but a 7-hour oxygen supply." He swung sharply to the right, traveling in 60-foot leaps like an ungainly grasshopper to jump completely over the head of the closest robot. He overestimated the last jump, smashed into the tough plastic wall of the igloo. He slithered to the ground, half dazed, as Safi whipped inside, started to close the lock. Hen got his foot in the crack just in time. "What the hell are you trying to do?" he roared wrathfully. "Lock me out!" He yanked the door open, flung himself into the compartment. He got it barred just as the robots reached the igloo. They milled around outside a moment, then trooped back to the laboratory, leaving one of their number, R6, on guard. "We're prisoners," Safi breathed through the radiophone. Hen decided it was childish not to speak. He growled, "Yes," in a voice which he hoped conveyed the depth of contempt, but Safi didn't seem to notice it. Hell, she was probably too frightened to even realize that she had tried to lock him out. As soon as the pressure reached normal, they left the lock, trooped dejectedly up the incline to the sun deck, and pulled off their oxygen suits. "Keep them handy," said Hen ominously when Safi started to put them away. "We'd better get extra oxygen containers, too." The girl bit her lip. Her cheeks were flushed, her large blue eyes starry with fright. Then you'll think they'll try to break in here." "Of course they will. We're a menace to their continued existence. If we could just get hold of an atom gun, though." R3 sounded frightened. "Frightened?" asked Safi. She was still breathing heavily, but she'd begun to quiet down. "Now who's reading emotion into the robots?" he said with a puzzled expression. It wasn't so much the nuance as his choice of words. "Father is attacking the spaceship. Aid, aid." He gave every appearance of being as frightened as we were. It's impossible, but they seem to be developing emotions. Safi dropped weakly in a chair, clasped her arms around her knees. "Why should it be impossible?" "You sound like R7, he began, pacing the sun deck. "Emotion results from glandular activity. The robots don't have glands." "They've got their counterparts." "Maybe," he added doubtfully. You're referring to the metabolism that breaks down the raw stuffs and converts it into fuel, lubrication, that sort of chemical change. She nodded. I don't know. Anyway, it's worth a try. If they really experience fear, we might be able to bluff them. What are you going to do? She asked breathlessly. He said, remind them that every 3 Terran months a supply ship puts in here, and if we're harmed, they'll be destroyed. But what about the spaceship? Couldn't they escape to another asteroid? They'd never be located in the belt. It shouldn't occur to them, returned Hen thoughtfully, not unless the idea reached them from us. He went to the radio contact, switched it on. R7, he called. R7. Here, Father, the voice of the robot issued from the audio. He said, R7, I'm giving you one last chance. Return to work at once, or all of you will be terminated. How? He explained tersely about the supply ship, about what would occur if so much as a hair of their heads was injured. Silence greeted the ultimatum. For a moment, Hen wondered if R7 had switched himself off. Then the robot said, We are going to load the ship and hide out in the belt. They'll never be able to locate us. Hen was too stunned to argue. He nipped off the set, sank into a chair. It's inconceivable, he said, and monstrous. It just isn't possible. I don't see why, protested Sophie. It didn't take conception to figure that out. We tried to run away. We set the precedent. No, he protested. Not that at all, but the coincidence. We were afraid that might occur to them, and it did. Even the phrasing was ours, yours to be exact. You mean telepathy? In a sense. The brain gives off minute electrical discharges that vary with the brain's activity. The robots are sensitive, much more so than man. It takes a machine to detect the brain discharges in the first place. But then they're aware of every move we could make just as soon as we are. That's just it. They've forestalled us every time. He drove his right fist against his left palm. You were afraid R7 would dismantle the mining worm. You planted the suggestion in his mind. Then it occurred to you that he might try to take you apart. So he did. I explained the danger inherent in a conscious machine. The robots incorporated it into their thought processes. We were afraid they would block our escape in a spaceship. If we hadn't been afraid, we wouldn't have circled, so they blocked us. Sophie's colour had heightened. Her eyes looked too large in her delicately modelled face. Then we're trapped. He nodded, said, if they escape from the asteroid, they'll be a menace to the entire human race. The larger problem doesn't interest me, she said bitterly. How long do we have? He shook his head. Oh, well, she shrugged, eyes feverishly bright. Eat, drink, and be merry, because tomorrow we die, she giggled, half hysterically. Hen's nerves were keyed up to the breaking point. The girl screamed, and he almost jumped out of his skin. Here they come! He wheeled around. 7 other robots were advancing on their igloo. Only the 8th was missing, and he lay scattered in parts about the laboratory. They were hauling the heavy cutting torch with them. They're going to cut through the walls with the torch, he ejaculated. I was afraid of that. Get on your oxygen suit. What's the use? Sophie asked despondently. They'll kill us anyway. He turned on her angrily, thought, damn these unstable hyperthyroid types. An expression of dawning comprehension broke across his long, narrow face. The thyroid was the great energizer, raising the energy level of the brain, and Sophie was hyperthyroid. Outside, the robots began setting up the apparatus. A knife of blue flame licked from the muzzle, spattered against the tough plastic. But Hen was staring at the girl, a queer expression in his black eyes. Do something! She cried, springing to her feet. Do something! The lank physicist swallowed. He took a deep breath. You asked for it, he breathed, but boy, I'm going to feel silly if I'm wrong. Then he hit the girl square on the point of her chin, with all the bone and gristle of his 6-foot frame behind the blow. Sophie's head snapped back. She collapsed limply in his arms. Hen laid her out on the floor, leaped for the communicator and flipped it on. The robots were still training their torch on the wall of the igloo, but there was an aimlessness about their movements, as if their purpose was gone. R7, he called. R7. Here, Father. Shut off the torch. There was a faint hesitation, during which Hen could feel the sweat prickle his forehead. Then, Yes, Father, came the robot's unstressed syllables. The blue flame disappeared. "Go back to work," he hastily detailed each robot to its operation. "Yes, Father." The robots turned, disappeared in the direction of the mine. He had done it. He blew out his breath, dropped limply in a chair. He really ought to look after Sophie, but he'd have to wait until the strength flowed back in his legs. Sophie really was out cold. "Wake up," said Hen. "You're not dead." He sprinkled more water over the girl's face. Her eyelids fluttered. She gazed up at him blankly, then stark terror gleamed from her eyes. "The robots!" "No more of that," he shook her roughly. "They're machines. They don't have consciousness, only the semblance of consciousness." Sophie sat up, asking, "What?" in a bewildered voice. "They don't think. They aren't conscious. They're like a mirror. They reflect what we expect them to do." "Don't try to tell me that!" cried the girl, springing to her feet. "Hell, haven't I seen them thinking? Where are they?" "They've gone back to work." "What?" said Sophie. She looked puzzled, passed her hand over her face. "Don't you see?" Hen broke out jubilantly. "They're sensitive, inordinately sensitive, so sensitive that they even respond to our thoughts. From beginning to end, they've done exactly what you expected them to do." "Me?" He came to a halt, said, "The fact is, you're a rebel, Sophie. If you weren't, do you think you'd be trying to develop independently a mine on an uninhabitable asteroid? Don't you see? You expected the robots to revolt, because you couldn't imagine a rational creature willing to submit to a 24-hour workday from which he stood to gain nothing." "Am I responsible for everything?" She nodded vigorously. "The robots respond to both of our thought patterns, of course, but primarily to yours. You're hyperthyroid. The thyroid raises the energy level of the brain. They have done principally what you've expected them to do." Sophie was recovering amazingly from her fright. She said, "If that isn't just like a man, blame it on a woman. Even Adam—" "Nonsense," Hen interrupted. "The robots haven't acted independently once, not even to finish dismantling that robot in the lab. They went prospecting when you thought how silly it was for them to work for you when they could find a mine of their own. They wandered back aimlessly after they lost contact, but by that time I had inadvertently planted the thought in your mind that they were in revolt and would attempt to duplicate themselves. They drew on us both, but the dominating influence was yours." Sophie massaged her sore jaw, raised her eyebrows. "It's too bad only machines respond so cooperatively," she said with a twinkle in her blue eyes. A grim expression descended over Hen's features. He regarded Sophie pensively. "I'm going to recommend that you be returned to Earth during any further experiments. You're too upsetting an influence." "On the robots, of course," Sophie interrupted with a chuckle. "You're much too well integrated to be swayed by a mere woman, even a hyperthyroid woman." "There's limits to my endurance," said Hen in a grim voice. Sophie looked startled, but she couldn't resist adding, "Why, Henry, I didn't guess you'd been exercising such magnificent self-control." She took a sudden backward step as he advanced ominously. "Henry! Now, Henry!" With a shriek she turned and fled. Henry Ohm, distinguished physicist, hard in her heels.
End of Love Among the Robots by Emmett McDowell. Read by Edmund Bloxham in Glasgow, UK.
Moonlight and Robots by Jerry Dunham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Thad hated the silly custom demanding a robot romance. If a man wasn't careful, a thing like that could linger on after the wedding. Moonlight and Robots by Jerry Dunham. Thad Morgan looked around his little room. The two deactivated robots and the framework that suspended the limp suit hardly left room for him to move around. At the moment, he felt mildly disgusted by the whole convention. He asked himself why engagements and marriages had to be surrounded with tradition and ridiculous games. But of course, he had to go through with it. Myrna seemed to have been filled with excitement when they were discussing the final plans for the ceremony. He might as well get started. He glanced at the clock. It was almost 8. He picked up the book of rules and looked at it again. He reread the instructions for operating the mechanism. First, it said, inspect the facsimile and see that it is well groomed and entirely in order. He looked at the 2 lifeless twins of himself. Yes, they looked all right. He decided which one would be used tonight. Then, he read, he was to get into the suit. The book called it a harness. Activate the selected facsimile and set the controls. It went on to say that every movement he made would be duplicated by the robot. Everything the facsimile experienced would be transmitted to the harness, becoming his experiences. Well, he had practiced all that since renting the thing 3 days ago. He turned toward the marriage game rules. The rules dictated 7 situations. That would mean, in his case, 7 evenings for Myrna and him to decide whether they were meeting each other's robots or their real selves. The book pointed out that the primary, or real body, had to be used at least once in the first 5 situations. The first contestant to correctly identify the other's real body won the game, and the contest was over. The winner received commendations and was supposed to be the dominant spouse. Of course, the last was mere convention. However, the most important, the most rigid, and to Thad the most fantastic rule in the whole contest was that if the girl won, the couple was required to wait a year before completing the marriage ceremony. That seemed a weightier matter to Morgan. He read on. The first contestant who correctly identified the other as a facsimile won a point. If he failed, the other contestant had the opportunity to make an identification. The situation ended when one contestant made a correct identification, or when both failed. Laying the book down, he decided he'd better get started because it was getting late. He climbed into the harness and hung in mid-air, suspended by his belt. He activated one of his facsimiles and turned his head so he could see himself through the robot's eyes. Thumbing his nose, he watched the creature hanging in the harness do likewise. It gave him an eerie feeling. Even though he knew he was walking in thin air and getting nowhere, it really seemed as if he could feel the floor under his feet and see the room move around him in a very ordinary fashion. As soon as his facsimile left the room, his mind made the adjustment, and it was as if it were really he strolling nonchalantly down the corridor. He drove to the florist's shop and started to purchase a corsage. Abashed, he caught himself. He rushed out of the shop and went home to put a wallet and handkerchief into his pockets. He would have to be more careful, he realized. Slips like that might cost him the contest. With corsage box in hand, he pressed the doorbell and waited. He hoped his plastic flesh was molded perfectly. It looked all right to him, but you never could tell if someone else might notice. Myrna opened the door. She was lovely, and he took her in his arms. Drawing back, he looked at her dubiously. At last, he thought it was she. His family, her family, and 2 or 3 others acting as judges and referees in the contest, stood in the living room watching them. They began to laugh as they saw his questioning look. It really was rather funny, he decided. Myrna led him into the room and introduced him to the few he didn't know. He watched her closely as she opened the box. He thought her fingers were fumbling a bit. Everyone in the room watched the two of them intently. They didn't know whether the couple were real or robot either. At any moment she might suddenly try to identify him. Maybe he should take the first chance. She might be fumbling from her nervousness, he realized. If it were really she, and he called her a robot, she might be offended. Girls were like that. But of course, he would have to take that chance. "You're a robot," he announced suddenly. Myrna looked surprised. "Oh, how do you know?" She was crestfallen. He was congratulated as they all trooped upstairs to help Myrna out of her harness. Later, it was nice to know for sure that it was really her living flesh in his arms. Then he felt guilty as he realized she was not in his living arms. He excused himself hurriedly and returned home. The next evening he was invited to Myrna's home for dinner. He thought of actually going himself because he knew the food would be good. The apparatus could transmit heat, cold, and pressure, but it didn't do much when it came to taste, and it couldn't make any sensations in one's throat. But he decided it would be too risky. If she identified his facsimile, she would win a point, to be sure. But if she identified his real self, well, that would end the contest, and he would have to wait a year to get married. He would have to be careful of the food, though. She might try and trick him with something that looked good, but tasted terrible, and his facsimile would eat it just the same. That night, before sending his proxy to Myrna's dinner party, he had his facsimile stick himself with a pin. The sharp pain made him wince. He wondered about the mechanism of the machine. He supposed that his pain was caused by a tiny electrical shock that stimulated a pain nerve. He realized that the more he could find out about his equipment, the better his chances were of winning. That evening, Myrna was very watchful and very cool. He wondered if she suspected that she had been loved by a robot the evening before. He had hardly seated himself at the table when she called him a robot. The families seemed uproariously amused. He wondered how she had known. He congratulated her politely, and she was allowed to go unidentified, since it was her round. When his facsimile was brought back to the room, Thad climbed warily out of the harness and made himself a cold, uninteresting supper. He felt lonely. Was Myrna really sore at him? Damn this whole business. He wished he didn't have to go through all of this. The next evening he had a plan worked out. He went himself and greeted her at the door, slammed it shut, and bent towards her to listen. It would take a moment for the reverberation to reach her room. If she were a robot, the sound would come through the primary microphone in the sender, and he might be able to hear the faint echo from her lips. He did, and he immediately announced that she was a facsimile. Her congratulations were hardly more than civil. He left with no great feeling of triumph. The next 3 evenings she was very distant. He understood why she didn't meet him at the door any more, but he couldn't tell why the rest of her behavior was so cold. She was very lucky, too. She identified him correctly as a robot, each time before he even had time to greet the rest of the family. The day went very slowly. Thad left the office early in his uneasiness. Tonight was the 7th and last situation. He hoped it wouldn't be their last evening together. At this point, he hardly knew what to do. If she won the contest, it would be a whole year before they could marry. He knew that quite often that spelled the finish to a romance. On the other hand, if he won, it might estrange them immediately. She had such pride. What to do? He decided to forget the robots and go as his real self again. Points were in her favor anyway. He realized that if she were presented by facsimile, he couldn't possibly win. He might as well be the first one to guess and be done with it. It wasn't the contest that mattered anyhow. It was Myrna and what she was feeling. When he rang the doorbell that evening, the corsage box under his arm contained orchids. Unexpectedly, it was Myrna that opened the door. "Hello, real Myrna." She hesitated for a moment. "Good evening, Thad. Please come in." He followed her in and greeted the family. She opened the box, and for a moment she seemed impressed. Then she regained her composure. He accepted her formal thanks as the families milled around admiring the gift. Everyone seemed slightly restrained. Thad finally phrased the question that they were all thinking. "Are you real?" "Perhaps you could tell if you kissed me," she said with mocking sweetness. "Myrna, I'm sorry about that first evening, but I forgot that I wasn't really there." He wished the family wasn't there so close. All of them watching and listening made him feel an even greater uneasiness. Oh, he thought, the hell with this contest. "Myrna, honey, look, I don't care if it's really you or not. Well, that is, I mean—" His voice faded out. He realized he was getting more confused. Someone snickered. Myrna was watching him with a contemptuous smile curving her lips. The whole thing suddenly made him mad. "Okay, I don't care who wins the contest. I don't care if we do have to wait a year. I don't even care at the moment if there's going to be a wedding or not." He started out of the room, dimly aware that he was angrier than he realized. Myrna caught him in the vestibule. "Thad, wait, please. I know I was being spiteful. You won the contest. I'm really me. Please don't go like this. I'd never forgive myself." She looked up at him tearfully. He felt himself relenting finally and smiled. She threw her arms around his neck, and he drew her close. After a very long kiss, she looked at him and said softly, "Thad, let's make sure the robots are all sent back to the agency before our honeymoon." The end of Moonlight and Robots by Jerry Dunham.
The Invader by Alfred Koppel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Coffin. The Invader by Alfred Koppel. The Triomed advanced stealthily across the floor of the dark cell toward the sleeping figure huddled in the corner. After the long, lonely voyage, the nearness to a host filled the Triomed with eager anticipation. The tiny spaceship that had carried him into this lush planetary system, far from the galaxy's heart, lay well hidden behind him. So far as he could tell, his descent had not been detected, And that was as it should be, for he was a triomed and a scientist, one of the finest in service of his dying race. Dying, that is, until now, he thought. No longer would the race of triomeds weaken and die for lack of suitable hosts. This third planet of the yellow sun was a paradise thick with warm-blooded biped mammals. The sleeping creature stirred uneasily, as though sensing the approach of danger. The triomed froze into immobility. It was unlikely that he could be seen, he knew, though the sense of sight was only a synthesized abstraction to him. It was not one of his own proper senses, but he had been able to detect at long distance that almost every living creature on this planet received impressions through certain specialized organs mounted on and within their structure. There were plants, of course, as there were on Triome, but they were unimportant. There were viruses, too, and he had been afraid when he had discovered this fact that he had arrived too late. But the first attempts at establishing communication had relieved the triomed of his fears. The indigenous viruses were primitive, not at all like his own illustrious ancestors of ancient Triome. The sleeping biped relaxed, and the triomed inched forward, a flat, almost two-dimensional smear of glistening matter on the floor in front of the biped. From high above the planet's night side, the triomed had sensed the city. He had absorbed its shape and size and meaning while his craft settled through the heavy, oxygen-rich air. It was not enough that his instruments told of suitable hosts. He was a scientist and believed in absolute proof. Also, he had been in space long, without the satisfaction of a host, and he yearned for the rapport, the domination of a warm-blooded creature. There had been a dark segment in the brilliant pattern of the city, an island of solitude amid the myriad confluences. It was there that he had landed his tiny probe ship and hidden it among thickly wooded glades. Almost immediately he had sensed the nearness of many creatures, insects, plants, warm-blooded quadrupeds, and bipeds. There had been machines and buildings and winding roadways among the trees. Darkness had covered his progress until at last he found himself near the sleeping creature, ready to infiltrate and take command. The glistening shape elongated, became a thread-like tendril of almost gossamer thickness. It touched the flesh of the sleeper and thrilled with pleasure. Cautiously, the triomed moved up the hairy leg, an invisible strand of alien life close to the warm skin. Presently, the strand found the opening it sought. It slithered imperceptibly into the moist warmth of the sleeper's nostril, moved through the tear duct into the space behind the eyeball. Here it probed through the muscle and membrane along the base of the brain, seeking the pineal gland. And found it, penetrated it, coiling like a microscopic serpent within the gland. A surge of pleasure went through the triomed. Here was safety. The host was large, powerful, and vibrant with life. Quickly, the triomed established dominance. It was shockingly easy. The creature's mind was immature, primitive. Briefly, it struggled and then died as the alien poisoned the identity centers of the brain. New sensations poured in through unfamiliar sense organs. Sounds of the faraway city, small sounds from the many living creatures in the darkness. Smells and sights and pressures from all about him presented themselves, were evaluated and recorded in the atomic structure of the triomed. He was now equipped, he reflected with satisfaction, to carry out further exploration. In the guise of the indigenous biped, he could roam among the natives at will. He remained in a sitting position, however, while he familiarized himself with his host. He had 2 articulated appendages fixed to the trunk at a point near and below the skull case. These ended in complex extremities consisting of 5 jointed fingers. The same pattern was repeated at the lower end of the trunk, but the extremities were suited there for the carrying of the creature's considerable weight. Within the trunk were the customary viscera generally associated with warm-blooded beings, lungs, intestines, stomach, liver, bladder, reproductive organs, and assorted ducted and ductless glands. It was apparent to the Triomed that his present body was in excellent health. He was greatly pleased. After some careful experiments, the Triomed rose. If there was a proper method of egress from the cubicle in which he found himself, it was not imprinted on the biped's brain. For a moment, this gave the alien pause. He could, of course, determine the proper method by a tedious process of trial and error. But that would take time, and he had no desire to waste the hours of darkness. One wall, he noted, consisted of vertical risers fixed in the substance of the floor and ceiling. Beyond, he could see the darkling woods and the sky glow of the city. The answer, then, was simple force. He did not doubt there was strength enough in the host's musculature to distort the risers. His assumption was quite correct. Stepping through the bent risers, he picked his way along a narrow walkway lined with cubicles similar to the one he had left. Within them, dark shapes moved or lay sleeping. Some were alert, others were not. But none gave an alarm. The Triomed reached the end of the walk, scaled a fence easily, and stood on a surface of wet grass that sloped away from the low, dark buildings towards the woods. Behind him, he heard a shout. A narrow beam of light pierced the night, swinging to and fro with a searching motion. He had a fleeting glimpse of a small biped running down the walk toward the cubicle he had deserted. The Triomed broke toward the wood with a long, loping pace that covered the ground with unbelievable swiftness. The probing light did not find him. Once among the trees, he paused and took his bearings. The woods were not thick. He could see the lights of the city through the foliage. They began at the very edge of the trees, where a wide open area could be discerned. Wheeled vehicles moved past with breathtaking speed. If there was a pursuit, it was inefficient, for the Triomed moved through the woods undisturbed until he stood at the edge of the avenue, sheltered by the shadow of a large tree. Most of the traffic was vehicular, he noted. There were a few pedestrians. From the noise and odor, he classified the vehicles as being powered by internal combustion engines burning hydrocarbons. Primitive. That was good, he reflected. When the fleets of Triome descended on this planet, there would be no science worthy of the name to oppose them. He waited until there was an interval in the traffic, and then stepped out confidently, crossing the avenue. As he reached the opposite side, he heard a screech of brakes and a garbled choking sound. He did not turn to discover the source of the disturbance until he had reached the shelter of a building on the far side of the walk bordering the street. A vehicle had stopped at an oblique angle to a lane in which it was traveling, and its single occupant, a very pale-faced biped, was googling stupidly in the direction of the hidden Triomed. For the first time, the alien being felt a twinge of apprehension. Certainly, he had done nothing out of the ordinary in crossing the open space on foot. But perhaps there were tribal taboos and traditions among the natives that could not be ignored without attracting attention. The Triomed promised himself that he would exercise more caution in such matters. Too much depended on this reconnaissance to allow it to be disturbed by carelessness. He worked his way through the shadows between the many buildings until the wide highway was far behind him. He was very aware of the teeming life all about him, in the buildings, in the vehicles on the streets. Still, some odd impulse that stemmed from the numbed brain of his host rather than his own kept him fairly hidden. This, he decided with something akin to annoyance, was not as it should be. If his survey were to be of any value, he must roam at will and without fear of detection, secure in his disguise. Presently he came upon a street where streams of bipeds jostled one another, each seemingly intent upon its own particular incomprehensible errands. For a long while he watched from the shelter of an alley doorway, classifying and integrating the information his host's sharp eyes brought him. It was miraculous. Hosts of every size and description were in abundance, an unlimited supply of them. Enough for the whole population of Triome. It was beyond belief, but he could not doubt. And this was a single concentration, a single city. From the stratosphere, he had seen hundreds of similar cities. Paradise! He envisioned the fleets of Triome descending, the Triomeds emerging and infiltrating. The thoughts brought pride and anticipation. It had been so easy. He decided not to linger. He felt now that he had his proofs and that he should return at once to his ship. Triome must be told immediately. The communicator in the ship could carry the message as soon as the craft reached a suitable distance from planetary mass. He would return, send the ship aloft, dispatch his message, and then return to his host to await the others of his race. His decision made, he stepped confidently out into the throng of bipeds, seeking the shortest route back to his hidden craft. The result was instantaneous and amazing. The crowd drew back with a howling, shrieking noise, leaving him standing in the center of a circle of dead white faces. Behind the first row of bipeds, he could see others running in every direction and screaming at the top of their voices. The racket, combined with the noises of the city, was most unpleasant. The Triomed began to be afraid. He broke into a rapid walk, and the crowd parted before him with much louder screeching. Here and there a biped, apparently braver than the rest, made threatening motions with bundles or knotted fists. A package struck him on the shoulder. The Triomed began to run. He noted for the first time that he towered head and shoulders above most of the bipeds nearby, and his host's brain interpreted the smells of hate and fear all about him. The crowd scattered wildly at his approach, but he was being followed. Panic began to clutch at the alien. What had he done wrong? Somewhere, a wailing sound began. Vehicles with glaring red lights swept past him with vicious, explosive noises. He felt a stinging pain in one leg, and glanced down to see it streaked with red. Ahead of him, a line of bipeds, all clothed in identical blue sacks of fabric, had formed, spilling from the vehicles as they halted. The Triomed stopped, sensing mortal danger. Behind him, the mob rumbled. Ahead, the blue bipeds stood holding artifacts that the Triomed did not for an instant doubt were weapons. No street opened on either side of him. He was trapped between the weapons, the mob, and two tall buildings. He hesitated only for a moment. With a desperate leap, he reached the second level of windows of the building nearest him and clung there, gasping. A white-faced creature appeared and began poking at him with a steel rod that burned like fire when it touched his host's flesh. The creature screamed shrilly all the while. With a sob, the Triomed swung himself onto the window ledge and began climbing upward, toward the roof of the building. It was slow work, and the pain in his leg and burned shoulder slowed him down. He dare not free himself of his host now, for he was much too far from his ship to be able to return in his natural form. There were searchlights in the street below, probing at him as he clung to the sheer facade of the building. Panic drove him upward. A continuous wailing roar rose from the canyon below, a fear-laden, hideous cacophony. The Triomed felt himself weak with terror, part of which was his host's and part of which stemmed from within himself. The terror and fear of not knowing what had gone wrong and why he stood now in such peril. At last he reached the roof. He heaved himself over the parapet and lay for a moment, flanks heaving painfully. Then he stiffened with a new fear. He was not alone. The roof was occupied. A score or more of armed bipeds blocked him into a triangular corner of the roof. He got to his feet and stumbled backward. Their weapons were aimed at him. He retreated until the parapet stopped him, warning of the sheer drop to the street far below. A figure separated itself from the armed mass. A flash of recognition came, partially his own, partially his host's. It was the small biped he had seen in the searchlight beam running toward the cubicle he had deserted so long ago, it seemed. The small creature began speaking, making soft, soothing noises, advancing all the while, a tiny glass vial in his hands. Without knowing why, the Triomed felt his lips pull away from his teeth in a snarl. He heard a deep, rumbling, growling sound in his own throat. The biped stopped, and the Triomed could smell his sudden fear. He felt a surge of incomprehensible rage come over him. He crouched menacingly. The creature took a step closer. Another. The Triomed tensed. The creature was within reach, extending the vial. The alien could see that it was tipped with a sliver of steel. He sprang. The weapons crashed. The alien felt a thudding impact of projectiles penetrating the brain case. In a panic, he began to extrude from the pineal gland. If death overcame the host while he had rapport, he too would die. And if he died, Triome would die. He felt his huge body totter. There was another blast from the weapons, and he sensed the projectile coming, with what seemed to be agonizing slowness to his quickened senses. It was spinning in the darkness. It struck the eye, smashed it, moved inward along the base of the brain. The Triomed felt one deep, searing agony that was his alone as the bullet crushed him. The hot metal acrid touch was the last thing he knew before death came. The policemen stood in a circle, staring down in mixed awe and relief at the huge body on the roof. "I've seen him 12 times in the park," one said. "He always seems so peaceable." He shook his head. "What in the hell do you suppose came over him?" The keeper looked up from where he knelt over the deep, still chest, bloody and riddled with bullets. "It happens like this sometimes," he said. "You can never tell about gorillas." End of The Invader by Alfred Koppel.
Shipwreck in the Sky by Iando Binder. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Stephen R. Gagan. Shipwreck in the Sky, the flight into space that made pilot Captain Dan Barstow famous. The flight was listed at GHQ as Project Songbird. It was sponsored by the Space Medicine Labs of the U.S. Air Force, and its pilot was Captain Dan Barstow. A hand-picked man, Dan Barstow, chosen from the Air Force's most important project of the year because he and his VX-3 had already broken all previous records set by hordes of V-2s, Navy Aerobees, and anything else that flew the skyways. Dan Barstow, first man to cross the sea of air and sight open unlimited space. Pioneer flight to infinity. He grinned and hummed to himself as he settled down for the long jaunt. Too busy to be either thrilled or scared, he considered the 37 instruments he'd have to read, the twice that many records to keep, and the miles of camera film to run. He had been hand-picked and thoroughly conditioned to take it all without more than a 10% increase in his pulse rate. So he worked as matter-of-factly as if he were down in the G's centrifuge of the Space Medicine Labs, where he had been schooled for this trip for months. He kept up a running fire of oral reports through his helmet radio down to Rough Rock and his CO. "All roger, sir. Temperature falling fast, but this rubberoid spacesuit keeps me cozy. No chills. Doc Blaine will be happy to hear that. Weightless sensations pretty queer, and I feel upside down as much as right side up, but no bad effect. Taking shots of the sun's corona now with color film." "Huh? Oh, yes, sir, it's beautiful, all right, now that you mention it. But hell, sir, who's got time for aesthetics now? Whoops, that was a close one. 10th meteor whizzing past. Makes me think of flak back on those Berlin bombing runs." Dan couldn't help wincing when the meteors peppered down past the flak of space. Below, he could see the meteors flare up brightly as they hit the atmosphere. Most of those near his position were small, none bigger than a baseball, and Dan took comfort in the fact that his rocket was too small in the immensity around him. A direct hit would be sheer bad luck, but the good old law of averages was on his side. "Yes, Colonel, this tin can I'm riding is holding together okay," Dan continued to Rough Rock. If he paused even a second in his reports, a top sergeant yell from the colonel's throat came back for him to keep talking. Every bit of information he could transmit to them was a vital revelation in this U.S. Air Force Alpha exploration of open space beyond Earth's air cushion with ceiling unlimited to infinity. "Cosmic rays, sir? Sure, the reading shot up double on the Geiger. Huh? Nah, I don't feel a thing. Like Doc Baird suspected, we invented a lot of old wives' tale in advance before going into space. I feel fine, so you can put down cosmic ray intensity as a boogeyman. What's that? Oh, yeah, sir. The stars shine without winking up here. What else? Space is inky black. No deep purples or queer more than blacks like some jetted-up writers dream up. Just plain old ordinary dead black. Earth, sir? Well, it does look dish-shaped from up here. Concave. Sure, I can see all the way to Europe, and say, here's something unexpected. I can see that hurricane off the coast of Florida. You said it, sir. Once we install permanent space stations up here, it'll be easy to spot typhoons, volcano eruptions, tidal waves, earthquakes, what have you, the moment they start. If you ask me, with a good telescope, you could even spot forest fires the minute they broke out, not to mention a sneak bombing on a target city. Oh, sorry, sir, I forgot. Dan broke off and almost retched as his stomach turned to flip-flop to end all flip-flops. The VX-3 had reached the peak of its trajectory at over 1,000 miles altitude and now turned down lazily at first. He gulped oxygen from the emergency tube at his lips, and it felt better. Turning back on schedule, Rough Rock, peak altitude, 1,037 miles. Everything's fine, no danger. This was all a cinch. Hey, wait! Something not in the books just popped up. Stand by! Dan had felt a rocket swing a bit, strangely, as if gripped by a strong force. Instead of falling directly down toward Earth with a slight pitch, it slanted sideways and spun on its long axis. And then Dan saw what it was. Beneath, intercepting his trajectory, coming around faster over the curvature of the Earth, was a tiny black worldlet, 998 miles above Earth. It might be an enormous meteor, but Dan felt he was right the first time, for it wasn't falling like a meteor, but swinging parallel to Earth's surface on an even keel. He stared at the unexpected discovery, as amazed as if it were a fire-breathing dragon out of a legend. For it was actually, he realized in swift, stunned comprehension, more amazing than any legend. Dan kept his voice calm. Hello, Rough Rock. Listen, nobody expected this. Hold your hat, sir, and sit down. I've discovered a second moon of Earth. Uh-huh, you heard me right. A second moon. Tie that, will you? Sure, it's tiny, less than a mile in diameter, I'd say. Dead black in color. Guess that's why the telescopes never spotted it. Tiny and black. Blends into the black backdrop of space. It has terrific speed, and that little Maverick's gravitational field caught my rocket. Of course, it can't yank me away from Earth gravity, but the trouble is, yike! My rocket and the moonlet may be in for a mutual collision course. Dan's trained eyes suddenly saw that grim possibility. Barreling around Earth in a narrow orbit with a speed of something near or over 12,000 miles an hour, the tiny new moon had, since its ascent, charged directly into his downward freefall. It was a chance in 1,000 for a direct hit, except for one added factor. The moonlet exerted enough gravity pull out of its many million-ton bulk to warp the rocket into its path, and the 1,000-to-1 odds were thus wiped out, becoming even money. Nip and tuck, reported Dan, answering the excited pleadings and questions from Rough Rock. It won't be a head-on crash. I may even miss it entirely. Oh, Lord, not with that spire of rock sticking up from it. I'm going to hit that. Dan had heard an atomic bomb blast once, and it sounded like a string of them set off at once as the rocket smashed into the rocky prominence. The rock splintered. The rocket splintered. But Dan was not there to be splintered likewise. He had jammed down a button at the critical moment, and the rocket's emergency escape hatch had ejected him a split second before the violent impact. But Dan blacked out, receiving some of the concussion of the exploding rocket. When his eyes snapped open, he was floating like a feather in open, airless space. His rubberoid spacesuit, living up to its rigid chest, had inflated to its elastic limit. But it held, and within its automatic units began feeding him oxygen, heat, and radio power. He had a chance now, because he had been ejected cleanly from the rocket without damage to his protective suit. The stars whizzed dizzily around him. Dan finally saw the reason why. He was not just floating as a free agent in space. He was circling the black moonlet at perhaps 1,000 yards from its pitted surface. "Hello, Rough Rock," he called. "Still alive and kicking, sir. Only now, of all crazy mad things, I'm a moon of this moon. The collision must have knocked me clear out of my down-to-earth orbit. I must have been ejected at the same direction as the moonlet's course, in its gravity field. I don't know. Let the electronic brain figure it out sometime. Anyway, now I'm being dragged along in the orbit of the moonlet. How about that? Yes, sir, I'm circling down closer and closer to the moonlet. No, don't worry, sir. It has a weak gravity pull, only a fraction of it the Earth. So I'm drifting down as gently as a cloud. Stand by for my landing on Earth's second moon. The bloated figure in the bulging spacesuit circled the black, stony surface several more times in a narrowing spiral, and finally landed with a soft skidding bump that didn't even jar Dan's teeth. He bounced several times from a diminishing height of 50-odd feet in a grotesque slow motion before he finally came to a stop. He sat still for a moment, adjusting to the fantastic fact of being shipwrecked on an uncharted moonlet, crowding down his pulse rate, which might be over 10% normal now. Okay, Rough Rock, I hear you. You telling me, sir? Obviously I'm marooned here. No rocket to leave with? No way to get back to terra firma? What? Well, if you'll pardon my saying so, sir, that's a silly question. Of course I'm scared. Scared green. Sorry about the rocket, sir, losing it for you. Me, sir? Oh, thank you, sir. But stop apologizing, will you? I know you haven't got any duplicates of the VX-3 ready. No rescue rocket. Dan listened a moment longer, then broke in roughly. Oh, for Pete's sake, will you stop crying over me, sir? So I get mine here. I might have gotten it over Berlin, too. Forget it, sir. Dan grinned suddenly. Look, what have I got to kick about? I'll go out on a flash of glory. At least one headline will put it that way. And I'll get credit in the history books as the man who discovered that Earth has 2 moons. What more could I ask, really? Dan blushed at the reply from Rough Rock. Will you lay off, please, Colonel? How else should a man take it? I'm still scared silly inside. But look, I've really got something to report now. This little runt moon makes tracks around Earth in probably 2 hours minus. If I remember my space nautics right, I'm already looking down over the Grand Canyon heading west. I'm going to get a pretty terrific bird's-eye view of the whole world in 2 more hours, which is just about how much oxygen I've got left. Lucky, eh? Dan looked down, watching in fascination the majestic wheeling of the Earth below him. His little moonlet did not rotate, or rather, it rotated once for each revolution around Earth, as the moon did, keeping one face earthward, giving him an uninterrupted view. The Sierras on Earth hove into clear view, and the broad Pacific. There would follow Hawaii, then Japan, Asia, Europe. No, he saw he was slanting southwest. It would be across the equator, past Australia, perhaps near the South Pole, then around up to the top of the world, past Greenland, following that great circle around the globe. In any case, his was the speediest trip around the world ever made by man. Before we're out of mutual range, Rough Rock, I'm going to explore this new moon. Me and Columbus. Stand by for reports. Dan did his walking in huge leap that propelled him 50 feet at a step with a slight effort due to the extremely feeble gravity of the tiny body. What did he weigh here? Probably no more than an ounce or 2. Nothing much to report, Colonel. It's a dead, airless, pipsqueak planetoid. Just a big, mile-thick rock, probably. No life, no vegetation, no people, no nothing. Guess you might call me the man in the second moon. The joke's on me. Well, 1 3/4 hours of oxygen left by the gauge, or 105 minutes. Sounds like more that way. What's that, sir? Your voice is getting faint. Any last requests from me? Well, one favor maybe. Pick up my body someday with another rocket. Yeah, it'll stay preserved up here in this deep freeze of space. Thanks, sir. Can't hear you much now, going out of range. Give Betty my fondest. You know, the blonde. Well, sir, goodbye now. Dan was glad that Rough Rock's radio voice faded to a whispery nothingness. It wasn't easy to stay casual now. There was nothing more to say, really, and he didn't want to hear any more crying from the CO. The old man had sounded almost hysterical. He wanted just to be alone with his thoughts now, making his final peace with the universe. He checked the gauge with his watch, 90 minutes of oxygen to 0. Or, he thought with a grin, eternity minus 90 minutes. He was beginning to have trouble breathing, but it was awesomely grand watching the sweep of Earth beneath him, the procession of dots that were islands strung across the Pacific South Seas like a necklace of green beads. He was still within radio range of ships below at sea, yet he didn't contact them. He had nothing to say, like a ghost in the sky. Idly, he kept pitching loose stones, watching their rifle-like speed away from him. Again, a phenomenon of the weak gravity of the moonlet. Actually, he was able to pick up a boulder 10 feet across and heave it away with ease. We who are about to die amuse ourselves, he thought. Then, because a thread of sudden hope still clung in a corner of his mind, he got an idea. It had lurked just beyond his mental grasp for some time now. Something significant. Abruptly, face alight, Dan switched on his radio and contacted a ship below, asking them to relay him to Rough Rock with their most powerful transmitter. Ahoy, Rough Rock! Stop adding up my insurance, Colonel. I'm coming back. No, sir. I haven't got out of my head, sir. It's so simple it's a laugh, sir. See you in a few hours, sir. And he did. Dan grinned when they hauled his dripping form from the sea. Aboard the search plane, they cut him out of the spacesuit to which he was still attached, his emergency twin parachute. But his helmet was gone, ripped loose, for Dan had been breathing fresh earth air during the long parachute descent. They stared at him as a man dead come alive. Impossible to escape, he chuckled, repeating their babble. That's what I thought, too, until I remembered those data tables on gravity and escape velocity and such, how, on the moon, the escape velocity is much less than on Earth. And on that tiny second moon, well, my clue was when I threw a stone into the air and it never came back. Dan gulped hot coffee. I got off the moonlet myself then, got up to more than a mile above it where I was free of its feeble gravity. But I was still in the same orbit circling Earth. I'd have continued revolving as a human satellite forever, of course, but for this emergency gadget hooked to my belt. Dan held up a metal gun with its empty tank and needle nose half burned away. Reaction pistol. Fires hydrazine and oxidizer. Ordinary jet rocket principle. Aiming it towards the stars opposite Earth, its reactive blast shoved me earthwards thanks to Newton. I needed a speed of about 1/2 mile a second. The powerful little jet gun had only my small mass to shove into free space. Without gravity or friction, that broke me from free fall around Earth to gravity fall toward Earth. Then I spiraled down under gravity pull. I reached lung-filling air density just in time before my oxygen gave out. One more danger was that I was beginning to heat up like a meteor due to the air friction. I flung out a prayer first, followed by my twin parachutes, designed for extreme initial shock. They held. Slowed me to a paratrooper's drift the rest of the way down. Wait, a puzzled pilot objected. Your story doesn't hang together. How did you get off that moonlet? How did you get up there, a mile above it, away from its gravity? There was nobody to throw you like a stone. I threw myself, said Dan. First I ran as fast as I could, maybe halfway around the moonlet to get a good running start, and then Dan Barstow's grin then was undoubtedly the biggest grin in history. Well then, since the feeble gravity couldn't pull me back again, what I really did was to jump clear off that moon. End of Shipwreck in the Sky by Endo Bender.
Messenger by William Morrison. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brianna Childs. Messenger by William Morrison. He knew that there had been trouble, and he had been told what he had to do. The trouble was, he had forgotten. He didn't remember where it was. He had been speeding past an off-color white dwarf when it happened. If he had taken the trouble to look around, he would have seen that the white star was going to explode. He knew a potential nova when he took a good look at one. But after all these centuries, he had grown careless. And when the blast had come, the small star suddenly blazing into a billion-fold brilliance, the penetrating radiation had hit him with full intensity. There had been no ship to protect him, no clothing that might serve as a shield. His kind had done away with such things eons before, as they had learned to move through space by using some of the radiant energy that filled it. He had blacked out completely. When he came to again, he was far past the nova, in the dazzling brightness of a rare-field cloud of radiant hydrogen atoms. The nova itself had lost so much of its momentary brilliance that it was now indistinguishable from the myriads of other stars. He himself was speeding on with feverish haste toward a nebular cluster 1,000 light-years away. He slowed down. He had a feeling that the distant cluster was not his proper destination. But what was? What star, what planet was the spot in space he had to find? And what was he supposed to do once he got there? And who had given him the instructions? Where, in the vast immensity of the universe, was the place called home? The place where he could return for the information he had forgotten. He didn't recall. He knew only, with that same distressing vagueness, that somewhere there was something he had been ordered to do, and once given, the order had to be carried out. He traveled aimlessly, by feeling alone. Time meant nothing to him as an individual, for his kind had long mastered the problems of age. But time meant much to those he had been sent to. To do what? Was it to help? They must be waiting for him now. They must be wondering why he didn't come. He would have to hurry to do something he didn't yet expect, but would sooner or later remember. After a few centuries, he began, in his anxiety, to talk to himself, as is the way of individuals too long alone. That star cluster there could be it, he said to himself hopefully, and veered toward the right. Doesn't look familiar, though, he muttered. Maybe if I would get closer. He came close enough to see the thousands of stars as individuals, to pick out the satellites circling the bright disks of light, to study the pale planets themselves and their tiny sub-satellites. As he turned his attention from one to another, disappointment slowly filled him. No, this was not the place. There was nothing in the configuration of the stars, nothing in the size or position of the planets that sounded a familiar chord in his consciousness. He would have to go further, or turn back. He left the place behind him. The next time the same thing happened, he didn't have quite so much hope, and his disappointment was less keen. But it was disappointment nonetheless. Time was passing, and they must be waiting for him impatiently. After a while, the hope and the disappointment both died away almost completely. The former shrank to a tiny spark that grew dimmer and dimmer as the centuries passed. He wondered if it would ever wink out entirely. It was characteristic of him that the anxiety this caused was only for those who were waiting, expecting him hourly, and wondering why he didn't come. He had no sense of fear for himself, no feeling of despairing loneliness that might be expected to arise from being so long isolated in space. It was only that he would have liked to have someone to talk to besides himself. On a fair number of planets, he found animal-like creatures in different stages of development, and on a few he discovered life that was intelligent. It was with these that he had a renewed feeling of anticipation, the spark of hope glowing momentarily before it faded again. It's intelligent life I've got to find, he told himself, but where? His astronomical memory, insofar as it covered the post-nova period, was perfect, and he paid more attention to the details of star and planet configuration than he had ever done before. Gradually, a star map formed in his mind, a map that covered enormous distances of space. Those places he had investigated and eliminated from consideration were slowly crossed off. It was a large needle he had to find, and his own powers were considerable, but the haystack he had to search was infinite. There was no telling how many more centuries would pass before he found it. And then another thought struck him. They'd know back home that something had gone wrong. Would they send someone else to do the job in his place? He rather doubted it. He had a vague feeling that there weren't many of his own peculiar talents. What had to be done by him, or left undone altogether. More time passed, And one day, when the space charted on his brain map had grown to vast dimensions, and the spark of hope had become so tiny that he was not quite sure any longer that it was there at all, he noted from a distance a galaxy that seemed familiar. "That's it!" he cried. "That's it!" The spark flared, and as he sped toward the galaxy, it became aflame. It was a lens-shaped assemblage of stars, with two small spiral arms composed of a few million stars each, and it was seemingly not too different from millions of other galaxies he had passed in the course of all those centuries. But to him, seeking so desperately, this galaxy was unique. It was the right one. He coursed through it from spiral arm to spiral arm, and now there could be no doubt. The star he wanted was small and yellowish, far from the center of the lens. It had a rather elaborate planetary system, which he recognized at once. This was it. The third planet, the one with a single sub-satellite, was the one he had been sent to find, and perhaps to help. But how? The finding of the planet had solved one problem. So far, it had given him not a hint toward the solution of the second, the reason why he had been sent here. There was life on this ball of mud and water. A great deal of life, both vegetable and animal. And some of the latter could, without too great a distortion of the truth, be called intelligent. It had raised cities, tunneled into mountains, changed the appearance of sections of the planet itself. It was to this intelligent life that he had been sent. A dim memory of the need for caution kept him from letting himself be seen. I'd only frighten them, he thought. I'll have to investigate thoroughly before I reveal myself. And maybe the investigation will remind me of what I have to do. The first thing was to come down to Earth. Choosing the dark side of the planet, shaded from the central sun by its own bulk, he shrank his body and let himself down in a gravitational field. From time to time he slowed his fall in order to keep from flaming through the atmosphere and attracting their attention. And at 1,000 feet above the surface he came to a complete stop, hovering over a city and making his mind up where to land. Something droned toward him through the air, colored lights winking on and off. He darted downward and to one side. Where the city lights faded out, he let himself fall all the way to the ground. He was off a dimly lit highway. Small metal vehicles ran along it, their lights momentarily tearing apart the darkness ahead of them. A glance through the metal at the creatures inside the vehicles gave him a queer thrill. Yes, these were the ones he had been sent to. Quickly reshaping his body and clothing himself so that he seemed to be one of them, he began to walk along the highway. Cars sped past him, picking him out in their headlights. None of them stopped, but he had time to probe their minds and listen to their language. What he found was not pleasant. Among all the feelings which controlled their thoughts, fear was easiest to detect. And along with the fear were hatred and envy and greed, anxiety and guilt. Oddly enough, there were also hope and affection for each other, but it was the worst feelings that predominated. There was no doubt that they needed help. That didn't make any clearer, however, what he had to do. He had an idea that it was not his mission to work out a detailed solution. He had to do some simple thing. Something. The two men were lying in wait, either for him or for some other pedestrian they judged sufficiently unwary. He sensed them long before the first one stepped out toward him, a cigarette in one hand, and what was supposed to be an ingratiating look on the brutal face. "Got a match, bud?" The other man suddenly plunged at him from the side, an arm wrapping itself around his neck. The assailant tried to bend him back, the forearm cutting across his windpipe. The arm of the first man swung, a rough fist smashing at his face. Then the two assailants screamed in pain and terror. Where they had touched him, fist and arm broke into flame. Both men turned from him in horror and ran off wildly, as if to get away from themselves. He hadn't meant to hurt them, but they had contrived their own punishment. Perhaps... No, that wasn't it. He wasn't here to punish either. He walked along, and soon he found himself entering the city. A man in a blue uniform watched him suspiciously and ordered him gruffly to get moving. "I am moving," he said pleasantly. "Don't you get wise with me," said the blue coat, and raised a threatening club. He paid no attention to the club and kept on, toward the heart of the city. What he saw only confirmed the impression he had obtained from the minds of the men and women in the cars. Too many thoughts were mean and ignoble, arising only from selfish and vicious desires. Many of those who saw him seemed to sense his strangeness, and moved toward him with the single impulse to take advantage of his ignorance. Men spoke to him out of the side of their mouths, offering him bargains. Women offered themselves. "Look, Mac, this stuff is hot, see? Just came off a truck. Want to look at some nice pictures, mister? I can give you a good address, bud." Out for a good time, Jack? The planet was sick. Had he been sent to cure it? He came to an area of broad, lighted streets. Lights glittered everywhere, attracting the attention of those around him by going on and off. Great posters advertised the attractions inside the places of amusement. He entered one of them, an astonished ticket collector calling after him, "Hey, where's your ticket, bud?" But there was something about him that prevented the man from pursuing. He lost himself in the darkness and watched the screen. Here, in brief and vivid form, was pictured the life of the planet. Women in bathing suits plunged into a pool and formed a pattern which imitated sensuously the petals of an unfolding rose. A small animal leapt through hoops and climbed a ladder. Groups of men drove against each other for possession of an object which they kicked occasionally into the air. An elderly man looked grim and made a speech into a microphone. And then a film showed the main business of the planet, which seemed to be the killing of its supposedly intelligent inhabitants. Bombs exploded, planes crashed, desperate lines of men ran forward to meet their deaths. Something quickened in his mind. He almost remembered now. This was what he had come here about. His will moved, and the theater vanished behind him. Now he was on the battlefield itself. The reality was worse than the image, far worse. Here were not only the roars of the great guns, but the curses and screams of the wounded, the gasps of the dying. Here were not only horrible sights and sounds, but the odors of death, the sharp nitrogenous fragrance of explosives, the heavy sulphurous smoke of burning oil, the sickening smell of sweating or decaying flesh. A cloud came into being from the explosion of a mortar shell, and 2 men dropped to the ground. In answer to the mortar, the flaring barrel of a tank gun spoke hoarsely, and half the crew of the mortar fell in turn. But there seemed no end to this deadly dialogue. The next moment there came the burst of a bomb from a low-flying plane, and the tank half turned over on its side, a heap of smoking steel. He knew at last why he had been sent here. He knew now what he had to do. He ripped the flaring-mouthed gun from the tank. His hands twisted the thick metal into a shape it had never known before, bent it into a strange curve, fashioned it so that it would emit overtones to chill the souls of those who heard it. His brain charged the instrument with the energy of his own mind, energy that would send its voice to the far corners of this diseased planet, and leave not a single individual deaf to its dreaded tones. Putting the improvised horn to his lips, Gabriel blew the call for which the planet had so long been waiting. End of Messenger by William Morrison.